Ono Tadashi complained about printing documents in the 21st century and worried he would miss the last train. He dreamed of a quiet life in the countryside but remained stuck at work, rushing to finish. Suddenly, a cabinet struck him on the head. Trapped and alone during overtime, he realized no one would hear his calls for help. Lying beneath the cabinet, Tadashi understood he had missed the train and was about to die. A smiling man appeared with a tool on his shoulder, accompanied by a wolf-like creature and two girls. The goddess Arya welcomed Tadashi's soul to Avesta, leaving him confused. She explained that he had died on Earth and been transported to this world. Arya offered him the chance to be reborn and begin a new life in another world. Since his soul was pure, Tadashi could receive a divine blessing. Arya summoned the gods. The 12 gods of Avesta appeared, and Tadashi was allowed to choose one blessing. Tadashi noticed an old man named Kronos, the god of agriculture. Kronos expected Tadashi to reject him, believing agriculture was too boring for a new life. Tadashi could have chosen Mia, the goddess of wisdom and gained magic, but instead selected agriculture. He had always wanted a peaceful village life, making Kronos' blessing perfect for him. Kronos became overjoyed. When Tadashi asked what his blessing offered, the god eagerly explained. Agriculture included farming, forestry, fishing, animal husbandry, brewing, cooking, processing, and much more. Satisfied, Tadashi entrusted himself to Kronos, deeply moving the old god. Kronos cried because, in 10,000 years, Tadashi was the first person to choose agriculture. Kronos finally asked his name. After hearing Ono Tadashi, he praised it and they smiled at each other. Despite his happiness, Kronos worried Tadashi might regret choosing farming after reincarnation. Kronos then asked Arya to deliver a request that would cost him his life. The old god decided to give all his powers to Tadashi. A mark appeared on the young man's hand, showing he had been chosen as the world's savior. The mark on Tadashi's hand was the 7-star blessing of the god of agriculture. However, Kronos was stopped because the young man still needed to learn something. Helcibalt, the god of heroes, and Mia, the goddess of wisdom, appeared and demanded an explanation. Giving a human 7 stars violated the rules, but Kronos told them to look closer. Mia insisted that even an agricultural blessing could not have 7 stars. Kronos knew the laws could not be broken, and Lady Arya would not ignore this. Kronos told her that agriculture was the foundation of human life. Mia then revealed that the world was nearing destruction. If this was true, Avesta faced its end. Mia nervously avoided giving a clear answer. The world remained undeveloped, with people fighting over territory while hunger and poverty spread. Kronos asked how many people Mia had blessed. He also questioned Helcibalt, who confirmed that he had blessed at least 800 people. 4 people had become dragons through Oda's blessing, while 24 demon lords served Diabol. Meanwhile, Ono Tadashi was the first to choose Kronos. Kronos argued that increasing the world's food supply would benefit everyone, but Mia still refused to accept it and turned to Tadashi. Mia asked why he would not choose her or another god, claiming his pure soul deserved more than agriculture. Kronos immediately protested. Kronos reminded Mia and Helcibalt that Tadashi also needed tools from Vulcan. Since he had given Tadashi his blessing, he promised to vouch for him. Tadashi was the world's hope, but its monsters were too powerful. Even with Kronos' blessing, he would remain weak in battle, yet humans normally could not receive blessings from multiple gods. Kronos argued that Tadashi needed combat power to survive in Avestra and asked Helcibalt to help save the world. However, the god of heroes refused. Left with no choice, Kronos knelt before him, shocking Helcibalt, who said gods should not kneel to each other. Kronos pleaded that he was too weak and could offer Tadashi nothing more. He wanted the reincarnated man to become stronger, even if it meant going too far. Helcibalt finally relented and granted Tadashi a 1-star hero's blessing, asking for his hand. Next was Vulcan, the god of blacksmithing. He agreed with Kronos but explained that he could not grant even 1 star because of a problem involving Tadashi. Gods gained faith through those they blessed but always required something in return. Tadashi apologized, thinking he needed money. Vulcan explained that payment could come later and might simply be a shrine or altar dedicated to worship. Vulcan admitted he would prefer fine alcohol and delicious food. Tadashi thanked him, then asked what Helcibalt wanted in return. The god of heroes replied, I wish I hadn't given him my blessing at all, but Helcibalt can take it back if he wishes. The god looked at the young man and said that Tadashi was well-mannered. He should forget about it and consider it a gift, just as long as he doesn't let his heart be corrupted. So Arya asked Ono Tadashi if he was ready. He replied yes and thanked the goddess of beginnings for everything. Arya told Tadashi to preserve the god's blessings in the mortal world, wished him a happy life, and cast a spell. Blessed by 3 gods with 9 stars, Ono Tadashi descended into Avesta as the first person to choose agriculture. Tadashi arrived on the Limbo subcontinent. Kronos appeared, congratulated him, and began explaining the area. Tadashi saw mountains, a river, a forest, and plains. Kronos said the land had everything needed for agriculture. The air was clean, but Tadashi had expected a quiet village rather than an empty wilderness. Still, he said he was happy. He then remembered that countries might impose heavy taxes on farming. Kronos warned that living in a country would mean paying nobles and enduring humiliation, then continued his explanation. Every country was consumed by war and corruption. Kronos considered Tadashi their only hope and wanted to protect him from those hardships. Tadashi asked whether the land was truly uninhabited. Kronos explained that Limbo was considered abandoned by divine blessing. Its stones and trees were harder than iron, while the river contained deadly poison, making human life impossible. Tadashi asked how he could use his power. Kronos told him to place his hand in the river. When Tadashi touched the poisonous water, it began glowing and became safe to drink. His blessing could purify any water. Kronos also explained that Tadashi had returned to the age of 20 and was protected from injuries and illnesses. As a farewell gift, Kronos gave him Mia's magic bag, which had unlimited storage and was ideal for agriculture. Kronos admitted he had taken it from the treasury without permission, but promised to apologize later. Tadashi offered to help earn Mia's forgiveness, but Kronos advised him not to provoke her while she was angry. With clean water secured, Tadashi needed food. He stored water in the bag and planned to make pottery from clay. Suddenly, a fish jumped into the bag. Kronos congratulated Tadashi on his first catch, giving them food. They headed into the forest to search for useful materials, and Tadashi picked up a branch. The magical tree was as hard as iron. Kronos explained that Tadashi's blessing allowed him to understand and analyze local plants. It's not clear what Elysia grass is for, but he's lucky. It's a high-grade herb named after the goddess of healing, Elysia, but it shouldn't be here. It's a mystery where it came from. Perhaps she sees them and is helping. They'll have to thank her. Tadashi will plant the grass right away in his free time. The old man praised the young man for his kindness. But first, he should start cultivating the soil right here. Tadashi turned around and started crafting something. Oh, he came up with a clever idea. It's almost what he wanted. He intended to make a shovel but ended up with a hoe. Still, it's an excellent start for farming from scratch. The goal is set, he needs to start working. His first swing with the tool hit the ground. Ono Tadashi put his homemade contraption to use, and with a single strike, it slammed into the earth. A whole bunch of rocks flew around the two of them. It was unexpected. The old man was astonished and exclaimed, "What?" Tadashi blushed and gave a nervous smile. What happened? The old man wanted to ask what Tadashi had done, but he had told him to put his heart and soul into it, and the dark-haired young man did just that. Ono cultivated the land, making it fertile. The old man didn't know how to react. No one had ever received the blessing of the god of agriculture before, and he didn't even think Kronos' powers were capable of such a thing. Most likely, the young man influenced it. Human desires work wonders. He had always wanted to do something like this, actually, so that's how it is. The old man knew Tadashi was a good kid. All right, now they need to try watering the land. While the soil is taking on its natural color, now they need to plant something like the elixir grass. Tadashi had some, didn't he? This grass has already sprouted. How is it growing so fast? Is that even possible? Tadashi was greatly surprised, and the old man just grunted. Kronos' power is emanating. Tadashi's blessing will allow any plant to grow in 3 days. The young man thanked him for the explanation. Now everything is a little clearer. Animal bones should be used as fertilizer. The young man poured out the contents. Wow, even the fertilizer works better. At this rate, Tadashi could grow a large tree in 2 days. All right, they need to try growing something else. The young man agreed. Evening is approaching and they need to chop wood for a fire. Honestly, Tadashi doesn't really want to cut down a tree that's about to grow so quickly. The young man started chopping with his homemade tool. But don't logs need to be dried first before starting a fire? The old man will explain everything now. Yeah, freshly cut trees contain a lot of moisture, so you can't use them for a bonfire. But either way, with Tadashi's abilities, they should dry out on their own in 3 days, which isn't too bad. But there's no need to worry, there's a better option. You just need to wring out the wood. Tadashi asked again. Wring it out? The old man replied, yes, like a rag. What the heck? So this is what can surprise Tadashi. Wow, so this is also a blessing from a god. It looks more like magic. How can you just wring out a tree? A blessing isn't magic, it's the god's own skills. And a god has infinite possibilities, and Tadashi also received a blessing, so he shouldn't forget that. The 7-star blessing of the god of agriculture, that's truly amazing. Alright, Tadashi, go ahead and start the fire. He apologized, but how does he get fire? No need to worry, just take some dry grass and spread it out like this, yes. Now take 2 stones and just start hitting them against each other. You need to try and create a spark. Tadashi did everything the god of agriculture said. Smoke appeared. Now he just needed to transfer that flame to the wood and the log caught fire. The fire is beautiful. After all the work he did, Tadashi enjoyed making fire with his own hands. Kronos finds the young man amusing. The dark-haired boy had always dreamed of spending a night by a bonfire. Oh, so that's how it is. Well, overall, Tadashi is right. Sometimes it's just nice to sit and talk with someone by a bonfire for no particular reason. The young man and Kronos watched the bonfire and talked all night, gazed at the stars, and listened to the sounds of nature. Tadashi felt nostalgic. He had only ever dreamed of something like this. The old man asked Tadashi what was wrong. He was just thinking about his future. The young man believes he needs to build a house and also something to boil water in. The young man had forgotten about it. He needed to mix clay with sand to make it stronger. Tadashi wasn't very skilled, but it still turned out pretty well. Apparently, the blessing of the god of blacksmithing was at play here. And what is this? This is Jaman pottery, how our ancestors used to make things. It sounds interesting and he likes it. Things from Tadashi's world are beautiful. Alright, all that's left is to fire them. The young man placed the clay pots in the bonfire, then checked them with a stick. Oh, they started to blacken. Tadashi hummed. The old man picked up one of the cups with a stick. It was exactly as he had said. And what had Kronos said? If you do it too quickly, they'll break, but with the blessing of the god of blacksmithing, everything turns out well. Then Tadashi will continue polishing them. It will improve their appearance and protect them. He was smiling. It had been a long time since the young man had gotten so much happiness from work. Usually, Tadashi was busy with routine tasks from morning until evening. Tadashi got hungry. He should cook something. The young man had apparently caught some fish when he was collecting water. Wait, is it even edible? It's a demonic salmon. It's edible, but hard to catch. No need to worry, everything's fine. When the young man touched the fish, he immediately purified it of poison. But if Tadashi doesn't like something, he can leave the fish and go practice martial arts instead. The old man is joking, but it's important to remember that some creatures remain dangerous even after purification. This forest, in particular, has such creatures. No need to worry, Kronos will stay with the guy tonight, but after that, it would be better to find shelter or build a house. Tadashi asked what that was, and the old man replied it was just a demonic bird. He'll need to make weapons, but why? The old man said he already had them. Demonic ore and wood are stronger than steel, meaning any tool made from them would be better than a sword. He also told him not to forget that he was a hero and had a blessing. Tadashi was stronger than any human in this world. Oh, right, the dark-haired young man remembered. He said it would be better to prepare, and the old man agreed. He asked if Tadashi remembered Elysia grass, which could be used to make a healing potion. It's always better to prepare for everything in advance. If Tadashi follows this principle, he could save dozens of lives in the future, not just his own. What was the old man talking about? It was better to continue cooking. First, he needed to slice the salmon, then put it into boiling water, and finally add some mushrooms. Oh no, Tadashi did exactly that. It smelled quite edible and delicious, but it lacked miso sauce or regular salt. Why didn't Tadashi add some Elysia grass to it? The young man wondered if that was even allowed. Tadashi tried it and exclaimed, "Wow, it tastes even better." Kronos noted that it was actually an ingredient for an elixir of life, but it worked well as a seasoning too. Even though he was a god, he could calmly accept food as an offering. But then, what did the old man originally want as an offering? Kronos wanted a stone statue. Well, bon appetit. The old man tasted Tadashi's food and asked how it was. It's very delicious. I haven't had such good food in a long time. The young man was glad he liked it. He would even invite that iron-headed guy to try this dish. Though it was bold to ask, he wished he could have a statue too. Kronos was talking about Vulcan, about himself. He wouldn't need much convincing. Vulcan arrived and the old man asked him to see what Tadashi had prepared. He told him to try it. It was fish soup. The old man handed the god a bowl of the dish. The young man asked Lord Vulcan how he liked it. Quite good. Since he had eaten, it was time to get to work. What was Kronos talking about? He could just stretch out the pleasure. All right, the old man allowed him to eat and told Vulcan to listen to him too. He asked the god if he knew what this was. Perhaps demonic ore. Exactly, can Vulcan process it? For a god, it was impossible to process, but with his divine power, Kronos began to persuade him. Tadashi listened to them while eating his soup. Why would divine power be needed here? Kronos was puzzled. What? I've never heard of any mortal being able to do anything with it. Vulcan, tell me, what's the secret? It's because mortals can't think broadly. First, they'll need to acquire several tools, a furnace, an anvil, a hammer, and a pair of tongs to hold the hot metal. Tadashi just needed to slow down. First and foremost, he needed to start with something simple, a furnace. Of course, he would have liked to see a couple of molds for melting and a place for materials nearby, but this was good enough. All right, the furnace was ready. Tadashi assembled it, and the god replied, "Excellent." He told the young man to light a fire. Now Vulcan asked for air and wood until the temperature reached its peak. Okay, now all that's left is to put the wood in here. But demonic trees don't burn. Vulcan asked the young man if he was sure if he put in enough effort they could be ignited. Who knows, but let the guy wait a bit and look closer. Oh, if you look closely, you can see the flame's color has changed from red to blue. It just needs a higher temperature to melt, so the demonic ore must need it too. The guy immediately understood everything, but Mia doesn't get it. She's trying to take items made from this material. Well, since the guy knows what to do, let's go. Vulcan will be right there to guide him if anything comes up. Tadashi said okay, and the ore turned blue, so the guy thinks he's doing everything right. Vulcan called Tadashi and he responded. The young man was praised. Since the ore turned blue, it's ready to be worked with. Also, the old man had never had a better student in his life. The dark-haired young man thanked him for the compliment. What should he do? He should ask Vulcan since he doesn't know. First, he should make a plate and then try to fashion a hammer from it. Tadashi understood and will try it now. Even if it doesn't work out, the young man will know which direction Ono Tadashi needs to move in next. The dark-haired young man began to craft. Alright, once the guy finishes, he needs to dip it in water. At the end of all the work, the ore in Tadashi's hands should remain blue and be very strong. Such ore makes excellent tools, not bad at all. The hammer is ready. The guy managed it. It looks so-so, but it should perform its functions. It'll get better in the future. Vulcan praised the blacksmith, saying more practice will fix everything. Tadashi will try harder, which is why he's asking Vulcan to teach him. Alright, next time, the young man needs to gather more ore and build a better forge. Didn't the god notice this utensil? Tadashi created it when he fired it in the kiln at a high temperature. It's ceramic. Vulcan pondered, thinking the young man should start improving its quality. If the old man helps him, Tadashi will gladly do it. Of course, where else would the god go? The young man and Vulcan began working together. Any mortal would envy their speed. Tadashi tried very hard and listened carefully to Vulcan's instructions. Through their combined efforts, everything worked out. They made what they wanted, and the young man finally fell asleep. Ah, what a shame. Even someone with a blessing still needs sleep. Let him sleep. He'd been working for 2 days straight. The old man thinks they did a good job developing the young man. Since the god of agriculture says so, a seed given fertile soil and carefully nurtured will eventually blossom. He thinks it will blossom. The old man can't say for sure. In the days they spent together, Kronos can only say that Tadashi is not one to risk his life. Well, in any case, Kronos prepared Tadashi well. Maybe he won't save the world, but the young man has every chance to make it a little better. The place he ended up in is just a desolate prison. But while Tadashi is here, he can change everything, not just for the locals, but for them, the gods. In any case, the young man should at least try. The gods will be watching. The old man is right, of course. Tadashi woke up and wished both gods good morning. They replied, "Oh, you're awake." Both wanted to tell the young man something. The young man's training has come to an end. They are leaving Tadashi to his own devices. He thanked the old men. Vulcan noted that he hadn't had such students in a long time. If he has problems, the young man can reach out, but Tadashi should know that the god won't help for free. He needs to prepare a good offering first. All right, they can count on the dark-haired young man. He needs to remember that first he has to set up a home and start living there. Offerings can come later. Naturally, the young man thanked him for the advice, and he and Kronos would go. The old man would miss Tadashi, but those were the rules. He told him to take care of himself. The young man thanked the gods for their help, assuring them they would definitely see each other again. Now it was time to harvest his first crop. That's how Tadashi's life in this world began. After the third harvest, the field transformed significantly. The cypress and chestnut trees he had planted started to resemble a forest. He built a small house, a storage shed for grain, and a small cellar. For the peaceful life Tadashi dreamed of, nothing more was needed, but lately he had been feeling lonely. This could be considered a downside of living at the edge of the world. He started dreaming of a pet, but where would Tadashi find one in the middle of such a wilderness? If he didn't do anything, the puppy could be killed. Damn, what should he do? Should he try to save the creature, or would something terrible happen? Tadashi remembered what Kronos had told him, that he was now very strong, so he should go for it. That's right, the dark-haired young man was blessed by the god of agriculture. Tadashi went into battle and yelled, "Hey, leave him alone." Did it work? This bird was persistent. If a direct attack wouldn't land then. Since it was flying, he could just knock it down. The young man swung and hit it, then again, saying there was plenty of land and telling it to fly closer. He started threatening the bird so it wouldn't come near again. He warned that this overgrown chicken shouldn't come around here anymore. The young man asked how the creature was, noting its terrible wounds. He told it to wait a bit, as this should help. Where did it come from and where were its parents? In any case, the creature definitely wasn't from their parts. Maybe it got lost or that monster was chasing it. Tadashi fed the animal a bone, knowing the forest was vast. The animal was engrossed with the bone, but if it kept eating bones like that, it could break all its teeth. Tadashi got worried and offered it something else to eat. This creature was cute. Even though Tadashi didn't know what it was, it looked a lot like a dog. He said he couldn't leave it there and asked if the animal wanted to go with him. That's great, now he and the creature would live together. Tadashi picked it up. Oh right, he remembered he absolutely had to give it a name. The young man didn't hesitate for long and decided that for those sounds he should name him Kururu. The animal happily responded to him. Finally, Tadashi was no longer alone. The forest was growing, the fields were expanding, and Tadashi was already cultivating several different types of edible crops. But the season would end soon, and he hadn't managed to do so much. Sigh. Maybe he should try to find out what was out there. Yes, the young man decided he would do just that. Tadashi looked out the window, deep in thought, then went outside. Tadashi didn't know what was out there, but he needed to be ready for anything. He asked his pet what it thought and also how quickly Kururu had grown. It was unknown if such rapid growth was normal for this beast, but in any case, it was some subspecies of dog from this world. The young man and Kururu set off on a small journey. The creature said something to its master and they would head to the sea to get salt. Tadashi didn't know how many days it would take. The pet said something and the guy understood that it wanted Tadashi to ride on its back, but he politely declined, preferring to walk. However, Kururu simply picked him up and threw him onto its back. They sped off into the distance. Kururu was incredible. Its speed was like that of a car. The creature began making its usual sounds. The two were heading somewhere, and indeed, walking would have taken many days. The pet was amazing, and Tadashi thanked it for the ride. The sea in this other world was very similar to his own, which surprised Tadashi. The only difference was the water was very dark. He wondered if he could purify it. The guy tried, and something incredible happened. The water was salty, making it even more like the sea in Tadashi's world. Did this mean the worlds were generally similar? In any case, he decided to try making salt. If you boil salty water and let it evaporate, salt will be left at the bottom. He thought about setting up salt production. The guy then asked his pet what was wrong. While these were seafood, the pet urged him to follow it, and further ahead they found a huge pond which was fantastic. It even had lobsters. But were they really lobsters? The guy was in another world after all. He decided it didn't matter and called them lobsters. He cooked them on a makeshift structure and offered some meat to his pet. They were so delicious, Tadashi thoroughly enjoyed what he had cooked. The seafood was already salty, which wasn't surprising since they lived in seawater. It was simply delightful. Kururu started making its characteristic sounds and Tadashi laughed. He told his pet not to worry, he could cook more food for it. They sat by the water, enjoying the view. Kururu began drinking a lot, likely due to the salty food. Tadashi realized he needed to give it some water. He then saw his pet, but if Kururu was there, then who was drinking the water? Suddenly, someone walked over and took the bowl meant for Kururu. Tadashi was startled. The person exclaimed, "Water, the water is gone." The guy was confused. Was this a girl? She even had ears. Tadashi had only seen such things in fantasy stories. Where did she come from, and was there a water shortage in this other world? The unknown girl just kept repeating, "Water." Another stranger appeared and shouted, "Human." She demanded that the guy take his hands off Eren. What was going on? First a girl with ears, now elves. They were from the ship anchored nearby. Tadashi had been so engrossed in the seafood that he hadn't noticed them. Wait, why was the girl in a swimsuit? Don't elves live in forests? The elf continued, asking if he hadn't heard her. She insisted the human step away from Eren. The girl also asked to be let go, saying she and they didn't like it. Others also repeated for Tadashi to release the stranger. The girl asked the gentleman for food. He agreed, but asked her to stop calling him a gentleman. The stranger told Aislena that the guy was a good person and Eren was asked to step away. It was clear he was still a man and humans were very cunning. Tadashi could have poisoned the food. No, all the seafood had been freshly caught right there, and why would the guy poison food he was going to eat himself? "Isn't this the border of human territory?" the guy asked. "The border of what?" So the girl asked where they had sailed to. If they were talking about that, the gods said this was the edge of the world, and they were surprised. They had sailed so far, but the water at the edge of the world was supposed to be black and poisonous, wasn't it? Tadashi had purified it. Otherwise, how else could he extract salt and seafood from it? He cleaned an entire sea, so she shouldn't talk nonsense. The elf doesn't believe him, and they have every right not to, but Tadashi is telling the truth. Aislena was asked if others didn't want to eat, and the guy also has water. What's wrong? There's no food or water left on the ship. If the girl with the ears hadn't met this man, she would have starved to death. She's right. If they need it so much, Tadashi is ready to share provisions with the sailors. He doesn't mind, he can always catch more, but no, after what these people did, they can't be trusted. "Hey, what kind of magic beast is that, and why is it so big?" "What, a magic beast? They're talking about Kururu," the little creature responded to them. "He's just a regular dog." The guy doesn't understand what they're talking about. At least Tadashi now knows who they mean. Can't they see? It's a small dog, or at most, a wolf. But his fangs are so big, they could easily chew through dragon scales. The girl doesn't know what Tadashi considers his pet, but that's definitely the legendary Fenrir. Something happened and the elf woke up. They were trying to revive Lady Aislena. They were worried about her. She mumbled something. Tadashi stood over her and asked, "Are you awake?" She jumped up and exclaimed, "Human." Tadashi asked her to stop treating him that way. It was clear that the others had calmly accepted his help. The sailors told Tadashi what had happened to them. The crew was fishing on their ship when they were all suddenly swept away. The guy doesn't know what they'll do next. First, the sailors need to regain their strength and rest. The girl was given a vessel of water. She should drink it. It's water with Acelia grass, and the elf will feel better. Elysia grass? Where did the guy find such a rare plant? The elf started to faint again. Tadashi caught her and asked how she was. Wasn't it obvious? The girl was dehydrated and hadn't eaten in a long time. The girl had received a 3-star blessing from the goddess of healing, Elysia, so she naturally understood that Tadashi wasn't lying when he said it was Elysia grass. But finding or buying it is very difficult. Maybe Tadashi isn't such a bad person after all. While the girl was weak, the dark-haired man spoon-fed the sailor. The girl said she could drink on her own now. Tadashi replied, "That's good, now you need to slowly stand up." The elf felt the ground and said, "Ah, grass, we were on the beach." Tadashi had grown it. He just thought it would be uncomfortable for a girl who had lost her strength to lie on the sand. She was surprised. Grew it, this man. The elf thought the guy was lying about the sea and Fenrir was serving him too. Who exactly is he? While the girl was pondering, Tadashi was petting his companion. What? The guy has a 9-star blessing. If Tadashi has the highest blessing, it's better not to go against the dark-haired man. The elf apologized for what she had done and said earlier. She is the leader of the Sea Elves and a representative of the Campbell Archipelago. Her name is Islena Ariadne. The guy already knows, he'd heard. The elf is the queen of an entire archipelago. Queen? No, the girl denied it, saying that was a long time ago. Now the elf is just the leader of the Sea Elves. Tadashi replied, "Ah, I see." The guy apologized. That's right, Tadashi hadn't introduced himself to her yet. He said his name. The elf thought the dark-haired man was a king. The guy said, "A king?" No, his name is Uno, not Aono. That's just his surname, and Tadashi is his given name. The elf repeated the young man's name and asked if she had it right, noting that a person's lineage is known when their surname is present. He's just a farmer, the girl told Islena. The master is truly kind. He even has a 7-star blessing from the god of agriculture and can make anything grow quickly. Ah, Erin is as scatterbrained as ever. She thinks a person would just share food for no reason, but if they hadn't accepted the help, the sailors would have starved to death. The girl offers the sailor some food, urging her to try it. All right, fine, I'll take a look, she says. Why is she acting like this now? The elf confirmed there was no poison in the food. If she had wanted to check for poison, she would have made Tadashi try it first. The girl wanted to refuse, but she truly needed to regain her strength. She would have made Tadashi try it first, so that's a thing in this world too. The young man smiled, looking at the elf. The girl thanked him for the food, then turned to the dark-haired man. She knelt before the young man and asked him to allow her to become Tadashi's slave. Everyone was incredibly surprised. The young man was completely shocked and said, "What?" This offer was unexpected. To make her his slave? What does that mean? Tadashi immediately clarified that no one should think he would ever in his life make the girl his slave. Someone has to sacrifice themselves for his help, so let it be her. But no, Islena is the leader of the sailors and shouldn't be offering this. The girl wants to be the master's slave. The elf refuses, saying Erin is the beast folk's hero, their last hope. Wow, why do they want to thank the young man for his help in this particular way? It's very shocking. The girls hesitated. He's a human and they owe him a debt, but all humans are scoundrels who only try to enslave them. What do they even think of Tadashi? Doesn't he want a beautiful girl as a slave to chain her up and do absolutely anything that comes to mind? But Tadashi hadn't thought about that. The young man had always lived by himself and didn't need slaves. Kururu is his beloved pet. Tadashi is serious. Why then did the master help the sailors? So what's the problem with helping someone in need? Don't people here do that? In response to the young man's question, the girls shook their heads negatively. This surprised him and the young man said, "What? How can that be? What's wrong with the people here?" So Tadashi is on the Campbell Archipelago, home to sea elves and beast folk. And it was captured by the human military duchy from the Eastern Sea, and the sailors are also subservient to it. How can this be? It's unthinkable. Before the duchy captured them, demons constantly attacked from the Northern Sea. Many of their comrades were eaten. Tadashi replied that it was simply awful. They, the sea elves and beast folk, have always been a weak people, pushed to the borders during conflicts. But now the archipelago is divided between demons and humans, and only the girls are left among the survivors. The demons only think of them as food. The duchy is better, but their demands are too high. They said they would turn the girl into a slave if she didn't fill their treasuries to the brim with gold. Lord Kronos told them something about this. To avoid being slaves, the sailors decided to escape and sailed away on a ship in search of provisions. The world situation is terrible and the people here are too cruel. The guy told Islena he'd share his food with her, explaining that they're omnivores. Tadashi then started emptying a bunch of stuff from his bag, making her wonder what it all was. He said this should be enough for everyone for now, and if it wasn't, he'd give them more. They were incredibly grateful to him, but he just asked them to stop calling him master. Tadashi noticed something was off. He had given Islena some Elysia grass, and the elf asked if there was much more of it. He confirmed there was even more in the field and told her to take what she needed, while he'd gather more. The girl was surprised, asking if he grew the grass himself. She couldn't believe it, as it was very rare and difficult to cultivate. Tadashi wondered what the problem was. They asked Iselina to calm down, reminding her that Tadashi was the king of agriculture with a 7-star blessing. Growing it was a piece of cake for him. Aaron was right, the elf had completely forgotten about that. Truth be told, there were many injured people on the island. The girl was astonished that Tadashi agreed to give away the grass almost for free. He then told them to just say how much they needed. They thanked Tadashi and apologized for what Iselina had said earlier. She had a 3-star blessing from the goddess of healing and could turn Elijah grass into an elixir, which was much more effective than plain grass. Iselina decided to show off her skills right away. She began the process, taking a mortar and placing the grass inside. Iselina started, "Oh, goddess of healing, Elijah, please grant me the power to heal." In her hands, the elf held an elixir. Though it was a small price, she considered it payment for her help. Tadashi had never seen such beautiful glass before, and that was it. The girl thought he would appreciate the elf's skills. He apologized, saying Iselina's abilities were magnificent and even he didn't know how to make such beautiful glass. A girl wearing glasses came out, meaning lenses could be created in this world. Isia made the glass and vials. She had a 1-star blessing from the god of blacksmithing. Elves were naturally skilled at glassmaking. Tadashi would be incredibly happy to learn how to make the same kind of glass. He asked the girl, Isia, to teach him, and she agreed, promising to show him everything. However, even with so much sand underfoot, they had neither a furnace nor tools. Tadashi had faced this problem before and knew the solution, saying he would take care of it immediately. Tadashi had a ton of materials with him. He started rummaging through his bag, telling them to just say what they needed and he would create it. He was happy that Kronos had given him such a bag. The girl asked how he created bricks. Isia assumed Tadashi also had a blessing from the god of blacksmithing, and combined with his main blessing, it sped up the process. Tadashi had received more than one blessing. Isia seemed to understand better than the other girl, and she was likely right. He finally finished building the furnace, realizing he needed to consider portable options in the future. Everything depended on the quality of the sand. Sea sand contained many shells, which meant they would need seaweed. So, if Tadashi was looking for seaweed, he could get some from the sailor's ship. Was that winged kelp? Tadashi recognized that type of seaweed. Yes, his world also had an ocean. He didn't know how much was needed for glass, but he'd save a little for soup. Tadashi ate the seaweed. People who came here always threw it away and looked strangely at the elves. Why wouldn't they eat it? It was quite tasty. Not everyone in the human world liked seaweed either. That's true, Tadashi would fit in well with the sea folk. He thought that based on eating seaweed, all Japanese people could be considered part of them. Tadashi found some seeds and used his appraisal skill on them. They were sea cotton and sea rubber. He wondered how they differed from regular cotton. Sea cotton and rubber are used to make clothing for sea creatures. Tadashi realized he'd need to grow them, and the girl offered to show him how, which he gladly accepted. But alas, growing them could take a year or even longer. Intrigued, Tadashi took a seed and told the elf girl to watch what he could do. Tadashi planted the seed and then what? A sprout immediately shot up. He then mentioned that it could also be used as fertilizer. The guy is clever. One of its uses is indeed soil fertilization. Since that's the case, he decided to try it. Tadashi grabbed a mortar and pestle and started preparing it. Iselina couldn't believe her eyes. Such enormous trees were growing right in the middle of the beach. Now he definitely had enough material for glass. Tadashi then turned to the elf girl. The girl had said she would do anything to repay him for his help and the food. Iselina confirmed that if it was within her power, she was ready for anything. This world doesn't need healers or brave warriors, but rather those who can feed the population. If that's true, Tadashi is willing to take on that role, even if it means sacrificing his own goals. Tadashi is just a farmer, and that doesn't mean anything about this world, so he wants to make a deal. The elf girl looked at him, asking, "A deal?" Yes, exactly. As a farmer, he needs various plants, seeds, and knowledge. In return, Tadashi will provide them with food and Elijah grass in whatever quantity they need. The girl smiled, understanding him. Iselina said they would return to their island tomorrow morning, but she would definitely fulfill Tadashi's request. The guy hesitated. Tomorrow morning? Oh shoot. The sun was setting and evening had already arrived. Iselina replied, "Well, yes, is something wrong?" Tadashi was too exhausted from the day and completely forgot that he needed to build a place to sleep. He had spent all his materials on the furnace and tools. The elf girl told him not to despair, saying everything would be fine. Aaron was asked to start and she understood. The girls had tents. Tadashi thanked them. Kururu appeared, having also worked hard today. He was covered in sand, so Tadashi told him to follow. The little beast was now so fluffy and beautiful, but how was Tadashi going to take a bath? He felt very embarrassed around the girls. The guy thought about definitely building a changing room in the future. Icelina asked Tadashi to spend the night in her tent. He was very surprised, saying, "What? No." The guy felt it was a bad idea and preferred to stay here and watch the campfire. The elf girl didn't understand. They couldn't let Master Tadashi sleep outside. The girls urged him to sleep in the tent. Isia saw the guy and said, "Oh, Master has come to us. Isn't this a bad idea? It's more spacious inside." All right, Tadashi finally agreed to sleep in the tent. They had convinced him. The girl was happy that Master would sleep with them, but the guy said he refused and was going to sleep by the campfire. Kururu entered the tent and Tadashi laughed. The little beast had convinced him he would sleep inside. In the morning, the girl greeted Master and Aaron also woke up early. The girl asked Tadashi if he was going to work. Aaron thought the guy would take advantage of the chance. "A chance? What chance?" he asked. "Just look at Icelina. Tadashi knows she'd do anything for him, so what's wrong with her? Who does she think he is?" It seems the elf isn't his type. He'd rather she tell him how the tent fabric stays together. Oh, what a silly question. With glue, of course, how else? Glue, they use animal bones for it, just like in his world. Tadashi was wished a good morning. He wants to know how the elves make tents. The tent's elasticity comes from sea rubber. The girl asked Tadashi if he really liked these kinds of things. Yes, he'd dreamed of it his whole life. And Aaron, she doesn't even know she's a warrior. Well, that's the kind of answer he expected. Icelina was wished a good morning and told to drink something. She's very embarrassed right now as she rarely shows herself to others when she hasn't slept well. Tadashi thought she was more inclined to be among common folk, but it seems she really is a princess. So they're heading back to their island. Judging by the wind's strength and direction, they'll be there tomorrow. Tadashi asks them to hurry and bring food to his comrades. He's thanked for everything. It's a deal, so there's no need to thank him. Tadashi made it because he can't ignore how the people here treat others. He's thanked once more. Now Tadashi understood what Chronos meant back then. The gods don't give their power for nothing. It must be justified by helping others. While they're gone, the girl will leave Isia and 2 other elves with Tadashi. He should take care of them. "All right," he said, thanking her. "Well, have a safe journey." The dark-haired man said goodbye. Now perhaps the girls can introduce themselves and tell him about themselves. Tadashi wants to give them work they're both good at. Yes, one of the girls is Lola and she's good at sewing. And this is Barry, she worked in the fields. Tadashi understood he's counting on both of them and Isia too. But could they change into different clothes? Women in swimsuits are fine, but for the dark-haired man, it's a bit much. Or do the girls not have other clothes, and why do all sea elves wear swimsuits anyway? Well, at the beach, a swimsuit is the best work attire. Now they'll be working on land, so Tadashi will give them other clothes. It's dangerous if the girl's skin is exposed, and that's true. The girls ask Master Tadashi where they should start. They can make glass, right? So first they need to grow a forest. What a forest. Wow, the trees really do grow just from being watered, and Tadashi wasn't kidding. He'll be plowing and Barry will handle the planting and watering. If they succeed by Tadashi's instructions, it means anyone can grow anything so quickly on the land he's plowed. Preparations for the forest are ready, they addressed the master. Well, Tadashi wants to dig a well here, but the girl insists on leaving that job to her. She's already dug a well on the island. No, Tadashi will handle it himself. He thinks it should be somewhere around here. The girl was surprised. It seems the dark-haired man guessed correctly. He told the elf to step back. What? A strong stream of water burst from underground. The guy smelled fresh water coming from there, which is why he struck that spot. Tadashi is happy that everything worked out so quickly and he didn't have to dig a pit. Yes, but the girl doesn't quite understand what he means, so the dark-haired man will leave the well construction to the elf. Even though it's still early, the guy will start making lunch for all of them. Lola was asked to help Tadashi with the cooking and she agreed, saying, "Okay." The little animal returned with its catch, which was surprising. Tadashi exclaimed, "Wow, Kururu brought so much stuff." The salt Tadashi made is excellent. The guy tasted it and Lola approached him, asking what she needed to do. Tadashi asks her to give him a moment to think. He tells her to bring him the seaweed Icelina left for him while he'll work on the broth. Lola should soak the seaweed in a large pot, and the girl understood. The broth is almost ready. She saw Tadashi making bread and he was pleasantly surprised that the elf knew about it. The dark-haired man had heard that bread and cookies could be made from shea fruits, so he decided to try it. The girl had already made bread before, so she could handle the cooking. Okay, he said, but Tadashi also wants to learn, so it's better to cook it together. She agreed. Shea fruits are good for cooking, but it's better to mix them with flour. So that's how it is. He'll have to ask Icelina to deliver more of them then. No need to worry, she'll do everything. By the way, they have salt, which is very good. The dough gets heavier because of it. It's good that Lola knows how to do this. The dough is already in the oven and cooking, and smoke is rising from the preparation. Tadashi took one in his hands, and it looks completely different from how it would in his world. Maybe that's how it's supposed to be. Next, for the seafood soup, he needs to take out the seaweed before it boils. Let's see, if he adds what Kururu found, it will turn into an incredible dish. This is delicious. The girl didn't know Tadashi could cook seaweed and that he would even eat it with the girls. One could say the guy is also a sea elf. Lola also doesn't consider the guy an outsider. He laughed, saying it was nice to hear. Kururu made contented sounds. He also liked the bread, finding it so tasty because of the shea fruits. So these three expressed their gratitude for working hard today. Tadashi prepared coffee for them from local fruits. He told them to try it as the elves didn't have such a drink. It's bitter. Even though Tadashi tried hard to make coffee for the girls, they'd rather drink water. They apologized, and then the dark-haired man felt he should apologize instead. But it tastes exactly like the coffee from his world. What's wrong? Where's the mistake? Ace liked the coffee. She thinks it's delicious. Tadashi is happy to hear that. The girl asks him not to, but Tadashi is going to teach her how to make the best glass today. Ace feels ashamed because that's all she can help with. Everything is ready, excellent, it's simply magnificent. Asiya said that Lord Tadashi is the best. The guy made a glass-blowing device and his blacksmithing skills are simply amazing. Tadashi laughed, saying he just had a good teacher. He hopes Vulcan and the others are doing well and plans to treat them to seafood sometime. Tadashi's wood speaks excellently, and with the guy's technology, they can make top-notch glass. More glass means they can create more elixir vials, and the more vials they have, the more elixir they'll have. So the girls should make more vials. They need a lot of these elixirs, which means it's time to expand their Elysia herb fields. Plus, they also need vegetables for food, so they should plant a field of those too. The guy asks Barry to help him. They need to get some things done before dark. She understood the task. Even though there's a lot of work, Tadashi enjoys living this way. He makes tools and dishes from what he gathers himself. This is exactly how Tadashi always dreamed of living. He's asked if they need to gather sea cotton and rubber today. The girl will go get them then. If Tadashi wants to make thread and fabric from cotton, he'll need a spinning wheel and a loom, and those aren't easy to make. But she and Asiya can work together to make them for him. He agreed, so Tadashi will focus on sewing needles. Tadashi plans to use cotton to create threads and fabrics because the quality of such items is much higher. Usually, he doesn't think about such things, but he wants to sew them good clothes. The guy was asked to look over there. It was Icelina and the others. Tadashi was very happy that they were all well and had returned. And why are there so many of them? In the distance, there really were several ships, more than before. The girl jumped out and flew towards him, but he told her not to call him that. The girl just stuck out her tongue and replied that she didn't know anything. Tadashi said, "Oh, you," then Icelina addressed him, saying they had returned. The crates were full of all sorts of products. They had brought a harvest with them. The girl wanted Tadashi to take a look. "Wow," he said, thanking her. Tadashi thought they would only bring seeds, but the finished product was definitely better. The guy smiled, pleased with this turn of events. Barley and hops means Tadashi can now make beer. Sugarcane and palm nuts mean he can now make sugar and oil. And also wheat and soy. Tadashi thanked them. The girl said they tried to grow them on the island, but they didn't really want to grow. So the girl apologized, saying their island wasn't suitable for some crops. "No," Tadashi thanked them. "This is enough. You did great. If there were more, I wouldn't know what to do." They sent almost everyone here to help him in the fields, about 150 people in total. Besides that, they brought all the necessary tools to help with fabric production. What did he expect? The girl ruled an entire country, so everything was calculated. Now Tadashi definitely needed to create fields. Yes, I do, he thought. The girls were asked if any of the three had gotten close to Tadashi. He was shocked by the question. But no one had even tried to do anything like that. Is that so? The girl said she wouldn't have been offended if it had happened. After all, he's a great man, and the desire to sleep with him is natural. Tadashi doesn't mind the large crowd, but the young man truly believes they will help with building the village. However, the girl thinks there won't be enough of them. With Tadashi's permission, of course, the young man doesn't mind living here, but he only came to the beach to stock up on food. Or does the girl want to build a fishing village here to get seafood? The girl placed her hand on the railing. No, she specifically wanted to build a village here. Aislina was firm in her words. She had made up her mind. She's glad Tadashi created the forest for them, so she asks if they can start clearing the forest and building the village right away. The young man asks her to wait. Felled wood can't be used immediately. It needs to be dried, which will take some time. The girl knows this perfectly well, doesn't she? If he tries hard, Tadashi can do it in about 3 days. If he compresses the wood tightly, it will force the moisture out much faster. But it turns out everyone has their limits. Tadashi apologized, but what is the girl talking about? He repeated her name. The elf wants to build her kingdom with him as its head. The girl wants Tadashi to be king and rule these lands wisely. Aislina was firmly convinced of her proposal, while the dark-haired young man was nervous and asked again, "A kingdom?" The young man refused, saying she was definitely exaggerating Tadashi's merits. He explained to the elf that he has Kronos' blessing and more. Perhaps the young man is right, but this place is considered a prison, and Tadashi managed to make these lands fertile. That's a blessing. The dark-haired young man isn't as great a person as the girl thinks. If they don't have their own kingdom where they can live freely, why create a new one? The young man is right, but Tadashi doesn't know what lies beyond this place. The elf called out to Lisa. The girl approached. Her right arm was missing. Tadashi asked what happened to her. Lisa is a warrior who served the elf's family for a long time. Her parents were eaten by monsters from the demon lord's army, and she lost her right arm trying to escape. The elf asked Lisa to drink an elixir, and the girl did so. Lisa's arm began to regenerate. The young man had heard that elixir was the best medicine in the world, but he never thought it could help restore lost limbs. They thanked Lord Tadashi. Now she can faithfully serve Lady Aislina again. The girl wants the dark-haired young man to understand the whole situation. There are no medicines or food on the island. But the girl alone cannot manage or protect the island, which is why Aislina gave up her position as queen. All Aislina can do is create elixir, not heal people. If the young man provides materials for the elixir and food, perhaps the elf will become queen again. No, her elixir is so effective because it's made from herbs grown by the dark-haired young man. That's the only way it can restore missing body parts. Not just Lisa, everyone here is alive thanks to Tadashi. Here is the crown Aislina wore when she was queen. The very first elf king, Evales, was a tree, but over time his body changed. This is proof of his existence and a symbol of a king. It's all because Aislina and all of them want Tadashi to become the king of the elves. The young man refuses, saying he cannot accept such a valuable item. Tadashi shouldn't worry, there are people on the island who don't want to leave under any circumstances. Aislina wants the dark-haired young man to become a beacon of hope for those who have decided to stay. The girl believes Tadashi will succeed, and she's right. The rulers of every nation are called God's apostles. If that's the case, then he's the best of them. Does that mean a blessing is a sign of strength? But none of those who call themselves kings are any good, including Aislina. Tadashi, however, is different. He has a kind heart and strength that surpasses everyone else's. Tadashi finally agreed, but he asked the girl if he would always have to wear the crown. Aislina exclaimed with joy and told him to get ready. The girl asked for everyone's attention. By the gods of Avesta and by the crown branches from the body of Evales, the first king, Aislina renounces her throne and bestows her power upon Ono Tadashi. Let everyone welcome the new king. The people began to cheer, "Long live the king, Tadashi is king." But what should he do next? What should he do with his subordinates? His maternal grandfather gave Tadashi his name. The grandson once heard that he gave him the name hoping that the young man would be able to change the world for the better. The dark-haired young man always thought he was exaggerating. That's it, she doesn't need him anymore. Islina should take it. Tadashi held out his crown to the elf. All right, the girl said, I'll take it, but where are you going, dark-haired one? He needs to plow a new field, plus they now have even more people, which means they need even more grass. Becoming king doesn't exempt him from the things only Tadashi can do. Besides, the girl knows that a king should always take care of his subordinates, or is he wrong? Tadashi asked Islina if something was wrong, but no, it wasn't. So the goal is to build a village from scratch. He needs to think about the placement of fields and crop efficiency. Everyone listen, since Islina is no longer queen, the people should immediately report everything they need. The people are listening to their king. Tadashi told her, you know, I didn't think you expected so much from me. What is His Majesty talking about? She asked. Oh, just forget it, he replied. His attention was drawn to the house. Wow, it's so big, it's magnificent. They even put in a glass window. A stone house like this in just one day. Future construction won't be this fast. Tadashi should praise the carpenters who built this house. That's right, the people from the island. There are some guys, but most of the newcomers are women. The young man thanked everyone for their work. They had done a great job. The carpenter's ship told the king, what are you talking about? First, take a look at what's inside. They showed Tadashi that this was why he wanted the young man to prepare the wood for them faster. These boards are perfectly processed, and the nails are hammered in so well they're almost invisible. The king asked if they had enough materials. Yes, we have little iron, so we have to save a bit. All right, Tadashi said, as soon as I'm done with the fields, I'll immediately take care of the iron. Magical iron is better. Iron supplies are running low. They need to figure something out with the mine. Why is it so huge? Why? Size and softness are a sign of royal power. Tadashi wasn't talking about that. Isn't the bed too big for one person? The girls forgot that the young man sleeps alone. How could they forget something like that? And the dark-haired young man felt awkward lying down there. The girl asked the king who she should choose for him, wondering if he didn't like Asia and the others, meaning he prefers slimmer women, right? The king asked Islina to wait, as he had a bad feeling that something was wrong, or perhaps he wanted to invite several women for the night at once. But Tadashi refused, asking what nonsense she was talking about. Islina didn't understand what he meant and pondered his words. Since Tadashi had become king, he would need concubines, but wait, concubines. It seemed he couldn't talk her out of it. Islina never wasted time. Tadashi demanded an explanation and the girl apologized, saying he shouldn't worry about such things. Elves and beast folk highly value their connection to kings. Besides, they currently have few men, in fact, almost none. Thanks to him, they had no problems with housing or food, so Islina thought about increasing their population. But wait, don't elves hate humans? Tadashi is different from them. Elves are usually dominant in bloodlines, so a pairing between an elf and a human would most likely result in elven children. She told him not to worry, but Tadashi hadn't imagined elves in another world like this. Even if a human child was born, Islina believed the child would be happy living in such a family. Moreover, they needed to restore their lineage, as elves had lost too many in the war and needed to increase their population. Besides, the girl was sure that elves would be the best for Tadashi. Perhaps the first would be Aaron, the chief of the island beast folk tribe, or Lisa, in gratitude for saving her. Tadashi behaves differently, plus they'd heard that human men always want a girl. How should she put it? It's true, but feelings shouldn't be forgotten either. They have what's called a breeding period. The body structures of elves are similar, so there will never be problems, but if they want children, they should consider the timing. Wait, what is Islina suggesting all the time? In any case, this all needed to stop. Tadashi wasn't who everyone here imagined him to be, and he had no intention of doing any of that. Aaron also wanted to participate, but if you think about it, wasn't Islina the most suitable for such a role? She was flustered and exclaimed, "Me." But the girl didn't think she was Tadashi's type. Islina judged this because nothing happened last time. In any case, the master wasn't rushing his choice. So that's what it was, that's what happened back then. Tadashi didn't think it was intentional. He asked once again not to be called master. She knew that. So she should call him king. But the girl didn't think that would change his behavior or attitude towards his subjects. That's true, but why couldn't she just call him by his name? Iselina was an exception. If she called Tadashi that, it could negatively affect the king's reputation. But Eren was also a ruler, so why did she still call him master? They, the beast folk, live in packs and have a clear hierarchy. Besides, it's better when you know there's someone stronger than you. Eren was also blessed by the gods, but her strength didn't help the beast folk avoid dying in the war. She was very tired and had similar feelings to Iselina. When they first met, the girl thought she could easily deal with Tadashi and feel better. Eren apologized, saying she got distracted and that he shouldn't pay attention to her thoughts. The guy couldn't believe Eren had met the same fate. She was just a child, yet her destiny was already so burdensome. The girl didn't need to apologize, she could always rely on Tadashi. She asked if that was true, and he confirmed it, saying the king would do everything in his power for her. The beast girl thanked him. It's all good. The guy couldn't believe she also wanted to protect someone. Iceland was very lucky. Tonight, it seemed she would go, but Tadashi didn't mean anything by it. He just needed to accept it. Tadashi just sighed. In any case, the main thing was that Eren felt better after what he said. Eren wished her lord and Lisa a good morning. Iceland's sleeping pose was so surprising. The guy thought she would be good in Tadashi's bed. After all, she was better. The guy thought he was confident in his stamina, but Iceland was a very beautiful girl. Tadashi was wished a good morning. He nervously changed the subject and told everyone to do their best today. Well, yesterday they finished harvesting wheat for their main bread. Next, they needed to deal with sugar cane, barley, and hops. Sugar cane, the girl understood, but what would they do with a large amount of barley and hops? They would need to brew beer for the gods. Elves knew nothing about beer. They made barley wine but didn't use hops. On the island, hops were used as a medicinal plant. Understood. Now that the girl mentioned it, early barley wine didn't use hops, did it? It differed from water in that it didn't spoil, so they used it to replace water. But they would make a drink for the gods who had been so kind to the people. It had to be as delicious as possible. The elves might have specialists in brewing beer. Yes, they did. This girl was a brewer named Merle. Understood. She would try to brew beer just as Tadashi suggested. Yes, the dark-haired man thanked the elf. Tadashi had already made the barrels so Merle could use them. Then the guy would go to the blacksmith. He would return. The dark-haired man should rely on her. The guy greeted Asia and asked if she had made the nails and repaired the broken tools. If the elves worked at a fast pace, tools could break. But it was inefficient to remelt iron and recreate it every time. Tadashi wanted to restore it with magic steel, but they had almost no supplies. Okay, the guy called his pet. Kururu ran to his master. Tadashi asked the animal to come closer. He needed its paws. It made some incomprehensible sounds. The pet would lead them straight to the northern forest where the steel was. They needed to take the opportunity to replenish their water supplies. He and Kururu would ride along the river. Good, they killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Now there was devil salmon. The master and pet were in the northern forest. Just like that, Tadashi swung his weapon. Everything turned out perfectly. Now the two would continue their journey to the nearest mountain. The guy was riding on his pet. The dark-haired young man was digging and rocks were flying everywhere. It turned out pretty well, but that bag is a scam. Everything's good, they finished, and now Tadashi and Kururu are heading back to the village. Tadashi and his pet returned and were greeted by Asia. The king brought more supplies and fuel. The girl was surprised, wondering what was going on. The dark-haired young man thought they had run out of everything, but too much was brought. They won't be able to handle such a large amount of material in the forge. The elves need more help, so King Tadashi should deal with it. All right, everything's ready, so they can move on to the carpenter's work. The girl is amazed. It's incredible. The work was very good and it's so easy to sharpen. This plane seems to work well and this screw fits better than nails. It will make it even more efficient. Now they'll do everything for the king. Okay, it looks like they're able to create things using ship's power. What will they do next? Tadashi was called and he responded. Asia informed him that the workers needed a break. She told him to look over there. Iselina, who is in charge of managing the entire project, was already exhausted. This is what the corporate boldness Tadashi cultivated in his previous life turned into. In any case, he should let the guy rest. He agreed. It was the best decision in this situation. The king was sitting on a log when a small animal approached him. Kururu had caught a lobster and was dragging his prey in his teeth. His master decided he needed to cook it for his pet, so Tadashi started a fire. Oh, the guy came so suddenly. Asia asked the king what he had prepared this time. Tadashi was holding a vessel in his hands. It's liquid soap, coconut oil, and baked seaweed. Tadashi mixes them with a little salt and lets it mature. Wow, it's so fluffy and foamy. The girl clearly really liked what Tadashi had prepared. It smells wonderful. If the people now have soap, they'll immediately want to take a bath. A lot of work has been done. Tadashi found it easier than he thought. Aaron looked over and asked what they had here. Wow, a bath, it's bliss. The king offered her to try it. The girl turned on the tap and water poured out. She exclaimed, "Wow." Tadashi laughed. "Isn't it great?" The dark-haired young man also took a shower. "It's very pleasant. Aaron really likes it, but how does it work?" The king placed a huge pot of hot water at a high temperature. Thanks to the difference in height, hot water flows naturally. Tadashi is starting to understand that the main thing is to have an idea of what you want to do. You can make almost anything. Well, that's all for today. They can take a relaxing bath. They're all in swimsuits, so they can go right in, right? Aaron can't wait, and the girl will call the others. Everything is made of cypress, so it smells good here. Tadashi hasn't had a bath in a long time. This will bring the king back to life. The guy was startled by surprise. Aaron called all the girls. Tadashi asked where their swimsuits were. The girls feel better without them. She thought such a decision would be the best way to get to know each other better. But the guy himself said so. Yes, he did. Maybe he said that, but Tadashi didn't mean that at all. The king was very embarrassed in such a crowd of girls. Aaron told the master not to be embarrassed, but he asked her to stop, and the girl called the king boring. The girl started embarrassing everyone around them, so Tadashi stopped her, saying that Aaron had gone too far and would be without food if she continued. The beast person apologized, and the king asked her to go wash up. The girl apologized for Aaron and then, realizing she was there, asked Tadashi to forgive her, as the king had been under a lot of stress the whole time. He wasn't angry though, because Aaron was just a child, and he had also heard what she said the other day. It must be tough. The people of the principality forgive elves and beast people since they weren't rude or anything, but the girl is fine. The commander there was a woman. The commander of the national army is a woman. Tadashi thinks it was the frontier principality, and they weren't interested in the Campbell Islands themselves. They just occupied them as a front line for an attack. They had their own troops, so they resisted desperately, but the enemy's female commander was a terrible person. Even though she was royalty, she went to the front lines herself and took down several soldiers with a single blow. That's when the girl lost her arm. It's a damn interesting story, and Tadashi is sure she has her blessings, but he wouldn't want to be at odds with them if he could help it. The duchy also needed food for its army, so the lady agreed to guarantee the safety of her people in exchange for becoming a tributary of the duchy and supplying food. But perhaps that's exactly what the duchy wanted, to disarm them, heavily tax them, and enslave them, a disgusting method. The girl wanted to ask something, and Tadashi agreed. How can he tolerate this? Tadashi asked again, surprised by the question. The girl apologized if her words were offensive. But she was just curious how Tadashi managed to restrain himself with Lady Aislina, let alone someone like her. Oh no, he considers her a worthy and attractive girl too. She thanked him, saying it was the first time a man had complimented her like that, and it was very flattering. Oh, Tadashi understands. However, they need to set boundaries to draw a line. The girl didn't understand and asked, "What?" When the beer is ready, he plans to hold a festival to make an offering to the gods. How about a Shinto wedding? A wedding ceremony, the Hatsuhana ceremony, is an elven custom where girls give flowers to the man of their dreams on the spring festival day when they reach a certain age. When he accepts them, the marriage is considered concluded. Being occupied, they didn't have such freedom of action. After all, the elves were fighting for the right to live, so it's clear that women propose to men, which is why the girls are so proactive. And what kind of wedding ceremony does Tadashi want? A wedding cake, a magnificent outfit, exchanging rings, such a big celebration. Big? Yes, that's right. If they're going to get engaged, they'll need wedding outfits, rings will have to be made, and the ingredients for the cake will need to be determined. Aaron came over and saw the two of them. Wow, a girl talking to the king alone. Lord Tadashi said he was going to marry all of them. Marriage to the king, the girls got shy, but Tadashi hadn't said he'd marry everyone. It seemed no one was listening to him right now, and some commotion was about to start among the girls again. They would begin preparations for the wedding ceremony, making it their new goal. Tadashi tasked Mail with making the alcohol, and the wedding dress was already entrusted to Lola, the seamstress. Next, they needed to take care of the wedding rings and the cake. But what would they make the cake from? Where would they find precious gems? Lord Tadashi was informed they had a problem. Wouldn't it be better for the girl to rest a bit too? But there was no time for rest now. She asked Tadashi to look at this. Diamonds, rubies, even sapphires. They were mixed with the magical minerals the guy had. So that's what it was. Earlier, the guy had mentioned they had more materials and such. Tadashi thought magical minerals didn't mix with anything else, but at least Isia found them. The girl asked Lord Tadashi to entrust her with making the rings. The king agreed, entrusting the rings to the master's hands. It was true. The elf thanked him and made them with immense artisan pride. The ring problem was solved. Now for the cake. They had no milk or eggs. Where in the village could they get the necessary livestock? Where could they get a chicken and a cow? Kururu suddenly grabbed his master. The pet dashed off somewhere. Where was Kururu leading Tadashi? He only made his usual incomprehensible sounds in response. The guy said, "Hey, isn't it dangerous to go deep into the forest?" They had gone too far. Kururu suddenly growled menacingly. Why was Tadashi's pet barking so fiercely? Maybe there was someone in that part of the forest. There, animals were having a brawl, cows were mooing and roosters were clucking. There was an enormous number of them, even too many. Tadashi said, "All right, we need to catch these animals." The guy was going to feed them. The animals continued their squabble among themselves, showing zero reaction to Tadashi's words. Then Kururu also started growling and barking. The beasts got scared like little ones. They really needed to be tamed. If Tadashi showed them a place with water and tastier food, maybe the beasts would give the guy eggs and milk. The guy said, "All right, let everyone go to the dark-haired one. If we try, taming will be easy." Agriculture is a human activity, and animal husbandry undoubtedly falls under agriculture. The girl heard Tadashi was holding a first flower ceremony, so she prepared seeds for the guy. But what was this? Tadashi thanked Iselina. A cowshed and a chicken coop were just what they needed. Now they could plant the flower seeds as soon as possible. Those chickens and cows with what looked like huge chunks of meat, yes, a devil cow and a devil chicken were true beasts. They could tame these animals, no way. The girl wanted to object, but Tadashi went to collect eggs from the demonic chickens, telling her it was time for them to lay some tasty eggs. The animal clucked. The demonic beast was crying, so that's it. Previously, the demonic monsters from Legends were guarded by Fenrir. Instead of taming them, they simply subjugated them. But hey, isn't that combat capability? They had over 30 terrifying demonic beasts here. If the princely army showed up, these would be useful if needed, wouldn't they? So that's it, then they needed to stay vigilant. Tadashi asked the girls to take the eggs and milk. There was a lot of it, and it all looked delicious, which it truly was. It would be easier in the future if they could be tamed, but the beasts are absolutely untamable. The master was told to pay attention. The girl showed off a dress she had made for a wedding ceremony. It seemed the elf had done a good job with the wedding dress, and it really looked nice. It was excellent work, and Tadashi had no doubt Lola would manage. The master was informed that the girl had found a sapphire for the engagement ring, which was beautifully decorated, and the king was glad he had relied on the artisan. Well, it's best to start mass production soon. The girl also needs to make rings that fit, but Tadashi asked her to wait, as they first needed to taste the bread. A tasting, the girl wanted to test the oven, so she decided to try it out with bread. This one was just baked, and the pastry looked appetizing. That's not all. The first batch of alcohol was ready, and the girl had mistaken it for raw ale. This cold, delicious, light beer with hops is best served chilled, and it's cooled using life magic. Tadashi was very happy. Finally, heavenly patronage and the magic of this world were becoming a reality. The girls tried what they had recently made, bread and alcohol, and the beer went well with the bread. Simple magic can cool or heat food, but only life magic makes the cooking process amazingly easy. Alright, since the bread oven turned out well, they could bake a cake, then fresh cream and butter. The girl wanted to say something to the master, and Tadashi asked what was wrong. The girl had heard he was kind to everyone, indiscriminately, but could someone like her really get married? Tadashi didn't remember anyone saying such a thing. Didn't she want to marry Tadashi? What was he talking about? The girl didn't mean to say that, but the bride has a child, and surely the king wouldn't mind. A half-human who at 28 years old has a child. Cornell, who was her husband just recently, died in the war with the principality. Understood. The girl heard Tadashi's disapproval. After all, she was proud of her husband, and they should remember the great beastman hero. The king heard that in his final moments he was magnificent. Could this be the girl's daughter? Her husband died in the war, leaving a mother and a small child alone, but soon she would remarry, even though her husband was so magnificent. If she became the companion of the village king who saved the island, it seemed her former husband would be happy. The bride was obligated to raise her daughter and have many new children. Tadashi understood he had to get married. Petty could call him dad. The family of mother and daughter were very happy about the new addition. They thanked the king. After the ceremony, the bride could just call him Tadashi. Of course, this was an action the young man had to take. Preparations for the wedding ceremony were underway. The village population of 100 people fit into the small town. In any case, Tadashi was broadly smiling. They had an enormous variety of dishes: wild vegetable salad, baked bread, spicy seafood soup, tenderloin steak, and a wedding peach cake. They addressed Master Tadashi. Isolina announced that everyone else was ready too. She stood with a bouquet of flowers, and each girl was dressed in a ceremonial gown. Tadashi was also dressed up. Seeing them, the king exclaimed, "Well, I'll be." Tadashi hadn't confirmed how many people would come the day before. Was the king going to marry all 7 of them? Isolina asked the Lord if something was wrong, to which he replied, "Absolutely not." While marrying everyone at once might not be ethical, it could be accepted as a custom of the island. In any case, the king is very generous. If Tadashi deepens his friendship with someone, he'll marry them regardless of who it is. The young man was very embarrassed. "Oh no, you shouldn't say it like Tadashi will marry just anyone, but those are the rumors going around." Yes, really, had their mutual help gone that far, even if it was necessary, Tadashi was still happy. Well, they could exchange vows, right? First they needed to ask for the deity's blessing, and then they could start eating. Suddenly, a light appeared. It seems Tadashi is in perfect health. Vulcan wants a drink, and they agree. Thanks to the gods, the young man has gained more connections. The elders had been eagerly awaiting this. They were all pleased. "Keep it up, ha! Excellent drink. The Barcan manners are terrible." Kronos was told the drink's alcohol content was low. A girl called out to Lord Tadashi, saying the cooking was finished. The gods were interested in these too. "What's going on? Deities have come to visit." Tadashi placed an offering on the altar, so it's natural for deities to come and dine. The girl thought it was completely unnatural. Apparently another mishap had occurred. Deities had indeed arrived, so that's how it is. The descent of deities to Earth is unusual for others. Well, if you make an offering, the deities will personally come to partake. The girls were bewildered. They didn't understand much. Kronos called out to Mia and Helkebaritsa, saying it wasn't proper to look like that, especially since Tadashi had tried his best with the cooking. At least the old man had a choice whether to come or not. First and foremost, they have a rule not to support specific reincarnated individuals. The god of heroism was being stubborn again. Was he so cruel because of the armor? And so what? Tadashi wanted to calm them down, saying the gods work hard and should enjoy the feast. "What a wonderful taste. This is soup made from seaweed and other seafood." For Tadashi's dishes, getting 7 stars from the patron of agriculture is commonplace. This is oxtail soup. These days, such exquisite offerings from believers are impressive. The goddess of healing, Elijah, appeared. They had worked hard for her, so she should partake, but this goddess hadn't done anything. The young man saw her and greeted her. Elijah was sincerely thanked for giving the village the herb. Tadashi had done it all personally, hadn't he? But since the young man insisted, the goddess suddenly started on the meat. Goddess Elijah eats meat? Unexpected. Isolina said that Elijah always takes care of them. Oh well, Lady Elijah is probably worried about something. No, Isolina believes in her, so the girl should focus on that. The goddess's words touched the elf. Didn't Tadashi summon Oda, the god of monsters? This god looks after magical beasts. So Kururu came to visit Lord Oda. The king completely forgot that the god of monsters had appeared. The guy asked Lord Kronos what Lord Oda would eat. He eats everything, just give him a lot. The king served food to the god, and amazingly, he ate it all. Maru asked for seconds. Yes, that's right. The girl thanked him. Vulcan just asked the king to refill his drink. They needed to roll out another whole barrel. Tadashi went to get the rum and would be right back. Honestly, Tadashi thinks they should hold the wedding ceremony while everyone is gathered. Kronos would be more than happy to. If they let Lord Kronos and the others who care for the village witness this, the god of agriculture will ensure the village has a rich harvest and many descendants. This is the god they should trust to witness the marriage. Let the guy go for it. Tadashi thinks it's good that at least Lord Kronos isn't drunk. There's a custom on the island called the first flower ceremony, but this is the first time the islanders have seen a wedding ceremony. So now they will say their vows and exchange wedding rings and lily flowers. In their world, polygamy is common, but Kronos has never seen a wedding ceremony like this. It's so like Tadashi. The guy smiled, like me. Well, let them say their vows in the temple. Yes, of course, the guy agreed. They addressed Lord Tadashi. He should accept flowers from the girls, but they should wait and give them one by one. This is a truly happy marriage. May their descendants prosper. Tadashi thanked the god very much. It was an auspicious wedding ceremony, and they didn't even prepare a gift for Tadashi and the others. What kind of gift should they have prepared? For example, a new star of heavenly patronage. But what nonsense is this old man talking about? The gods are clearly not pleased with such a suggestion. Kronos asked if he meant he was being stingy again. Moreover, if the god of heroes gives Tadashi a gift, the order of the earthly world will be disturbed. Alicia thinks it's a good idea. The gods will give Tadashi's brides 1 star each. Lady Alicia is so kind, the girl thanks her, she is happy. Mia is against such gifts, and she's the only one who hasn't tried the offerings. The goddess of wisdom called Tadashi. The goddess ordered him to bring the best merchant sages from among Mia's believers here. Tadashi thanked her. Wow, merchants from the border territories will come. Eren also received a gift, that's right, from the deity of heroes. Tadashi won't say they'll have a wedding with her. After her, the Lord's wishes changed. No, nothing of the sort. It's too early for Eren to look at the king like that, but whether she wants to or not, she'll think about it. Tadashi didn't say a word about it. It will be difficult to have 7 wives. Iselina is happy that she was able to get married, and so are the other girls. Tadashi is no less happy than them. In his past life, the king never even thought about getting married. The king wondered what would happen if he remained alone forever. But in this world, not like his own, Tadashi is not alone. Isn't it amazing that the king can make gods descend to earth? No, not at all surprising. Lady Iselina and the others are also blessed. This is legendary. Lord Tadashi is the most important king, recognized by the gods. Plus, he's an excellent cook, so the arrival of deities is totally justified. Soon, this village will no longer belong to anyone and will be called divine. Instead of uncertainty, it's better for these lands to be cultivated. That's how the legend of Tadashi, the king of food, began. The wedding ceremony didn't end all night. Iselina put her hand to her chest and suggested to everyone that they line up in order of breast size. It was important to her that the body appealed to the king's taste, and everyone has different preferences. The girls argued about the order and couldn't agree. Everyone was tired by now, so it was time to go to sleep. No way, the girls really want to know if Lord Tadashi has any experience. What exactly does she mean by that? Among the girls, no one except one has any experience, so there might be problems. This is an overwhelming power of persuasion. Well, then maybe she can tell everyone, including Tadashi. That's a good suggestion, but first, we need to find someone willing to set an example with a girl for practical instruction. Is that how it is? What a shame, even if a girl could, there would never be another one like her. The girl could suggest Shippu for this role. She's also a half-beast, and they're roughly the same age. Another girl can lead the process, just pretend she won't be around. It's something of a compromise, understood. In that case, Tadashi asks them not to overdo it. She can be relied upon. The girl is happy to meet the king. The next morning, the guy asked, "What about the plan?" The girl asked him to say that the plan was going well, even too well. The trial was successful, but Lord Tadashi is in danger. What does in danger mean? It's important to realize that Tadashi puts himself in danger. If he relaxes, his partner could kill him. This is because the god of agriculture gave him 7-star power. Either way, they need to head to the royal garden. Migrants from the Kanbar archipelago poured into the village of the descended gods. The population of Tadashi's kingdom continues to grow rapidly. This sudden prosperity became known to the ruling class of Frontine County. This is Centuria, the capital of Frontine County. It was founded by 100 soldiers and 1 brave man, after which it grew into a state with a large army. This is Zestara Matilda von Frontine, the only daughter of the ruler of Frontine County. Reading reports is so boring, yet there's nothing else to do. Her father entrusted them to her. Ajahn von Frontin entered and said, "Excuse me." He came with a report about disturbing activities on the Canbar archipelago. "What's going on? Isn't that an important base for the next offensive? What's happening there?" "Due to high taxes, there's a possibility that everyone will flee from there. They need to address the problem soon. Leave them be. Let Ajahn call the commander-in-chief for her. One should cast aside disrespect towards someone like him." "Your Excellency, Commander-in-Chief, there are still people in the country. You should think carefully." She keeps repeating that the counterattack plan is getting closer. They don't need to investigate the situation on the island. The man bowed and agreed with the girl. She had been too hot-headed and apologized to Ajahn. Right now, defeating the Magic King is the top priority. The wind feels so nice. If they miss this chance to attack, they could lose the country. They will launch the attack and win. That's the only way. There's no other path. Tadashi is out in the field, diligently working with the soil treatment agent. As he toils, he reflects on the migrant situation, noting that over 5,000 people have already arrived from the island. He thinks about how the number of settlers isn't decreasing but constantly growing each day. These thoughts accompany Tadashi as he continues his work on the land. Tadashi muses that despite the abundance of territory, no matter how many fields are expanded, it still feels like there aren't enough. Just then, a girl approaches him and calls out, "Mr. Tadashi." He responds with surprise, asking what's wrong. He then notices she rode right up to him on a kururu. Tadashi concludes that if she arrived on horseback, the situation must be truly urgent. The girl hastily reports that crowds of dwarves and cat demons are arriving one after another. She clarifies that these are new candidates for resettlement and emphasizes that it's a very important matter. Hearing her words, Tadashi glances at the person behind the kururu. After a brief pause, he calmly suggests that it would be good if the girl first introduced him to the person who accompanied her on the journey. Tadashi asks the stranger who he is. The girl immediately replies, explaining that he is a merchant and the leader of a cat demon caravan. The guest then confirms her words and politely addresses Tadashi. He clarifies that he is speaking to the king of this country and the farmer named Tadashi. The cat demon concludes his speech with a characteristic expression, adding the word meow at the end of his address. Shinku greets his interlocutor, saying he's pleased to meet him. He introduces himself as the head of the Cat Ears trading caravan, adding his usual meow. Shinku then explains that cat demons belong to the feline race. Tadashi notes the interesting name for the caravan. The merchant clarifies that their trademark is the beloved cat ears and tail. He adds that the symbol was chosen specifically to make it easier for clients to remember their caravan. Shinku turns to Tadashi and asks if he is a reincarnated individual. The merchant observes that Tadashi consecrated the territory, built a village, and plowed a field in the blink of an eye, which is typically characteristic of a reincarnated person. Shinku then speculates that it was Lady Mia, the goddess of knowledge, who introduced the faithful to him. Tadashi answers affirmatively and adds that he still needs to meet with the dwarf people. After this, Shinku asks if he can explore the surrounding area for future reference. Tadashi agrees, saying he relies on his interlocutor. He is asked to entrust Lady Shinku with the escort while he meets with the dwarf people. He is offered to divide the work, to which he responds affirmatively. Tadashi then resolutely confirms his readiness to act and emphasizes that the guests shouldn't wait too long for them. Finally, he loudly calls out to the kururu, urging his companion to move forward without delay. Tadashi carefully observes the assembled crowd and notes aloud that they are indeed dwarves. His attention is immediately drawn to one of them, who steps forward. This dwarf directly addresses Tadashi, asking if he is the Tadashi known as the king of this country. The situation marks the beginning of an important conversation between the dwarves and the man they came to meet. Tadashi confirms he is the king of this country and asks if the speaker is the group's leader. The dwarf introduces himself as Oberon and says he serves as the head. He reports that he is from the large mines of the Frontrain Principality and was personally trained by Mr. Barkan. Oberon asks if Tadashi has met the god of blacksmithing, notes his resemblance to Barkan, and states that he himself possesses a 5-star blessing of blacksmithing. Tadashi confidently declares that the issue of trees and food will not be a problem, as he can reproduce them in the necessary quantities. He suggests that the dwarves live in the mountains near the village mines, making it convenient for them to pursue their craft. Tadashi emphasizes that they have an abundance of land, so the dwarves can freely settle in the territory and live without any restrictions or obstacles. Tadashi asks Overon if he's allowed to share such critical information. He clarifies that even magical ore, which is incredibly valuable, can be mined in the mountains. Overon states that this information comes directly from Lord Barkin's teachings. After hearing him out, Tadashi considers his words and concludes that he can trust Overon. With this new information, he's ready to continue their discussion. Overon solemnly swears that both his hands will serve King Tadashi for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Tadashi acknowledges Overon's generosity but feels he's exaggerating. He then suggests they head to the mines quickly to get to work. Overon enthusiastically declares that he'd be honored to stand shoulder to shoulder with King Tadashi. He emphasizes that they are now allies and true comrades. Tadashi announces that 10,000 people will settle on Kanbar Island in the south. In the north, a mining village will be established and placed under the leadership of Overon and his group. Meanwhile, the cat demons will begin preparing an international trading port. Tadashi adds that they will be supplied with all necessary provisions. This port will become the kingdom's base. It's decided that a market will be built in the center of each location to ensure trade proceeds as planned, as the merchant cat noted. Shinku states that exporting magical iron and magical steel is forbidden. Tadashi is surprised and asks why. The merchant explains that weapons made from these materials would give their country a significant advantage. He adds that the county is preparing for war. Tadashi is shocked and asks if they're talking about war with the county. Shinku confirms it, saying that allowing so many people to arrive would essentially be an act of war on their part. One of the interlocutors says they will leave the island after their debts are paid. Shinku calls Islena too naive and explains that the territory is originally intended for those who cannot live in the principality, so no one will notice anything. He adds that the county's leadership is foolish. The residents of Ganbar Island have almost disappeared and continue to leave. Shinku promises to prepare a counterattack strategy and asks for help, admitting he's not skilled in military matters. The others assure him they will do everything in their power for the king. Islena notes their bravery. Shinku reiterates that he relies on others because he's not good with military affairs, emphasizing that they won't make the same mistakes as last time. Tadashi calms Islena, then Shinku suggests entrusting the plan's development to the merchant. He warns that if attacked, the sea elves and island demi-humans should immediately flee to the nearest fishing village. One of the interlocutors declares that he also has his own plan and doesn't need the cat monster's help. It's clarified that the demi-human Aaron was granted a 4-star blessing of bravery, so there's no need to worry. The others express interest and want to hear her proposal. It's noted that even if the county's army is strong, a disciplined attack could help. Shinku eagerly states that he looks forward to hearing both sides and their plans. Shinku says the outcome will depend on Lord Tadashi's strength. He claims Tadashi's power is divine and heaven-sent, capable of cleansing all lands of corruption. The merchant emphasizes that this power could be the decisive factor, meow. Tadashi replies that he's unsure if he has fully mastered it. He doubts his strength is enough for battles and cautiously expresses his thoughts to the others. Shinku asks Tadashi not to be so biased, emphasizing that his power is a mighty weapon that has already enriched the lands. The merchant calls it a crucial advantage, meow. Tadashi ponders his words and agrees that as king, he must protect his people. He firmly states that he is ready to use all his strength for the safety of his loved ones, even if he previously doubted its extent and his own capabilities in battle. It's reported that a large mine, crucial for the country's survival, has been put into operation. At this time, an alarm is raised in the frontier county at Century Palace. One of the rulers asks what this means, stating that without new weapon production, the army will collapse. Others are surprised by what's happening and demand explanations. It becomes known that the mine workers have disappeared one by one. One of those present expresses regret. One of the speakers mentioned bringing items related to what happened. The other asked what they were and was told they looked like fried mushrooms. It was then explained that the discovery was made on the border of Ganbar Island's territory. It was clarified that mushrooms don't grow in such quantities on the island itself. Therefore, the locals had left the island and headed for more fertile lands, resembling dreamlands. Investigation results were presented, indicating that a new kingdom had appeared on the border. The surrounding territories had become completely uninhabitable. One of the speakers asked if it was truly the border and recalled the borderlands. Then, it was suggested that the missing citizens had left the country and fled beyond its borders. There was concern that this happened right before the demonic kingdom's counterattack, and they asked who could handle this matter. One of the speakers offered to go and destroy the new kingdom. The question arose of whether he should be allowed to do so. It was clarified that this was General Colonel Graham of the Celestial Star Army, a 4-star gifted individual wielding a magic sword. They were reminded that his 100-man unit had unilaterally attacked beastmen and burned down an entire village. His work on Canbar Island was recalled. The general was told that no problems were foreseen. The lady announced that she had decided to rely on Graham's unit. She warned him not to disappoint her this time. The Lord was addressed by name, emphasizing the seriousness of the assignment. In response, Graham confidently stated that it went without saying. He promised to meet her expectations and demonstrate his loyalty and strength. The speakers discussed what had happened and confirmed the rumors that everything had indeed occurred. One of them noted that elves, beastmen, and others had relocated to the border territories. It was said that if they tried to escape, it would be a huge mistake for them. The conversation was accompanied by mocking laughter. The participants expressed confidence that they could once again use the situation to their advantage and profit from it. The officer addressed the warriors, ordering them to loot as much as possible, making it their primary objective. He assigned himself the duty of gathering intelligence from enemy lands. The soldiers agreed and confirmed their readiness to follow orders. Afterward, it was said that once their work was done, they could have fun and enjoy themselves. The conversation showed complete obedience to orders and a readiness for looting, followed by relaxation. The unit noticed that there was no one around and not a single person was found in the territory. The warriors expressed surprise at what was happening, not understanding the reason for the emptiness. It was noted that the island elves and beastmen had disappeared and left their homes. They emphasized that they had gone in an unknown direction, leaving the lands uninhabited. Then, one of the soldiers exclaimed in confusion and bewilderment, trying to comprehend what exactly had happened and where everyone had gone. The soldiers began to disperse, but one of them screamed in panic that a simple chicken was pecking his hand. Another sharply pulled him back, calling him an idiot and reminding him to stay vigilant. It was noted that these were not simple animals at all, but demonic creatures. Even the chickens were classified as A-rank beasts. An order was given for the entire squad to attack them simultaneously to deal with the threat. The general remarked on how aggressive the opponents were and added that they should be more careful in these territories. He admitted that he had been careless. At the same time, it was observed that by using demonic animals, they had managed to reduce the number of soldiers needed for battle. All of this was happening exactly as Erin had planned. The cat monster confirmed her calculations and reminded her of their importance, adding its usual meow. Erin addressed her master, noticing his silence, and declared that the enemies should be left to them. She flared up in rage, reminding him that her village had been burned, and now her desire to kill the perpetrators was uncontrollable. The girl swore she wouldn't forgive them and begged for a chance to act. Erin insisted that they had to attack right now or never. Her master tried to stop her and urged her to calm down, but the tension grew. Erin insisted they act faster, and her master, understanding her resolve, agreed that an attack was now inevitable. He accepted her choice and gave his unspoken permission. The young woman thanked her master warmly for his trust and immediately took charge, ready to lead the others forward. Her voice was filled with determination and desperate courage. She rushed into battle first, without hesitation. A scream and a sudden gasp of pain ended her swift charge. Graham, swinging his sword, cried out as he saw an army of beastmen before him. He realized in a panic that the enemy forces were too great and considered fleeing. At that moment, a loud voice rang out, distracting him from the fight. Someone shouted his nickname, Graham, the Night Killer, causing the general to lose concentration for a moment and turn towards the call. Graham, turning sharply, recognized a familiar figure. It was Alin. The thought of that audacious girl flashed through his mind. He barely had time to realize who was before him when she swiftly launched an attack. Her sword gleamed in the light, and as he parried the blow, the general noted with surprise that the weapon seemed unusual. A thought sparked in his mind. What kind of strange sword possessed such power? Graham, gritting his teeth and holding his sword with both hands, roared that if Alin could fight on par with a magic blade, then she had taste and audacity. With hatred in her eyes, she remembered the past. Karnam had fallen because of him, and there was no doubt he was the one responsible. In a moment of fury, her strike landed directly, and Graham, paling, looked down at his hand, which was hit by the unexpected power of the blow. Graham, fueled by rage, confidently shouted that this time she would burn in flames and activated his sulfuric acid sword. Streams of corrosive energy erupted, scorching the air and melting the ground. However, Alin moved with lightning speed, dodging with such ease as if she knew the trajectory of the attack beforehand. Graham froze, his eyes wide with shock, his breath catching. What? He stammered, realizing his strongest technique had no effect. Alin furiously interrupted him, shouting that he would never call her a creature again. She confidently declared that thanks to her master, she had already become a 4-star warrior. Graham frowned and in complete bewilderment said that it was impossible. He exclaimed about his sulfuric acid, unable to believe that his deadly weapon had been powerless. His hand trembled and his gaze was full of shock and confusion. Alin rushed forward and brought her sword down on Graham. He tried to defend himself at the last moment, sharply crossing his weapons, but her strength was too great and his magic blade cracked and shattered. Graham stared at the fragments in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. At that moment, Alin didn't miss her chance. Her sword plunged into his chest. He couldn't react and only gasped from the unexpected and fatal blow. Alin angrily plunged her sword deeper into Graham's chest, shouting that this was for Karnam. She pressed down on the blade with force, avenging her comrade. Graham choked, feeling his strength leave his body, and the horror of what had happened was reflected on his face. He tried to hold on, but it was too late. Alin, without looking away, continued to press the sword with determination to completely overwhelm the enemy and show her power. Graham, uttering the words "damn creature," froze and his eyes filled with horror and confusion. He collapsed to the ground, unable to resist. Alin stood motionless, holding the blood-covered sword, carefully observing what had transpired. At that moment, a cry of her name rang out and someone rushed towards her, anxiously shouting, "Alin!" This interruption broke her concentration and drew her attention to the new event. Alin sat on the ground, hands on all fours, sobbing. Tadashi approached her, knelt down, and hugged her from behind, supporting and caring for her. She sniffled and quietly said that she had done it. Tadashi gently told her that she had succeeded and that this battle was now theirs. Alin felt relief and support, sensing her master's protection, next to whom she felt a little lighter and calmer. Upon arriving at the Principality of Frontline and Century Castle, it was discovered that Graham's unit had been completely defeated. Soldiers who miraculously survived reported that Graham himself, the wielder of the demonic sword, had indeed perished. According to them, the unit was attacked by demonic beasts and beastmen who crushed the defenders and destroyed their positions. These events confirmed the scale of the defeat, leaving the survivors in shock and confusion. News of Graham's death quickly spread among the remaining troops and observers. A letter was received from a neighboring kingdom bordering Tadashi. It reported that the enemies were using demonic beasts and had been underestimated. The letter was sent to gather information from migrants and traders traveling outside the country, as this was particularly important now. It listed several questions that the kingdom's representatives wanted to discuss with the principality, including questions about captured soldiers. This data was considered critically important for planning further actions and assessing the threat from the neighboring state. The principality's representative noted that this matter was of immense importance to him. He stated that he would personally participate in discussing all the details. Then, he turned to Matilda, asking if she would indeed represent the interests of the order whose members were held captive. After receiving confirmation, he announced that he would take all necessary measures and make preparations for the meeting and discussion to ensure a successful resolution of the situation and the protection of the prisoners' interests. Matilda noted that despite everything, the glorious Order of the Celestial Star had suffered a brutal defeat at the hands of beasts and beastmen. She emphasized that a mistake had been made by underestimating the enemy and leaving the situation to chance. Matilda stressed the seriousness of the miscalculation and the importance of a careful approach to future actions to avoid similar losses. Her words reflected concern for the Order's fate and the need to revise their defense strategy and interaction with opponents. He sternly warned that mistakes should not be repeated and asked Her Excellency to refrain from reckless actions. Matilda responded with irony, calling him an old man for trying to lecture her. He humbly said that he would act according to her command, but added that sometimes a leader needs to pause and carefully assess the situation. His words emphasized the importance of well-considered decisions and the need to see the full picture before taking action or giving instructions. He declared that he would take 1,000 knights to the border, acting on instructions. Others reported that they were ready to depart, so they were ordered to head to the Campbell Islands with 2,000 knights and 20,000 legionaries, according to the original plan. At this moment, it was emphasized that they could not afford to stand still. He added that he would accompany everyone to the negotiations to control the situation and ensure the plan was followed, maintaining order and security along the way. When they arrived, she was surprised to notice that the Kingdom of Tadashi was building such a port. She wondered where they got such funds and resources and thought to herself, "Damn it, where do they get their money?" Her gaze swept across the massive construction, astonishing her with its scale. She tried to comprehend what was happening, pondering the possible sources of funding and how the kingdom managed to organize the construction of such a significant and costly facility within its territory. She noted that she saw neither warships nor soldiers and that the kingdom was supported by the Shinku Trading Company. She also noticed the involvement of the Cat Ears Company with the blessing of the God of Wisdom. Perhaps the kingdom was trying to hide its true capabilities. Despite their immense wealth, their military power was not as significant. She pondered their strategy and tried to understand how they could undertake large projects while remaining almost unnoticed and carefully utilizing resources. On the side of the kingdom of Tadashi were powerful magical beasts about which he had been told repeatedly. He knew that one should never let their guard down, especially in border areas. In his thoughts, he already anticipated the consequences of neglecting this information and internally told himself that he would get an earful for his inattentiveness. At that moment, a welcoming voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his thoughts and making him turn to see who had said hello and appeared unexpectedly beside him. Tadashi appeared with his companions. He asked if they were representatives of the principality. He replied that he was a farmer by profession but also served as the king of this country. Tadashi nodded and asked who they were. Her gaze stopped on the man's hand and she uttered the name Lady Matilda. She noted that a mere mortal like him had caused such chaos. Tadashi exclaimed in surprise, believing it to be a joke and impossible. She carefully counted Tadashi's blessing stars, 9. Rumors of his unusual achievements surprised her. She noted that he had 7 stars for outstanding success in agriculture, blacksmithing, and heroism. These merits set him apart, showcasing his experience and abilities. She tried to grasp the significance of his awards and understand how they strengthened Tadashi's authority and influenced his role in the kingdom, demonstrating respect and recognition among his subjects. Lady Matilda exclaimed upon hearing about Tadashi's numerous agricultural blessings. She expressed disbelief and asked what it was all about, doubting it wasn't a joke. Old man Tadashi calmly replied that Matilda should believe it, explaining the seriousness of his achievements. He emphasized that his merits were real and deserved attention, despite their seeming incredibility. Matilda continued to observe, trying to grasp the truth of his words and assess the significance of his awards within the kingdom's context. Lady Matilda, with surprise and disbelief, pondered the scale of Tadashi's country. She considered it impossible to build such a prosperous nation in a god-forsaken borderland. However, upon learning about the blessing of the god of agriculture, she realized there was an explanation. Matilda understood that Tadashi's successes were not accidental and had divine patronage, which helped develop the land and its resources. She tried to come to terms with how his achievements could have become a reality under such conditions. Tadashi asked about the status of the peace negotiations, inquiring if they would recognize the kingdom's existence and no longer interfere in its affairs. Alin replied that their request was simple: they would return the knights. She added that if both sides agreed, the invasion of their lands would be forgiven. Alin sought to convince everyone of the seriousness of the offer to achieve peace and maintain the kingdom's security, demonstrating a willingness to compromise for the well-being of the people. Matilda interjected, stating that the accusation was false. She explained that they had come seeking refuge themselves and that the principality needed food. Then she inquired what exactly was required. Matilda emphasized that no one had taken 10,000 of their people, completely rejecting the accusations. She added that such things happen when the principality is in a bad state, and noted that goods could be sold cheaper through trade routes to alleviate the situation and strengthen mutual understanding between the parties. Matilda demanded the return of her people and artisans, as well as the beastmen and elves, to the island. She emphasized that they came to Tadashi of their own free will and would decide for themselves whom to serve. Matilda warned that they could no longer be ruled over. She added that they had become Tadashi's wives, which naturally meant that wives obey their husbands, setting their own terms and confirming loyalty to their personally chosen leader. Matilda offered to become a vassal state, reminding them that they had a legitimate ruler. She explained that in this case, they would be able to protect the principality from the threat of the demon lord's army. At the same time, Matilda stressed that she didn't care what decision others made and she would not accept this offer without consent. Elin cried out in astonishment, unable to believe what she heard and surprised by Matilda's resolve. Elin exclaimed that they had long failed to fulfill their obligations and that accepting such a condition was impossible. She emphasized the impossibility of agreeing to the proposed terms. Matilda calmly replied that they would go home and added that if Tadashi didn't want to accept their generous offer, then it would be as he decided. She made it clear that the decision was his, leaving the choice to his discretion and confirming the seriousness of her proposal. Ajin addressed Tadashi with a respectful expression of his regard and began to speak, but Matilda interrupted him, noting that everything was fine and better than it could have been. She added that immediate measures needed to be taken to transport the army to the Kanbar Islands. Ajin nodded and confirmed that he was ready to carry out the order. Matilda's tone showed confidence and determination, and Ajin revealed that there was something else important she needed to be aware of. He declared that they would immediately attack Tadashi's kingdom with their entire army. This caused outrage, as using military force to counterattack the Demon Kingdom was extremely risky. It was noted that in such a situation there was no complete information about Tadashi's military strength, and starting a war under conditions of uncertainty contradicted military principles. He added that this was the essence of a surprise attack. Matilda explained that they would be fighting both the Demon Kingdom and the Tadashi Kingdom simultaneously. She emphasized that this was not a simple game, but a serious situation. Currently, the total number of enemies is at least 10,000 demonic beasts, and they cannot afford to wait for them to become more powerful. Despite this, they still intend to act. She explained that if everything went successfully, they could easily double their army. She pointed to the fertile lands and asked if they intended to rely on luck for the survival of their principality. She stressed that victory over the Demon King's army would then be theirs. The principality found itself in a situation where it would perish if it didn't take risks. She ordered the principality's army commander-in-chief, the government's knight commander, and the prince's representative to launch a surprise attack on the Tadashi kingdom. She explained that if they didn't challenge them, their position in these lands would worsen. Ajin replied that he understood and would respectfully carry out her order. On Kanbar Island, Lord Ajin noted that many beasts had been defeated and the attack by demonic creatures repelled. Despite their strength, a 20,000-strong army of demonic beasts was impossible to overcome. He suggested it hadn't been easy. He then offered to take a ship and escort Her Majesty, asking if it wasn't time to conclude Lady Matilda's invasion of the port. Ajin later noted that night battles were still ongoing in the city's food supply area. He realized that all they could do was pray that Lady Matilda wouldn't make a wrong decision. His Majesty noted that the city's coastline was fully occupied, and, as expected, the attack by demonic beasts had been repelled. Matilda and Ajin noted that they expected no less from him. Ajin's skills were unparalleled, and this should lead to a great victory. They discussed whether to stop, but realized that even Ajin had managed to carry out a surprise attack. They encountered no opposition except for demonic beasts. The enemies expected the attack to be sudden, and the city's inhabitants had probably been evacuated inland. Matilda explained that an unpredictable trap might be set in the territory. The most valuable treasure of these lands is a man who possesses 9 stars of blessing, making him extremely dangerous even for heroes. She noted that, according to the report, a castle had been built on the River of Sorrow, and the main part of the enemy army, including Tadashi and the others, was waiting for them there. Matilda ordered Ajin to attack as soon as possible, emphasizing that the fertile fields were created thanks to this man and that it was important to capture him alive. Matilda noted that even with a hero's blessing, they only had 1 star and their military power was small. She stressed that even if they overcame his blessing, they didn't have the blessing of agriculture. Matilda firmly stated that she would not let her guard down and would immediately go to negotiate with King Tadashi. She intended to fight with all her might to win the war against the Demon Kingdom. However, she understood that if forces were spent on occupying fertile lands, it would reduce their effectiveness in the main battle. Matilda understood that if the main army suffered a crushing blow, the principality could fall. She realized that if she went alone, her chances of survival were slim. Nevertheless, she remembered the words that logistical hubs were located there, and the decision to act gave her the opportunity to act independently. Matilda realized she could go alone, despite the risk, but would act thoughtfully, using her strengths and the enemy's strategic position. Matilda reproached Ajin for trying to act like a mentor. She pointed out that there might not be any traps and reminded him that he wasn't taught to only do what was convenient for himself. Ajin understood that her words reflected a desire to achieve results. Matilda noted that if they did set traps, the number of enemies would be impossible to count, emphasizing the seriousness of the upcoming operation and the scale of the potential threat. Matilda furiously declared that she was sending the entire ducal army to destroy the river castle. She emphasized that only a small number of soldiers would be needed to maintain the occupation of the territory and stated that this was her final decision. She then paused, noticing the presence of a higher-ranking individual, and asked him to pay attention to her actions. Tadashi noted that the ducal army had launched a fierce attack. Based on their past actions, he had expected a similar outcome, but only a few people who couldn't evacuate quickly were left at the port. He regretfully admitted that his prediction had not come true. Alin reported to Tadashi that the total number of enemies reached 200,000, while the number of soldiers was likely only 3,000. Tadashi listened carefully, processed the information, and quietly said that he understood. He decided not to intervene immediately, but instead to simply observe the unfolding events, assessing the enemy's strength and actions to make a decision at the most opportune moment. Although the castle is called royal, it's actually just a wall of magical steel built around a fort. There's no guarantee that they can achieve victory. Shinku, who provided information about the ducal army, had carefully thought through the strategy and considered all possible weaknesses in the defense to increase their chances of success. Every decision she made was calculated to minimize losses and maximize effectiveness in a potential attack. Alin asked Tadashi what he intended to do next. He confirmed that he remembered her words about his capabilities and expressed confidence in an inevitable victory. He pondered for a long time and decided that he would definitely defeat the enemies and protect everyone. He firmly resolved that he would not allow the barbarians to destroy the country and wipe out everything that people had built. Every city, every village, every street, and every house held special meaning for him. He understood the full responsibility resting on his shoulders and swore that from this moment on, he would do everything possible to protect the residents and their homes, preserving order and safety. His heart was full of determination and readiness for any challenge to preserve what was dear to his country. Alin leaned in and kissed him on the lips, quietly saying that if he won the war, she would allow him to marry her. He froze for a moment, surprised by her frankness, and asked in bewilderment if she had always wanted this. Determination gleamed in Alin's eyes, and in his, a mix of surprise and growing tenderness. This moment, filled with tension and emotion, marked the beginning of a new understanding between them. Alin smiled and tilted her head slightly, noticing his doubt. She gently replied that the confession of feelings should have come sooner, but this kiss confirmed their mutual emotions, making the moment more sincere and significant. He nodded, realizing that the importance of their words and actions was intertwined with the act, and now everything had fallen into place. Their feelings were open, and their resolve to act for each other had strengthened. He laughed, feeling lighthearted after her joke, and cast aside the tension of recent events. Alin also smiled, seeing his joy, and their mood immediately lightened. He raised his head and said with determination that now they would try to do everything in the best possible way, because together they could overcome any difficulties. Elin nodded, ready to support him in everything, and a calm confidence in tomorrow permeated the air around them. He realized that his successes were only possible thanks to the friends he had gained over the years: the cat girl Shinku, the elf Iceline, the Fenrir Kururu, the dwarf Oberon, the beast-human Eren, Lord Kronos, the god of agriculture. The river of mourning flowing in these lands was contaminated with deadly poison, but with their help, both the water and the soil could be purified. This vast peninsula contained territories forgotten by divine blessing, and now new opportunities for protection and prosperity opened before him. He realized he had received the blessing's power, which allowed him to purify a river contaminated with deadly poison in an area where no one could live before. Now new opportunities opened up before him, and he understood that he could use this power right away to protect and restore the lands. The Principality's army was on a warship when suddenly shouts erupted. The bottom of the ship was being strangely gnawed through, and Ajin, watching what was happening, couldn't understand what they were up against. A mysterious monster fish surfaced before them, seemingly possessing incredible power capable of destroying the ship from within. The soldiers were in a panic, and Ajin tried to quickly figure out how to counter this danger and protect the vessel and its crew. This fierce demonic fish, called a devil salmon, lived in poisoned rivers. It looked as if it had swum straight out of legends, instilling terror in all who saw it. Ajin was surprised and wondered if this could be a manifestation of Tadashi's power and why it appeared here. But his thoughts immediately shifted to the army. The troops were in danger, and a quick decision was needed to save the soldiers and the ship from the destructive power of the devil salmon. Ajin addressed Matilda, warning her of the impending danger. He told her that the fumes emanating from the Black River could cause illness, and therefore it was urgent to evacuate the entire army to the shore, to any patch of dry land. The 3rd Archer Squad was on the verge of survival, and Ajin asked for any instructions to save them. The 1st Spearman Squad had suffered too many defeats, so he urgently demanded immediate help to save the remaining soldiers. She resolutely declared that she would never show her back to the enemies. He, addressing her with respect, said it was a shame, but they needed to leave, and urged her to follow him. She froze for a moment, and then he, noticing her hesitation, exclaimed, "Where are you going?" Matilda, with determination shining in her eyes, hurries towards them, not allowing doubt to cloud her goal for a moment. She shouts to Tadashi that he will regret not taking her and the Principality's army seriously. Stars rush across the sky, lighting their path and helping them destroy their enemies. In her hands, a star sword gleams, ready to deliver a righteous blow to anyone who dares to stand in their way. Her every movement is filled with confidence and resolve, showing that defeat is impossible as long as she is near. Tadashi watched the meteorites falling from the sky in astonishment, not understanding how such a thing could happen. He exclaimed, "Meteorites are falling. How is this possible?" Elin, beside him, with anxiety in her voice, could only utter meow. Then her gaze focused and she turned to the goddess of wisdom, Mia, pleading for help. At that very moment, she activated Absolute Void, and the power emanating from her instantly changed the battlefield, making the enemies freeze in terror before the unimaginable might. She boldly exclaimed that no one could stop all the falling stars. There were an incredible number of them. For half a year, she had been accumulating divine power for this moment. Her might was immense, as if the entire universe had concentrated in her hands. The divine sword she held erupted with the power of the heavenly sword, destroying enemies. If the stars had fallen, even walls of magical steel would not have withstood them. Everything around would have been swept away like sand in a storm. Tadashi froze, looking at the approaching threat, and his heart tightened with the realization of the disaster's scale. He understood that there was no choice, that if he didn't intervene, all would be lost. Concentrating all his resolve, he turned to Kronos, asking him to grant him the strength to deal with the advancing enemies. His gaze was full of tension and determination. Every moment could change the outcome of the battle. He was ready to use all his strength to protect his people and repel the enemies, despite the threat and danger looming over them. Tadashi focused and activated a powerful ability, Farmer's Meteorite Destruction. Huge masses of meteorites, shining with the light of his power, crashed down on the enemies with unimaginable force. The effect was impressive. The ground shook and the enemies screamed and scattered under the destructive power. But Elin, watching this, exclaimed with anxiety and impatience, "It's still not enough." She understood that Tadashi's power was great, but it wasn't enough for complete annihilation of the threat, and the battle required even greater concentration and determination. Tadashi focused and activated his farmer's meteorite destruction space. A tremendous amount of energy erupted around him, creating a field where meteorites rained down with devastating force. The ground shook, the air whistled from the speed of the falling rocks, and the enemies frantically tried to dodge. Each impact intensified the destruction, breaking magical barriers and clearing a path for the army. Even those observing felt the power emanating from Tadashi, realizing his strength could change the tide of battle. The observers couldn't believe their eyes. If you scratch the surface of a falling star, its tiny fragments instantly burn up due to adiabatic compression and incredible heat. Reaching the stratosphere to precisely aim the stars at a target was extremely difficult, but Tadashi managed it. He was able to dig up falling stars, controlling their movement with astonishing precision. Each fragment transformed into a destructive force, amplifying the effect of the farmer's meteorite destruction, and the enemies saw that such power was insurmountable. Everyone around froze in astonishment. No one expected to hear such a loud and confident voice. He lifted his head, his gaze shining with determination. It was Tadashi, and he tolerated no doubts about his authority and strength. With every word he used to refer to himself, his presence became more palpable, and the enemies began to understand that they faced not just a man, but a leader capable of controlling power and destiny. His name echoed across the battlefield, inspiring both fear and respect. Tadashi clenched his fists and straightened up, carefully observing Ajin and his men. Fear and despair were etched in their eyes, their shouts and words seemed superfluous, but he listened patiently. They claimed they had already lost the war, hoping that surrender would save them. Tadashi nodded silently, understanding the gravity of the situation. He knew that on the battlefield, one couldn't simply accept excuses. He decided to take full responsibility and act decisively, yet fairly, demonstrating that strength must be accompanied by honor. Matilda fiercely addressed the army, her voice loud and resolute. She pointed out the consequences of their sole focus on victory, reminding them that some soldiers were wounded and nearly half had died. She spoke of her readiness to fight for the country and how if the battle had stopped and promises were kept, they could have returned to the river's source. Her words conveyed strength, pain, and an unwavering determination to protect her homeland. Matilda urgently pleaded with Tadashi. Her voice trembled with emotion, but her words were full of strength and resolve. She demanded that he help all those under his care, tending to the injured and poisoned soldiers. She asked if he would use the elixir on them, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the need for immediate action. Matilda looked at Tadashi with anxiety and determination. She stated that if he stopped the battle and kept his promise, there would be no more deaths and she could save everyone possible, even if they were enemies. Her voice conveyed genuine concern for human lives and a desire for mercy, despite the danger and war surrounding them. The merchant sage Shinku Ajin solemnly declared that the principality's forces would retreat. He swore an oath to the goddess of wisdom, Lady Mia, and promised to accept all conditions set by Lord Tadashi. He solemnly stated that he was making a magical oath with his life. If the promise was broken, he would not hesitate to kill the commander-in-chief of the principality's army, Matilda von Frontrine, and then immediately take his own life, emphasizing the seriousness of his intention and his readiness to fulfill his word at any cost. Matilda resolutely stated that it was time to heal the soldiers quickly. She emphasized that Ajin was the person in the principality entrusted with all internal political affairs, and his words could be trusted. She asked to be allowed to treat the principality's soldiers suffering from illness and urged everyone to listen. An unpleasant residue remained, but now it was necessary to stop harming each other and focus on saving lives. From the very beginning, he was ordered to destroy Matilda with his own sword. She exclaimed in disbelief, asking if he was really going to kill her, calling him bloodthirsty. Matilda warned that if his actions endangered their country, the consequences could be severe, showing both fear and determination to protect her principality. She cried out, addressing her father and Ajin, speechless with emotion. She confessed that she was ready to do anything to protect the country, realizing that her efforts might have been in vain. She regretted every moment of her life when she couldn't keep the student she had raised as her own daughter, and emphasized that everything she did was always for the good of her country. Matilda, trembling with tension, asked what all this was for. She wanted to make sure no one was going to kill the student, stressing that she didn't wish to take anyone's life. She turned to her grandfather, doubting the correctness of her actions and asking if she had strayed from the path. She was reassured that her mentor would die with her and atone for her guilt before the principality, and she apologized for her interference, understanding the seriousness of the situation. Tadashi confirmed that he had no desire to decapitate anyone, even if they were foolish warrior girls. He explained that he had no use for the heads of these soldiers, and that if there was no general capable of leading the principality's army, serious problems could arise in the future. Thus, he was willing to forgive any general who allowed his lands to be ravaged, for the sake of stability and future governance. Tadashi admitted that the principality's treasury was empty, and it was shameful to admit. He offered their heads as an apology, hoping it would be enough to get the island, Iselina's hometown, and the others back. He was genuinely interested if such a step would be enough to restore justice and peace. Tadashi explained that they would now have to recognize the kingdom and declare a truce. Furthermore, they needed to conclude a trade agreement with his kingdom, beneficial for both sides. The representatives of the principality apologized on behalf of the entire state. They asked Ajin and Matilda to raise their heads, emphasizing that they shouldn't lower their eyes like that. Everyone expressed gratitude for Lord Tadashi's generosity. They agreed to recognize the kingdom and declare a truce, gladly accepting the proposed terms. Tadashi explained that if necessary, he could take their heads at any moment he deemed it just. The representatives of the principality expressed their deep gratitude to Tadashi with all their hearts for his generosity. They declared that from now on they would be allies and, first and foremost, asked for forgiveness for planning to quickly mobilize their army. They clarified that everything was fine now and confirmed this, addressing Lord Tadashi. Without any rush or madness, Tadashi noted that the problem seemed to be resolved. He thanked everyone for their efforts. The confrontation with the Frontrine Principality had ended. Thanks to their joint actions, they were finally able to return to peaceful life. Tadashi announced that the confrontation with the Frontrine Principality had ended, and now it was time to rest. Tadashi's kingdom returned to a calm and peaceful life. He was immediately offered many tasks and responsibilities. Tadashi sighed, realizing that another busy day awaited him, as there was a lot of work to do today. As the conflict ended, new proposals emerged. The kingdom of Tadashi was provided with engineers to build warships. This was part of the treaty with the principality, and Ajina's representative personally sent the resources the kingdom lacked. Iron and copper were provided as compensation to make up for losses and strengthen the alliance. Rumors of the kingdom of Tadashi's victory over the principality quickly spread across various lands. Merchants and settlers began flocking from all directions, and with each passing day, the lands became more densely populated. Life gradually filled with new faces and activity. At this moment, Alin, busy with her own affairs, suddenly exclaimed that she had found something important and rushed to share her discovery. Tadashi, puzzled, asked Alin what she meant. The girl playfully brushed him off and admitted she was just joking, as she could say something like that at any moment. Just then, shouts and hurried footsteps echoed around them. Someone was already urging them on, reminding them of an upcoming event. It was about a wedding ceremony, and its mention came as a surprise. Tadashi, flustered, sharply turned to Alin and exclaimed in surprise, trying to clarify if she had indeed set a time. Tadashi was puzzled by her words and even asked again if Alin had really said that, as it sounded like she wasn't being serious at all. Soon, the two of them went to the grave to report everything to their ancestors. That evening, memories were shared. They said Lord Tadashi was too strong to die and someone hoped he would save them again. Alin reminded him that she had managed to get proper revenge on Cornell. However, Tadashi noted with surprise that she had previously spoken of her youth. To this, Alin joked, referencing Maru's words, though she soon admitted that Maru was indeed happy. Alin suddenly declared with determination that she would also become his wife, which completely confused everyone around them. Tadashi just sighed, as it was unclear what exactly was on her mind and how serious her words were. At that moment, a voice echoed in the chambers, timidly asking for permission to enter. One of his subordinates addressed him with a respectful "My lord," awaiting a response. Alin happily thanked him and enthusiastically suggested they make strawberry shortbread cookies. She explained that she wanted to do this as a congratulatory gesture and part of the preparations for a special divine festival. The girl proudly showed him the strawberry seeds she had specifically obtained for Tadashi. Then, squinting and smiling slightly suspiciously, she asked him if he was plotting something he preferred to keep quiet about. Shinku suddenly reminded Tadashi that he had promised to marry her too. Hearing this, he asked her age in confusion. The cat girl exclaimed indignantly as if he had forgotten everything and squinted slyly. Although she looked very young externally, she proudly admitted that her actual age was significantly greater than one might think at first glance. Tadashi hastily agreed and stated that he would soon begin preparations for the wedding ceremony. However, he mused that it wasn't all that bad. But at that very moment, by teasing the cat girls with words about them looking too old, he provoked a strong reaction. The girls almost got into a fight with each other, and he realized that the peaceful, quiet days he had dreamed of would have to be forgotten. Isolina quickly noticed her mistake and immediately apologized, promising to fix everything. She emphasized that Tadashi had been working tirelessly for a long time and deserved support. Then the elf reminded him that she was the first to suggest he create a kingdom. Isolina's words sounded sincere. She noted that Lord Tadashi himself always worked with great enthusiasm, and this inspired everyone around him. Tadashi is truly amazing. He said there was no reason to panic. He recalled once speaking of a place called Japan. He explained that in his previous life he couldn't do as much as he does here. Wherever he went, many things were forbidden in his old job. Now he feels he can act differently. He admitted that he was insignificant before and expressed gratitude for the new opportunities. He resolutely promised to protect the land and his people. Tadashi remarked that there was nothing special about him. He admitted that his unfinished work probably caused difficulties for others. He said that his powers were solely thanks to the gods. After that, a thought about the past crossed his mind. He wondered what had happened to the company after his death. Hateful memories of things he had once experienced began to surface. Isolina hugged Tadashi and he was flustered by her action. She said that nothing had happened and brushed off the scary words. Someone had said terrible things earlier, so he shouldn't worry about them. She noticed his hands and said they were incredibly kind. She reminded him that his hands had saved her. He silently accepted the hug and felt relieved to be with Isolina. He promised to protect those he loved and to always stand by them bravely and resolutely. Tadashi calmly stated that it was natural for him to save those in trouble. He mentioned that people often reincarnate into this world, and such reborn individuals possess divine blessings. Isolina replied that when she had lost all hope, he was the one who gave her a chance, and now she was immensely grateful for his hands, which had once saved her. After that, Tadashi suggested that Lady Shinku and the beast folk, including Alin, were likely descendants of humans. Isolina gently said that no one had retained such a kind heart as Tadashi's after reincarnation. Others were blinded by divine blessings and used their power however they pleased. She added that this was why the world had become what it was now. However, Isolina confessed that she had never before seen power filled with such kindness as his. Isolina warmly confessed that from the very day they met, she knew she could trust Tadashi. For her, this feeling was undeniable. Even if he ever lost his power and ceased to be king, her decision would remain unchanged. She would still be by his side and wouldn't back down. In this touching moment, as their hearts were especially close, Alin, peeking out from the door and noticing they were about to kiss, said aloud that every lady dreams of a prince who will burst into her life and save her. Hearing these words, a flustered Isolina hastily called out to Alin. Isolina, slightly embarrassed, quietly asked if she could stay with Tadashi tonight. She confessed that sometimes she wished he belonged only to her. Then she promised to deliver the news to the others herself so as not to disturb them. Turning to him with a shy smile, Alin asked if he would mind. Her voice held tenderness and anticipation. When she noticed Tadashi was about to answer, she hastily added that he didn't need to rush as he could take his time to decide. Isolina, with slight excitement, confessed that she wanted to show him something and appeared before Tadashi in a revealing outfit. She, embarrassed, asked how he felt about it. Tadashi was flustered but sincerely remarked that she looked very beautiful. Alin, noticing his embarrassment, explained that she had heard about lingerie worn on special days and had decided to buy it from merchants. Her words conveyed a desire to impress and show her seriousness. Isolina, clearly embarrassed, noted that the top and bottom of her outfit didn't match at all and asked, confused, why Tadashi was laughing. He, trying not to offend her, internally thought that he needed to somehow explain that the lingerie should be coordinated. But aloud, he hastily apologized and said he was just happy. A slight awkwardness was in his voice, and he admitted that he might be rushing things, but he genuinely appreciated her efforts and openness. Iselina, gathering her courage, said that she also desired this and dreamed of having a child with him. She confessed that a hope had long lived in her heart to one day become his wife, even if things didn't go as planned. The girl, with a tremor in her voice, said that she loved him with all her heart. In response, Tadashi, touched by her words, gently hugged her and confessed that he loved Iselina too. Hearing this, she couldn't contain her joy and, beaming with happiness, exclaimed that she was immensely happy to be with him. Iselina slept peacefully beside him, her breathing quiet and calm. Mr. Tadashi, looking at her, softly whispered words about how their kingdom, built in this beautiful world, was surely destined for a happy future. He carefully covered her with a blanket and wished her good night. His heart was filled with warmth and hope. Soon he closed his eyes, knowing that many bright days lay ahead for them. Several weeks later, new events began. A few weeks later, Iselina, with a hint of embarrassment, mentioned that Lord Tadashi had once again found himself by her side at such a moment. She lowered her gaze, her voice trembling with emotion. Tadashi looked at her gently and quietly apologized, as if acknowledging his excessive persistence. The atmosphere filled with warmth and awkward tenderness as they both realized they were growing closer, even if words couldn't yet express all their feelings. Iselina sadly admitted that if they hadn't been together, they would surely have died, meow. However, she added that Maru and the others had managed to save them. Regret was in her voice as she felt useless and completely unable to do anything herself. Tadashi noticed her distress but only wondered what kind of strange friendship was beginning to form between all of them. Later, he noted that the celebration had also gone smoothly, and the second wedding ceremony had passed without incident. The villagers were tasked with digging a well for the new village, and everyone agreed it was time to get to work. Tadashi noted that they should finish the job, although someone reminded him that he was supposed to rest today. However, the others decided that those two should rest and the work would continue with others. Hearing this, Iselina said he looked energetic and asked him to rest anyway. She promised to bring him a light meal and coffee. Tadashi thanked Maru for the delicious food and stood up to go about his business. He said he was leaving and smiled in response to her care. Maru, acting as a devoted servant, happily bid him farewell. She warmly expressed her anticipation and added that she would await his return, calling him dear. Erin thanked Tadashi for his help and said she could manage the rest herself. Tadashi replied that he would go check on things in the field. When he arrived, the peasants were chatting animatedly. The people rejoiced at his arrival, admiringly calling him the king of agriculture. They noted that it was good he stopped by and added that rumors of poor living in the village were untrue. Among those gathered in the field, an elderly peasant stepped forward. He bowed respectfully and, stammering, addressed Tadashi. The old man apologized for any potential rudeness and said that in their country they should consider implementing taxes. His words caused surprise among the others, as no one expected such a proposal. Tadashi then looked at him with slight bewilderment and calmly asked if they were truly living so poorly without taxes. Matilda spoke up loudly, addressing Tadashi. She declared that no matter how many taxes were imposed, it wouldn't help. The girl reminded him that in Tadashi's kingdom, besides ordinary products, there were also specialized ones. For example, their village grew strawberries. Hearing this, one of the residents objected that such an approach was wrong and it was impossible to exist entirely without taxes. Matilda then proposed a solution: to consider the delivery of their grown strawberries to the palace as a form of tax, which would be both fair and manageable for the village. Tadashi calmly explained that if difficulties arose in growing strawberries, the peasants could always ask for advice. He added that they would also be able to taste the berries to determine if they were delicious. The residents had the right to keep half the harvest for themselves and deliver the other half to the royal castle. The farmers enthusiastically agreed, promising to bring high-quality strawberries. In delight, they exclaimed that Lord Tadashi was like a true god and once again confirmed their admiration for him. One of the residents excitedly reported that new settlers had arrived and immediately added that something terrible had happened. Tadashi calmly noted that the arrival of new residents was not uncommon and asked Overon if he had managed to discover any new minerals. However, the answer was unexpected. This time, monsters had arrived along with the settlers. Hearing this, Tadashi asked again in surprise, not believing his ears. The residents explained in a panic that it wasn't about hostility. The border with the demons was separated by huge mountains, making passage impossible. However, the rumors were confirmed. The new settlers had indeed arrived from the demon kingdom of Ambrosum. Someone suggested immediately driving them back, fearing trouble. Tadashi stopped the hasty words, noting that judgment should only be made after a meeting. He clarified where the uninvited guests were being held and learned that they were locked in the barn. Tadashi then instructed Kururu to stay put and thanked him before going to deal with the situation himself. The crowd began to murmur in horror about creatures with red eyes. They were identified as vampires. People repeated the word anxiously, recalling rumors that such monsters killed humans and elves, draining all their blood. Vampires were described as a special kind of monster, known for their particular cruelty and strength. The residents claimed that this was the closest form to true monsters, and therefore their appearance was considered extremely dangerous. The new creatures introduced themselves, and everyone noticed their black hair and brown eyes. They confirmed that they belonged to the Nosferatu clan. A woman named Fujika, who introduced herself as the Demon King's head maid, addressed the ruler of Talim and emphasized that they do not kill humans. She openly admitted to being the last survivor of the Demon Kingdom of Ambrosum, which caused confusion and tension among those gathered. Fujika explained that Duke Vuren had personally killed the Demon King Nosferatu and subsequently destroyed the kingdom of Ambrosum. Her presence here was only possible after a long and exhausting escape from her pursuers. Hearing her words, the assembled crowd was bewildered. It was unexpected for them that a neighboring kingdom had been completely annihilated, which caused a wave of surprise and alarm. Fujika, bowing her head low, addressed Tadashi. She said she had heard of his mercy and understood that a man of his position was not obligated to help those like them. However, remembering that he had managed to defeat the Principality of Frontline, she still decided to ask for a favor. The girl emphasized that her people posed no threat, but they couldn't find a place for themselves as no kingdom would accept monsters. Her words were filled with both despair and hope. Tadashi hesitated and ordered Iselina to prepare an elixir to heal the wounded among the newcomers. He noted that people didn't trust monsters, but these creatures were wounded and exhausted. The advisors warned of their danger and the rumors that they devoured people. Nevertheless, Tadashi decided to first find out the truth by sending a delegation to the captives, and the Elf Queen exclaimed that it was a misunderstanding. He demanded reports, a medical team inspection, and promised protection to those who were honest now. The vampires tried to justify themselves, stating that they don't kill their victims completely, but only take a little blood to survive. Fujika claimed that they never fully take a person's life. Residents and warriors objected, recalling instances where similar creatures had destroyed their islands. Tension and distrust intensified in the air. However, Fujika insisted that many deaths were actually linked to the actions of the demonic Prince Vuren, not their kind. Tadashi hesitated but listened carefully to both sides. Fujika, in a panic, pleaded for mercy and confessed that she couldn't live with the guilt. She asked to be killed by a sword to atone for the suffering. The crowd roared in response. Someone swore by the demon gods themselves that they would end their own life if necessary. The crowd was noisy and argumentative. Tadashi remained serious and pondered the fate of the newcomers. Iselina prepared the elixir and awaited his decision. Matilda demanded justice while Oberon silently observed the events. Night deepened over the field. Iselina discovered a precious stone. Life magic was sealed within the stone. The elixir helped heal the injured woman's wounds, but it couldn't revive her. Someone was asked to give her blood to drink. Fujika stated that she could draw all the power from the blood. The crowd reacted with agitation. Someone exclaimed that Lord Tadashi couldn't allow it. Then, one of those present offered to give his own blood and himself instead. Tadashi hesitated, acknowledging that he couldn't leave the girl to die. He remembered that vampires gain strength from the blood of those they bite, but he noted that the plea for help was sincere, and he couldn't remain inactive. Others warned that this could be a trap and that helping would jeopardize relations with the Demon Kingdom. However, he countered that even if she drank his blood, she wouldn't be able to control him. In the end, Tadashi apologized and said he believed her, despite the objections. Tadashi resolutely declared that he couldn't repeat the situation with Iselina when he also couldn't turn away. He stated that he would definitely save them, even if it was risky. According to him, troops were already deployed and there was no need to fear an attack. He urged them to hurry as Fujika's condition was worsening. Tadashi approached and said he would give her blood directly into her mouth so she could swallow and survive before death finally claimed her. The others began treating the wounded, following Tadashi's instructions. One of the subjects approached the former queen, noticing her hesitation and asking what was troubling her. She replied that she understood the danger of the situation, but since Lord Tadashi had decided to save the girl right there in his kingdom, it should be considered an order. Though she had doubts, she respectfully acknowledged his choice and added that she was well aware of the feelings everyone was experiencing at that moment. She noted that Lord Tadashi's words reflected his fairness and unity. Both the residents of the principality and the kingdom were equally important to him. Despite her distrust of monsters, she decided that they needed to take care of the wounded first. If they could help them here, it would be a source of pride for Tadashi's entire kingdom. With determination, she addressed everyone. Let's all support Lord Tadashi and provide assistance. Lord Tadashi, feeling blessed, declared that he could last a long time and was ready to save all the wounded until his blood ran out. He was confident in his abilities and willing to share his power as much as needed, despite others warning him not to give out blood alone. Isolina, touched by his resolve, realized that Lord Tadashi was capable of supporting and protecting everyone who needed help, regardless of his own strength. Isolina held out the demonic crimson sword, trembling with emotion. She confessed that she had kept it, risking her own life, and that it was now their last hope. The sword contained the power of the immortal demon king Nosferatu, and Lady Renaured Ambrosum was his last successor. Lord Tadashi, taking the sword, realized that it was not just a weapon, but a symbol of hope and power, capable of changing the course of events and protecting everyone from the impending danger. Isolina offered the sword, asking Tadashi if he wanted to entrust it to her. She apologized for him witnessing the Demon King's murder and promised that they were all now under their protection. Lady Renau could feel safe here, as Tadashi had created his kingdom for this very reason. He thanked her, though he admitted he couldn't reveal all the details about the Demon Kingdom. Internally, he doubted if he had enough strength to deal with the Demon King Vurin. Isolina was flustered, noticing a strange resemblance between the vampire armor and silicone bras, and timidly suggested removing them if it would be more comfortable. She was ready to do everything possible to be useful and serve Her Majesty loyally. From the very beginning, this unusual piece of equipment had caught her interest. For now, she decided to focus on preparing food, understanding that these reinforced armors worn by the vampire servants were made of silicone tree resin and designed for protection in battle. Isolina enthusiastically noted that she felt the food would turn out magnificent. She was confident she could prepare an exquisite dish for a large number of people. At the same time, she planned to try using the recently acquired sword, perhaps to add a special touch to the process or to showcase her skill. Her determination combined her care for delicious food with a desire to demonstrate her abilities while also helping her kingdom. In the blink of an eye, Isolina produced an incredibly delicious roast beef, so stunning that it looked almost demonic. It seemed unbelievable that the Demon King's crimson sword could be used to prepare food in such a way. She was amazed by the result. The dish was not only appetizing but also unusual, as if it combined the sword's power and her culinary talent. This moment of surprise and admiration highlighted how unique and powerful her approach to cooking could be. The crimson sword was indeed capable of changing its essence and power depending on who wielded it. However, it had never been used for cooking before. This was a new, peaceful application in Tadashi's spirit. Isolina decided to try it, though she initially doubted if it was the right thing to do. The result exceeded all expectations. The taste was extraordinary, so much so that even those who had seen many dishes had never encountered anything like it. The entire process showed how the sword's power could combine with care and culinary skill. It adapted to the person's strength and essence, probably because Isolina had received the 7-star blessing of agriculture. The crimson sword seemed to sense her potential and adapted to it. Apparently, the information about this was correct, as the informants had said. Isolina, possessing this blessing, could use the sword not only as a weapon but also for peaceful purposes, demonstrating culinary mastery and enhancing the dish's power through the magical harmony of the sword and her own energy. Colored contact lenses. The only thing that sets us apart from regular people is our red eyes, so by covering them we can blend into the crowd. And that's exactly the trick we, the vampire maids, still use to this day. This is one of the clever tricks once employed by Lady Jerfia, the founder of the Demon Kingdom. It's logical, such a small detail, yet it helps us remain unnoticed and maintain an advantage in any situation. Considering how much data was lost, this method of disguise proved incredibly useful. However, the first generation of vampires truly possessed an extraordinary blessing. They combined strength and cunning, making them exceptionally well adapted to living among humans. Even the smallest detail, like eye color, could play a crucial role, allowing them to hide or blend in with their surroundings. They understood they could help, but they also knew a sword wasn't just for cooking. This was a piece of demonic cow meat, and someone already knew how to handle it. The Demon King often went hunting and brought them back here. Just looking at it and smelling it brought a familiar aroma, awakening memories of the strength and unusual taste they had grown accustomed to. They were surprised. Indeed, these were rank demonic animals, yet so quiet and obedient. Demonic bulls were raised on the ranch, especially the females, as they provided milk. Even Kururu loved meat, so a ranch was essential. Fenrir also kept demonic cows, feeding and caring for them. Such animals were valuable, and raising them benefited everyone who looked after the ranch. In that case, she realized he would also accept their regrets. She felt the need to apologize for not explaining things sooner. In truth, vampires did have a peculiar trait. They fell in love with those whose blood they drank. This knowledge made her wary, but she understood she couldn't hide the truth. The female vampires drank blood to replenish their strength, and they also kept their reproduction in mind. They thought about a partner and noted that the effect lasted for several days before fading. She thought, well, that's good then. But when she learned exactly how long it would take, it turned out she had about 100 partners. It seemed they were looking for a mate for reproduction everywhere. She heard that Lord Tadashi had many wives. She also emphasized that she herself didn't do that with anyone and wasn't married. The food was ready, so she advised everyone to come to the table. What she heard even reached the Demon Kingdom, and she wondered, in that case. She noticed he had also prepared a dish with Elysium grass and added a generous portion of meat. She emphasized that even if he said so, there would be nothing between them. She admired Lord Tadashi's culinary skills and asked for his help, noting that there were many people, so they needed to approach in turns. A new, fully equipped bathhouse was established in Tadashi's Kingdom Castle, located in the miners' village. As a reward for their hard work, various large bathhouses were prepared for the residents. In Tadashi's Kingdom Castle, a bathhouse with the crimson iris of Elysia was opened, designed for rest and relaxation after hard work. The water was scented with fruits, creating a pleasant and refreshing atmosphere. Everyone who entered the bath could fully relax, feeling warmth and comfort. The crimson iris filled the space with a soft aroma, and the fruits added freshness and a light sweetness. The residents enjoyed the peace, leaving all their worries outside the bathhouse. This bath became a symbol of the king's care for his people and his desire to provide comfort after hard labor. The kingdom of Tadashi had become a true paradise for the weary and wounded. If you brewed Elysia grass in water, fatigue would vanish as if by magic. Lord Tadashi watched the process with care, seeing the injured vampire maids gradually recover. Silence and order reigned in the vampire bathhouse. Everyone could relax and regain their strength. Slowly, everyone recovered, and the soft aroma of herbs and warm water created an atmosphere of complete comfort and luxury, which the king provided for his residents. Lord Tadashi explained that he wanted the vampire maids to use more practical garments instead of their old silicone bras. He believed the old equipment wasn't suitable for daily work and could get in the way. The new garments, however, provided convenience and efficiency, allowing the vampire maids to perform their duties freely without losing strength or agility. Still, some of them were surprised by the absence of familiar equipment, as they were used to old traditions and the use of silicone in their daily lives. Lord Tadashi noted that, as he had been told, he knew they would come anyway. However, when he entered the bathhouse, he realized everyone was completely naked. This embarrassed him a little, but he remembered that the effect of being in the water gradually diminished, and the relaxation wasn't as strong as it had been initially. Despite this, the bathhouse atmosphere remained comfortable, and the injured vampire maids gradually regained their strength, allowing Tadashi to calmly observe the process. He quietly said that he had prepared a secret weapon. It was the launch of a hidden steam generator, carefully concealed and ready for action. Lord Tadashi checked all the mechanisms to ensure the device was fully prepared. It could be a decisive factor in the event of a sudden threat. While the others were busy with their daily affairs, he intently watched the instruments and controlled all parameters to ensure the steam generator would activate instantly at the right moment. He added a secret weapon to the bath, a small, neatly built-in and disguised sauna. Despite the playful name, it was meant to be beneficial. Lord Tadashi watched the steam gently fill the room, feeling an unusual, almost miraculous warmth. The effect was so pleasant that it created an amazing sense of relaxation and coziness. At that moment, he quietly offered, "Would you like some tea?" adding a light touch of care and attentiveness to the harmonious sensations. She quietly smiled, nestled in the cozy steam room of the bathhouse, and began to recount events in the Demon Kingdom. The bathhouse was perfect for such secret conversations. The warmth and steam created an atmosphere of trust. Despite her youthful appearance, she was unusually sensitive to people. In her past life spent in corporate servitude, she had learned to subtly understand others. For example, someone recently clearly tried to hide something. She noticed it immediately. Her job was to carefully observe others and understand their hidden intentions. She explained that their world is called the Demon World. The western region of the Avesta continent, which humans call the Demon Kingdom, is home to about 24 species of monsters. There are approximately 1,000 subspecies, and all of them inhabit separate locations. More precisely, she clarified that this was in the past. These creatures used to live in these places, creating a complex ecosystem of hierarchy and territory, sharing power and resources among themselves. She clarified that in the demon world there were 3 kingdoms: the Adar demons, the Agi demons, and the Ambrosum demons. Their kingdom, the Ambrosum demons, occupied the southern territory of the demon world. Of course, there were also independent states that were not part of these large kingdoms, remaining autonomous and maintaining their own traditions and power. She explained that if humans became enemies of the demons, all the demon kingdoms would unite and act together by any means necessary. Many people think that a demonic country is just one state, when in reality there are several. In this aspect, demons are not much different from humans, who also tend to underestimate and simplify other states and their power, believing that there is only one powerful entity. Count Vurin was the king of Nosferatu and was considered the strongest of the demon kings. Nevertheless, he lost to his own subordinates, which caused surprise and confusion. Even if one tries to logically explain what happened, the situation remains strange and unpredictable, as such a defeat of the strongest ruler seems impossible, and the reasons remain unclear. Under normal circumstances, however, the immortal demon king Nosferatu would not have lost to Prince Vurin. The entire Vurin clan suffered due to the betrayal of Count Richmond, the head of the necromancers. This betrayal was the decisive factor that allowed the subordinates to overcome the strongest demon king and changed the course of events in the demon world. The demon king and his subordinates surely had a difference in the number of stars, which holds great significance in this world. The immortal demon king Nosferatu could have defeated Prince Vurin with a single swing of his sword. However, if Prince Vurin's body were to swell with terrifying power, the next moment of darkness would prove fatal. The demon king would instantly sever his head. If I'm not mistaken, there are 5 mysterious black stars on the back of Prince Vurin's hand. These marks likely carry special meaning or power within the context of the demon world, differing from the usual stars used to measure the strength of beings. Holy demons have slightly different attributes, which are also considered a divine blessing. However, these tar-colored black stars on the back of Prince Vurin's hand are definitely not among the blessings of the gods of the Avesta world. Apparently, this is something rare and unusual, possibly a gift or a memento from previous generations, distinct from ordinary divine gifts. When the Demon King's sword found its way into her hands, its power saved them from their pursuers. She gripped the princess tightly and fled without looking back, feeling that this sword was their only hope for salvation. Perhaps it seems hasty, but they felt it was necessary for Tadashi to prove to them that they were truly under his protection. They explained that they couldn't fully trust his country yet and wanted to see concrete actions confirming their safety. He categorically refused, stating that he already had attractive women and no temptations could sway him. He was completely uninterested in such things. However, at that moment, he couldn't help but notice that Aislena looked especially beautiful, as always. He firmly replied again that his wives were fierce, he had no concubines, and there would be no weddings. Even as a king, he had no desire to take concubines. Despite the pleas and hints, he remained unyielding. When he was offered to recuperate in Elijah's bathhouse, he only agreed to enjoy the rest but reiterated once more that he was completely uninterested in anything of that nature. Iselina heard praise, being told she had worked hard today. Tadashi admitted that he too had been engrossed in work and somehow ended up in the tent. He subtly changed the subject and said he would like to discuss their future, hinting at an important conversation awaiting the two of them. The miners' village had food warehouses, so it could be used as a defensive base. The village was not far from the demon lands, and soldiers could monitor the mountain range. First, they needed to organize defenses and secure rice supplies. Now, regarding information transfer, Shinku confirmed that the information was valuable. If the enemies cross the steep mountains, their forces will be depleted, making them easier to attack. The possibility of an invasion through the mountains should be considered. The information received from Fujika is deemed important enough to be relayed to the frontline principality. According to Fujika, information from the kingdom reaches the principality through the army. She describes it as leaking through a sieve. Perhaps it would be best to simply tell Ajin about their concerns. It's important to remember that while his reasoning can be trusted, it should be done with caution. They had too many topics to discuss with the princely army today, so they decided to postpone further talks. They agreed to reveal everything when they delivered the goods. It was clear that if the principality weakened, a powerful demonic army would surely attack it. Therefore, everyone felt the situation demanded extreme caution and careful planning. Night was falling, and it was time to rest so they could continue discussions with clear heads tomorrow. Forgiving Lord Tadashi, he was a little surprised but understood there was nothing to be done. It seemed to him that this was the only way the princess could have left. Princess Rina, as the youngest daughter, was especially beloved by the Demon King, and this affection left a noticeable mark on her. In the demonic palace, everything was painted black, as dark as the throne itself. The order was carried out in glory of the kingdom of Ashurados. The kingdom's name was changed from Ambrosum to Ashurados, and it was now led by the Dark Lord of Demons, Prince Vurin. The new state became a symbol of power and darkness, and the demon Ashurados Vurin asserted his authority over all subjects, transforming the palace and the kingdom into an embodiment of darkness. The soldiers reported that the last vampires had finally disappeared beyond the mountain range. General Richmond, head of the aristocrat Phantoms, suggested they might have crossed the ridge via a hidden path. The skeleton soldiers guarding the borders hadn't noticed them, so the crossing went undetected. The reasons for this remained unknown, causing alarm among the command. If anyone enters there, they can kiss their life goodbye. This land is dead and inhabited by demonic beasts. The void is a barren territory with poisonous rivers that are impossible to navigate safely. The place is extremely dangerous for any living creature, and survival there is practically impossible. Count Richmond arrived with a report that he had not pursued the remaining vampires nor seized the Demon King's sword. The king had ordered all living vampires to be destroyed, but now their death was inevitable. The count, displeased with the interference, wondered what His Majesty intended to do in this situation. He felt tired and annoyed by the need to obey and receive explanations, trying to understand the king's next moves. Count Richmond, holding the position of head of the aristocrat Phantoms, showed strength and loyalty. He swore allegiance to the king after being appointed general. Richmond mused that those who opened the gates did not become kings of demonic affairs because of him. He realized that the merits of a general and the head of the aristocrat Phantoms were not fully recognized, which caused him mixed feelings of pride and dissatisfaction. The king reprimanded Count Richmond for his boring reasoning and called him a despicable traitor, useless in the current situation. He reminded Richmond that he had given him a chance to prove himself by making him a general, but he had failed to follow orders. The king demanded another chance, emphasizing that his trust in the general was based on promises that ultimately went unfulfilled. The king roared, ordering Count Richmond to tremble before his own demise. He called him trash, declaring that Richmond would become a sacrifice for the great god of darkness. Facing inevitable black death, Richmond screamed, begging not to be allowed to disappear. A voice boomed with a resonant, authoritative tone, giving commands without the slightest hesitation. It stated that the Demon King's sword must be found, an artifact whose power could change the outcome of battles and even the fate of entire kingdoms. Simultaneously, suitable sacrifices needed to be gathered for Lord Yaldabaoth, the god of darkness, to strengthen his might and spread his influence. It was also stressed that the new world must be pure, devoid of useless beings, and the number of all unnecessary spirits needed to be reduced to avoid weakening the power of darkness and ensure absolute order in the future. The servant bowed his head, his voice solemn and ready for any command. "Yes, I am glad to serve you, your majesty," he said, trying to show his loyalty and determination. In response, a short, authoritative command was given, to do whatever he pleased, for the Lord, as the deputy of the God of Darkness, had no particular restrictions. All searches were entrusted to the servant. However, a taunt soon followed. The missed immortal heiress to the royal title had escaped into the void. The laughter reflected both confidence and a hidden threat. There was still work that needed to be completed. The servant listened to the new command, trying to hide any doubt on his face. The Lord made it clear that the void would become part of his kingdom in the future, but the time for that had not yet come. The command required an end to belief in the demon god Diabol and subjected the servant to the new law established by the Lord. A flicker of anxiety crossed the servant's mind. Would changing the state religion provoke resistance from the demonic church? He understood that any disruption to the balance of power within the cult could have unpredictable consequences. The servant nodded obediently, understanding the gravity of Lord Yaldabaoth's words. The Lord's divine power grew daily, but he still required sacrifices to maintain his might. Any disobedience to orders would not go unpunished. Those who dared to ignore the Lord's will were to be sent for sacrifice. The servant accepted the command as absolute law, realizing that fulfilling this task would strengthen Yaldabaoth's power and demonstrate the servant's loyalty to the kingdom of darkness. Lord Yaldabaoth uttered his command with cold resolve. He intended to eliminate all who did not submit to his will, showing no mercy for the slightest weakness. After this, preparations would begin for the invasion of the human kingdom, and he promised to paint the entire world black. Truly powerful demons must use their might to suppress the weak, and the human kingdom was doomed to extermination. His words sounded like a grim prophecy, heralding the encroaching darkness. Lord Yaldabaoth, determined to manifest in this world, intended to personally destroy the oldest gods and become the supreme being. When this event came to pass, the entire order would change, and everything would unfold exactly as the Lord of Darkness had foretold. His words sounded like a verdict, and the darkness emanating from him seemed palpable, as if the world was already preparing to submit to his undeniable authority. On that day, a kingdom was born where darkness and brute force reigned supreme. Having become incredibly powerful, the Demon King prepared his army to attack the human principality of Frontrine. The ruler's power and cruelty created an atmosphere where every step of the army was dictated by the desire for complete subjugation and destruction of their opponents. The might of the demons felt like an impending shadow, ready to consume everything in its path. The dwarf engineers were working tirelessly, diligently developing new weapons to aid in the upcoming war against the demons. Among the latest military devices, there was even a crossbow, which hadn't been part of their usual arsenal before. The reason was clear. The Demon King's army had massive flying monsters, monstrous creatures like dragons and wyverns, and it was almost impossible to contain their aerial attacks with simple means. The humans didn't have enough archers to provide reliable defense against such opponents. The dwarf mentioned he had heard of such a weapon and knew its destructive power should be far greater than a crossbow. However, he immediately doubted they would be able to get gunpowder, as it was the most crucial part of the design. To his doubt, the master, beaming with joy and enthusiasm, immediately replied that there was no need to worry about it at all. They had already started producing saltpeter, and everything would be ready soon. This statement so astonished the dwarf that he involuntarily fell silent. Turning around, they almost ran towards the immediate creation of cannons, eagerly examining the blueprints and discussing every detail. Someone called out to the master, and at that moment, the girl tugged on his arm, trying to get his attention. He reacted calmly and told her they should go. Up until this point, the master had repeatedly warned his companions. If anything happened, they should immediately inform him and, in extreme necessity, seek help from Kururu. After hearing his words, she also agreed and assured him that he could safely leave the kingdom's defense to them without fear. By this time, the beast girl had already brought the carriage over and, with a sharp cry, urged everyone to set off. The wheel creaked and the carriage began to move. Sitting inside, the master noticed that the road in these parts wasn't too difficult and added that beautiful scenery unfolded all around. He even suggested the girl look out the window to see for herself. But she, settled on his lap and drifting off to sleep, replied in a sleepy voice that she was fine as she was and didn't need to be distracted at all. Then the other girls, watching her, remarked that she was most likely just scared. She added that even as a former demon servant, she still shivered slightly at the mere memory of the past. It amazed her that once fierce demonic bulls could obey humans, and she confessed that she would feel much calmer if at least Kururu was in charge of driving this transport. After this, the former servant of the Demon King, addressing the mistress, cautiously asked if they could request some books. The mistress replied that the cat people merchants could get literally anything, and she asked what kind of books she needed. She timidly explained that she would like to get as many books as possible, as the little lady couldn't fall asleep without reading. The master looked again at the one peacefully dozing on his lap. He stroked her head and listened carefully to the conversation. At that moment, the girl, unexpectedly lifting her head, quietly said that she simply loved books. The mistress added an important clarification. Books that could only be obtained from the library would literally cost their weight in gold. The master asked in surprise if that meant she would charge money for them. To this, the mistress, without losing her composure, explained that they were Tadashi merchants and therefore couldn't just give away goods for free. Then the former servant of the Demon King unexpectedly pulled out a terrifying demonic stone she had hidden. The master asked if it was truly a valuable gem. The merchant explained that demonic stones possessed far greater magical power than the rarest ordinary jewels, which is why they were valued much higher. The master noted with keen interest that this was quite unusual and wondered how much else she might have hidden away. When they arrived at Tadashi's kingdom, they couldn't stop marveling as they looked around. The master remarked aloud that, in his opinion, they currently had everything they needed for life, even though the castle itself seemed quite modest to him. She, however, countered that, on the contrary, the castle was much more luxurious than she had initially expected. She added with admiration that it seemed to reflect the kindness of his heart and was beautiful even without excessive decorations. The master, flustered, only said that he hoped they would truly like everything. Soon after, he announced his intention to travel to the other side of the sea. She asked him, surprised, which sea he was referring to. He then explained that he was concerned about political changes in the Demon Kingdom and intended to ask the god of agriculture himself about it. She, astonished, asked him if it was possible to summon a deity while still on Earth. He calmly replied that the god of agriculture, like other gods, had appeared there many times before. The girl literally jumped in place and asked him if he really summoned gods that often. The master awkwardly clarified that this time the situation was truly extraordinary. She exclaimed that the arrival of deities was a true miracle and declared that she wanted to see it with her own eyes. She asked him to summon the god with her. As they stood by the shore looking at the waves, the master recalled that the main reason he had come all this way was the thought of festival dishes. He even made mental plans on how best to continue the line of meat dishes. But suddenly she called out to him, her eyes shining, and asked if wedding ceremonies would be held simultaneously. He was slightly flustered and reminded her that she herself had previously said she didn't want to get married suddenly. She, pulling out another hidden item, replied that she had heard from others that wedding rings were absolutely necessary for a wedding, and if jewels were required for that, she had them. After listening to her, the master then said that he intended to ask the god about events and changes in the Demon Kingdom at that moment, and therefore she would have to postpone the question of holding a wedding ceremony. The master pondered that while they were harvesting lobsters and abalones from the sea, they should also consider increasing the amount of edible seaweed. These plants could not be grown independently on land, so he came to the practical conclusion that along with catching sea creatures, they needed to make an effort to preserve marine resources themselves so that they wouldn't disappear and could feed them in the future. The girls, observing his actions and listening to his reasoning, were genuinely amazed that the master was not only capable of fighting or hunting, but also understood how to care for the sea and even knew ways to grow seaweed. After these thoughts, he took several items he had prepared in advance from his bag and explained what they had in stock for the day. Among the items he brought were a small handful of rice, some thick miso paste, 1 bottle of soy sauce, and a couple of bottles of jinjo rice sake made from carefully selected pure rice. All of this, it turned out, was the result of trade deals that their acquaintance, the merchant, and her associates had managed to conclude with a wealthy eastern country, famous for its sacred culture, abundance, and ancient traditions. With noticeable enthusiasm, he announced that now that they had seeds, they could begin growing rice. Without delay, he began planting, reminding them that the previous harvest, grown through their hard work and diligent prayers, had turned out to be exceptionally tasty and rich. The first rice grown in their kingdom shone with an amazing brilliance and purity, as if reflecting all their efforts, hopes, and sincere desires. As the master looked at the fields bathed in the warm sunlight, he couldn't hold back his emotions and teared up, as he had only seen such scenes in dreams and sleep before. He said that the merchant had also managed to get rice malt, and therefore, in the future, he would like to try making miso, soy sauce, and sake in their country with his own hands. When the lid of the pot where the rice had been simmering was carefully lifted, warm, swirling steam escaped, revealing plump and soft grains. The master happily noted that the dish was almost ready. The offering he was preparing for the gods held special significance for him, so he felt a slight internal unease as he decided to try the first spoonful. However, the moment the grains touched his tongue, he tasted a rich flavor and couldn't help but let out a satisfied sound. The rice was so perfect that he literally fell in love with this simple yet amazingly delicious dish. Although he had lived in a foreign world for a long time, deep down he remained Japanese and his love for seafood had not faded. That's why he grilled several fresh catches from the sea. The maidens, watching the process with interest and a slight appetite, couldn't take their eyes off the dishes, but the master emphasized that all of it was exclusively for the gods as offerings. Thus, from the brought and gathered ingredients, a whole feast was created, filled with aromas, flavors, and care. When everything was finally ready, the master offered a prayer and summoned the deity to appear before them. And at that very moment, from the heavens, as if answering his call, an old man in a straw hat descended. He noted with surprise that he hadn't seen them in a long time and asked what had happened. The master's companion was overwhelmed with intense emotions. She glanced around shyly, almost losing her voice, unsure how to properly behave in front of such a being. The master himself remained calm and reported that there had been a change of power in the demon kingdom, and unsettling events had begun to occur. He asked his companion to tell him everything she knew. Though she hesitated, she overcame her embarrassment and agreed. The master asked if anything was bothering her. Shaking her head negatively, she gathered all her resolve and recounted everything she had seen to the deity in detail. The old man, after listening to her words, stroked his snow-white beard and remarked that the story of the black stars seemed very strange and alarming. He thanked them for the information and added that it was now necessary to seek advice from the demon god, which would require a statue through which they could directly address him. Then, unable to help herself, she raised her hand as if asking for forgiveness for interrupting him, and pulled out a small statuette from her supplies which, it turned out, she had been carrying with her all this time. When the figurine was placed next to the offerings, nothing changed. The old man sighed heavily and sadly remarked that perhaps the deity's powers had weakened so much that he was no longer able to appear on earth. He sadly added that if the demon god truly hadn't come due to illness or extreme exhaustion, it was an alarming and dangerous sign. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by the unexpected arrival of guests. Before them appeared Lady Mia and Lord Helbaris, who looked puzzled and couldn't understand why the old man had appeared in this place. The master explained that he had just spoken with the demon god and learned that his divine power was rapidly fading, and the cause of this was most likely the intervention of a well-known god. The old man was indignant, stating that he had never heard of such a thing, and Lady Mia, in turn, sharply retorted that there was no point in telling such things to the old man at all. The old man complained pitifully, stating that he was the only one who knew nothing about what was happening and that it felt like blatant mockery of him, emphasizing that it was only thanks to his efforts that divine power still continued to exist. However, the lady, remaining calm, asked him to speak softer and not interrupt their important conversation. The master, surprised, asked the lady which god they were referring to. He was told that originally, humans were not supposed to know such secrets, but now the old rules no longer applied. Then the lady unhurriedly began to tell a story. Long before them, in the very first times, the inhabitants of their divine world were only the first goddess, Lady Alia, and a very small number of humans. But one day, a serious threat of their complete extinction arose. That's when Lady Alia decided to welcome foreign races and gods abandoned by other deities into her world. The young man was utterly shocked to hear that they all actually came from another world. The old man nodded and added that he himself only ended up here after leaving the lands known as Greece. The other two gods explained that they arrived from a different world and brought their people with them, which happened according to one of the myths of the world of Avestor. After a short pause, the goddess continued, explaining that the vanished world had almost been restored at one point, but there were too many gods and races. This caused the world to gradually lose stability, and Lady Aelia tried to fix the situation by sending reincarnated people with powerful souls. The goddess admitted that she personally had always been against such a thing, and the old man immediately recalled that she had also opposed the young man's own arrival. To this, the goddess replied that it was obvious, as too much power could create new difficulties, and the first goddess was overly constrained by her initial success. The elder objected, passionately stating that the young man was kind-hearted and would certainly be able to save their world. The goddess, her expression changing, nevertheless returned to the topic of the strange god. She explained that many gods and different races followed the first goddess, but there were also those who refused to obey her and decided to seize power over the world themselves. These were the ones who became known as the Matsuravan gods. The young man cautiously asked her if this meant that the current events were the work of one of those gods who opposed the goddess. With a heavy sigh, the goddess replied that the dark god Artabayat was behind all of this. He had managed to gain the trust of demons and now planned to take over the entire world, adding that gods exist differently from people on Earth and therefore cannot directly interfere in dark matters. The old man, placing his hands over the young man's, emphatically concluded that this was precisely why the gods needed his strength. The goddess grumbled that she couldn't understand the old man's attachment to this person. The elder confidently replied that the young man was his follower. He added that, in fact, the only one capable of opposing the dark god was his follower, who possessed extraordinary divine protection. The goddess, finally softening, admitted that perhaps he truly deserved her help, and the old man, turning to the young man, informed him that they had one more request. The guy calmly replied that he understood them and, of course, would do everything in his power. The conversation ultimately revealed that the so-called magic prince who possessed dark stars was indeed the dark god, and his influence in the demon kingdom was only growing stronger. The gods asked the young man to protect the demon race and warned that the dark god would most likely try to destroy all followers of the demon god. The young man said that wasn't the most important thing, but the events in the demon kingdom did seem extremely strange to him, but at that moment his partner interrupted him. She apologized for interrupting and suggested leaving the internal affairs of the kingdom to the vampires. She noted that if the pursuit of demons who believed in the demon god began, they would be the ones to stop it. And if it came to secret missions or espionage, that's where vampires were especially strong. The master, reminding her that the mission would be incredibly difficult, asked if she was confident they could handle it. To this, she firmly replied that the demon kingdom was their home, and they wanted to save its persecuted inhabitants, and therefore asked him to trust and rely on them. The master agreed, stating firmly that in that case, he was counting on their help. The old man, visibly pleased, immediately began to eat and said that it was good everything was clear now, and that on such an occasion, they could try the food and drinks from the offerings. The goddess grumbled indignantly that the old man was too carefree, and that's why no one wanted to tell him the truth before. But suddenly, another loud male voice was heard, cheerfully asserting that the offerings were indeed delicious. The new guest turned out to be the god of blacksmithing. Pouring himself some sake and answering a question about how long he had been there, he explained with a smile that he simply couldn't help but show up when drinks appeared among the offerings. Cheerfully patting the master from the demon kingdom on the shoulder, he said that they would also help and provide support. The master from the demon kingdom, though a little embarrassed, also declared that, albeit with some hesitation, he couldn't refuse the offerings and was also ready to help. Curiously, he took a cup of rice sake and delightedly noted its light taste. The goddess stood in confusion when suddenly the master's friends also appeared, offering her a dish of delicious seaweed tempura. One by one, the gods began to persuade her not to be stubborn and to try it too. The goddess, blushing, indignantly replied that she would have certainly tried it even without their words, and so she also joined the feast. The atmosphere livened up, and the old man, laughing, joked that soon she herself would side with his follower. The goddess, embarrassed, loudly retorted that it wasn't about that at all, but about the danger of giving too much power to one reincarnated person. But the others just laughed merrily and said that she was as stubborn as ever. Ardo Monastery served as the place where criminals caught by the Demon King were held. It was an ancient and gloomy place surrounded by a high wall behind which reigned strict silence. It was here that one of the royal subordinates arrived. He carefully surveyed the surroundings, listening to every sound as if hoping to catch something important, and soon noticed the one he had been so persistently searching for. Before his eyes stood the young lady. In a loose, long dress, she stood directly in front of him, as if emerging from the radiance of the midday sun itself. In her hands was a heavy adze, and like a simple peasant woman, she wiped sweat from her brow, continuing to work in broad daylight. The man, not hiding his surprise, asked her if she truly did such work herself. To this, the girl, smiling slightly, replied that she would ask him to wait a little. After all, she only had a part of the task left to finish. She calmly explained that she had consciously chosen this work for herself because she wanted to personally cultivate the land and perform simple duties alongside the farm residents, even though she was formally under strict guard. Then, becoming serious and furrowing her brows slightly, she asked him if he understood why she, once the army's strongest soldier, had still been defeated by a simple farmer. He admitted in confusion that he didn't know the answer. Then the girl, straightening up and standing in a firm stance as if ready for battle again, firmly declared her opponent turned out to be the strongest farmer. Turning to face the field, she quietly added that it was only when she started plowing the land with her own hands that she truly understood many things and saw the world differently for the first time. The man adjusted his monocle and said he found her words beautiful in their own way. After that, he cautiously asked what had happened to her sword, without which it was hard to imagine her former self. She replied calmly and confidently that he shouldn't worry, her sword was still with her. Moreover, every day she came to pray to the sacred imperial blade and was filled with its power. For her, this sword was not just a weapon, but her most precious treasure and a symbol of her duty. Her interlocutor, surprised by her words, asked what exactly she meant. The young woman then bitterly confessed that many soldiers had died on the battlefield because of her mistakes, and she couldn't allow a war to start a second time. But if the power of the sacred sword was ever needed again, she was ready to step forward at any moment and even die for her country. The man saw that the young lady remained resolute, so he gently asked her not to worry too much about the fate of the duchy's army. He then informed her that significant political changes had occurred in the Demon Kingdom, and they were now on the verge of reclaiming the stolen farmlands. The heroine became alert and anxiously asked what that meant. The royal subordinate explained that the Demon Kingdom of Ambrosum might soon be destroyed as a result of a coup d'etat. She cried out, clarifying if this meant the fall of the enemy state. He continued, the Demon King had already been defeated and his kingdom was embroiled in a civil war. Two factions were fighting within it. One maintained neutrality towards the human race, while the other harbored open hatred for humans. In response, the current king took loyal human-friendly fugitives of the former ruler under his protection and took control of the exiled government. The young lady couldn't believe what she was hearing. However, the royal subordinate continued. Although the current Demon King's forces were weakening, the hate-filled faction was already preparing a brutal invasion. Fortunately, the king had begun receiving elixirs and provisions, which allowed him to strengthen his defenses and gradually increase his readiness for enemy attacks. After listening to him, she admitted with relief that she had been very worried all this time, as she hadn't received any news here. But the man interrupted her, adding that there was another fresh piece of news. He announced that His Majesty had drunk the healing elixir, finally risen from his bed and begun to recover. Tears welled up in the young woman's eyes. Her joy at the news of her father was so great that she could barely hold back. Through her tears, she quietly said that this was very good. Then the Lord, placing a hand on her shoulder, gently asked if she wanted to go to the front lines with him. She asked in surprise what exactly he meant. The man then explained. Rumors were circulating that the king himself had arrived with supplies and therefore it was necessary to show respect, meet him, and thank him. But the young woman, burning with shame, confessed that she was so embarrassed she couldn't face him. The subordinate tried to support her. He said that he himself wanted to properly apologize and express gratitude, and he was confident that the kind-hearted king would surely forgive her. The young woman, however, sadly added that she had never thanked him before. Gathering her courage, she firmly declared, even though it was late now, she still wanted to apologize and thank the king for saving her father. The man replied with a kind smile, saying that was wonderful. Sometime later in the Principality of Frontline, at the front castle's main line, the merchant returned. Greeting everyone cheerfully, she announced that preparations for team assignments were well underway. The Lord thanked her and apologized for burdening her with so many responsibilities, but suddenly another voice came from the carriage. It was the royal subordinate who had arrived with the young lady. Placing a hand on his chest, he expressed his joy at their long-awaited meeting. The Lord, delighted, replied that he was also glad to see him in good health. Then, noticing the girl standing behind him, he asked in surprise who had arrived with him. The subordinate replied that it was Princess Matilda, and she wished to personally apologize and express her gratitude. The Lord, looking at her more closely, admitted that he hadn't even noticed her at first. The princess then abruptly knelt down and with a trembling voice said she was deeply sorry. The Lord, flustered, quickly asked her to stand up, but she remained kneeling and continued, explaining that this was the only way she could express the sincerity of her feelings. Extending his hand, the Lord offered to let go of their shared past. With kindness in his voice, he told her that he forgave her and that she should stand up. Hesitantly, the princess placed her palm in his hand, but then, standing up sharply and gripping his fingers tighter, she quickly thanked him for saving her father once. The Lord gently replied that the true credit wasn't his. The healing elixir he had given the king earlier possessed the power to cure severe illnesses. Moreover, the production of this medicine in the principality had increased, and now it could relieve residents not only of ailments but also of serious wounds. The princess, overjoyed, assured him that she was ready to do anything for her people. The Lord then freed his hand from her grasp and added that the principality was an ally, and therefore it was an honor for him to help. With a touch of sadness, she admitted that she had indeed acted foolishly and recklessly in the past. Looking down, the girl said it was hard for her to realize how much he had done for her without asking for anything in return. The Lord, smiling, replied that it was all natural. They had a joint fight ahead against the Demon Kingdom's commander-in-chief, and mutual assistance was therefore essential. Suddenly, he remembered an important detail and announced that he wanted to demonstrate something. He stated with satisfaction that they had managed to capture Princess Rena, and if there were demons among their allies, there would be a unique opportunity to present her to the principality's leader. Their conversation was unexpectedly interrupted by a new participant. Apologizing for his lateness, the general of the vanguard appeared, a 3-star general blessed by the god of war. He declared that he was temporarily filling in for the Emperor's guard commander. His voice was loud and sharp as he announced he had a complaint against the Lord. The Lord became wary, not understanding why this man, known for his short temper and considered by many to be the era's biggest drama enthusiast, had come to them. The royal subordinate asked the general to restrain himself, but he refused, insisting he needed to speak his mind. The Lord calmly replied that it was natural, and if the general had grievances, he was ready to listen. The general, reiterating that he would speak without a shadow of a doubt, reminded the Lord of his words regarding cooperation. Then, burning with indignation, he declared that his country was in dire straits. Aristocrats and soldiers had been taken away, blacksmiths and dwarves were absent, and the main mine had stopped working, halting supplies. The princess, unable to bear it, became indignant. She sharply called out to the general, accusing him of shaming her in front of their allies. She angrily asked if he meant that people had left the country because of her poor rule, but the gentleman calmly asked her to listen to the rest of the complaints. The enraged princess replied that she saw no point in listening to someone who didn't understand how difficult the people's situation had been. The general continued in the same vein. He claimed that the gentleman owed him gratitude for supplying the army, or else he intended to subjugate the proud army of the principality. The princess tried to call out to him again, but the general sharply asked her if her goals now aligned with the king's, given her fierce indignation. Then he rudely added that although she was the legitimate heir to the prince and a respected aristocrat, her position was insignificant compared to other rulers, and therefore she was incapable of leading the principality's army. Offended by his words, the princess was about to unleash a torrent of curses on him, but the gentleman gently stopped her, saying he would handle it himself. Turning to the general, he emphasized that the principality was not subordinate to him, and the assistance with supplies was merely a display of cooperation. The general fell silent for a moment. The gentleman asked if he agreed with that explanation. The general, reminding him that he was first and foremost a soldier, replied that he disliked empty arguments and preferred to settle everything by force. he suggested they resolve their differences with swords. The merchant girl immediately intervened, sternly declaring that she wouldn't allow him to speak to her beloved that way, and if necessary, she would fight him herself. The gentleman quickly calmed her down. Deep down, he knew that if his brave friend entered into battle with the general, she would surely beat him beyond recognition. So he firmly stated that he would be his opponent. The general was surprised by this answer. The gentleman noted that it was a friendly duel, a training match between equals, and therefore they would fight only for honor. The merchant girl tried to stop him again, but he gave her an encouraging smile and assured her that everything would be fine. He already had an idea brewing. The general clarified if his opponent truly wasn't going to use divine power. The gentleman replied in the negative, reminding him that it was just a friendly duel. The soldier acknowledged his resolve as worthy of respect, shed his heavy armor, and declared that in that case, he wouldn't resort to his holy diamond armor either. As a true warrior, he intended to defeat his opponent fairly. The gentleman drew his sword and confirmed that they would fight honorably. The general nodded, trusting his honor. Without waiting for a signal, the soldier charged forward first. The gentleman managed to block the sudden lunge and, parrying the continuous blows, heard the general's question, why wasn't he attacking back? Catching his breath, the gentleman calmly remarked that a counterattack wasn't easy, but he still wasn't going to let his guard down. This only spurred the soldier on. Filled with excitement, he said that his opponent couldn't possibly be that agile. The young man understood that if he let his guard down even a little, a barrage of attacks would overwhelm him. Catching his breath after the intense exchange of blows, the young man admitted that this was exactly the kind of battle he expected from a warrior known as the Diamond Defender of the Principality. The general, in turn, was genuinely surprised. His opponent had managed to withstand a powerful blow that would have long since felled and incapacitated anyone else. But the man standing before him had no intention of giving up. With determination and firmness in his voice, the general declared that he would continue his assault, intending to show the true strength of a soldier whose life was dedicated to protecting his native principality. The young man clearly understood that if he continued to only absorb blows, even his body would eventually give out under this relentless and merciless force. His hands trembled, but he gathered the last of his will and managed to block another fierce lunge, gritting his teeth in pain and strain. The general was once again astonished by his resilience and, taking it as a challenge, decided to unleash his full power, leaving no trace of restraint. He abruptly launched a swift, high-speed attack, breaking through the young man's defense and knocking him off his feet. As the young man fell heavily to the ground, the general triumphantly asked if this meant his ultimate victory. The young man, accepting defeat with dignity, acknowledged that it had been a worthy fight, exactly as a duel with the diamond warrior protecting his principality should be. These words stirred a storm of emotions. The soldiers watching the battle cheered for their general with joyful cries, their eyes shining with pride and faith in his strength. After the duel, the general extended a hand to the fallen man, helping him up, and asked why he hadn't used his divine power, which could have easily tipped the scales in his favor. The young man, accepting the help, calmly explained that he had chosen the path of a warrior, not the path of the god's power. Standing tall and straightening up, he added that he was essentially a simple farmer and therefore could not be considered an equal opponent to the soldiers of the principality. His strength lay elsewhere, in his ability to cultivate fields, store provisions, and create elixirs, which allowed him to support the army in difficult times. These words made the general pause, and he asked if the Lord would be willing to offer work to his men as well, should the need arise. Then, speaking firmly and confidently, the general declared that while the principality's soldiers were strong, their true enemy was the demon kingdom, which was counting on the gradual decline of the human race. Standing directly before everyone and gathering all the seriousness of the moment, he stated that he now had a new request. The warriors of the principality must repay the kindness and trust shown to them. Their warriors' pride would not allow them to stand idly by, they would assist the Lord. Turning to his soldiers, he asked if they were ready to embark on this path. Without a moment's hesitation, the army confirmed their agreement with a unanimous shout. The Lord gratefully thanked them, saying he eagerly awaited their combined help and believed in their strength. The merchant, beaming with pride, praised her companion, stating that he had, as expected, handled it brilliantly. The soldiers surrounded their general, loudly praising his victory, and the merchant added that the discontent among the principality's warriors had gradually subsided, and they were now ready to fight on the front lines. The Lord calmly remarked that, in reality, it hadn't been difficult at all. Deep down, he recalled his past experience. Years of working as a simple office clerk had taught him how to deal with people's complaints and dissatisfaction, and now these skills had unexpectedly proven invaluable. The merchant, spreading her arms, proudly declared that their lord possessed a special talent. If management had been entrusted to, for example, a young beast girl, she would surely have made mistakes and thus brought trouble upon the imperial soldiers. The beast girl, bristling indignantly, retorted that it was unfair and untrue, but the Lord quickly intervened to defuse the situation. He gently assured her that the merchant didn't mean it that way at all, and added that the beast folk were indeed angry with the principality's soldiers, but an outburst of emotions wouldn't solve the problem. It's even more important to remember what the general said. The kingdom provides reliable logistical support, while the principality becomes the front line for strengthening military power. Only by cooperating can they stand against the Demon King's new army. The princess, a little flustered, quickly apologized for the misunderstanding caused by the general's words. However, the young man replied that, on the contrary, he was impressed by the fighting spirit of the principality's warriors. She then noted that if he had used his divine power, the general wouldn't have been able to resist him for even a moment. The young man awkwardly explained that using a divine gift in a friendly duel was unacceptable and unfair. The princess, recalling the past, added that once, when she was thoughtless, she clearly realized he could have defeated her with a single blow, but instead he held back, deflecting all her attacks. This was precisely what earned him the admiration of the soldiers, who now saw him as a true king worthy of respect. Embarrassed, he thanked her for such high praise. The princess, not wanting her words to sound accidental or like an empty compliment, repeated them, asserting that she spoke from the heart. The young man, aiming to highlight her own achievements, said that she too had accomplished a great deal, especially in swordsmanship, and that her success impressed him no less than a divine blessing. In a rush of emotion, the princess again took his hands and, lost in her feelings, confessed that she entrusted the fate of the principality to him. With determination in her voice, she proposed that he marry her and become the next ruler of her country. These words stunned the young man. For a moment, he froze, his thoughts jumbled, and he couldn't fully grasp what he had just heard. Without loosening her grip, the princess looked intently into the young man's eyes and, not hiding her excitement, asked if he would agree to marry her and become the next ruler of the principality. But before he could answer, they were interrupted by the royal confidant, who politely but firmly asked them to wait and not rush their decision. Gathering his thoughts, the confidant admitted that long ago the idea had crossed his own mind, what the young man might be like as the princess's husband. However, he quickly clarified that such a prospect seemed excessively impossible and too difficult to realize. The princess flared up sharply and, not hiding her offense, asked if he thought she was too old to marry. To these words, the confidant quickly retorted that he had meant nothing of the sort. But indignation was already boiling in the princess's soul, and, pressing her lips together, she threatened him to choose his words carefully from now on. Nevertheless, the confidant, remaining calm and firm, continued. He said that after the princess married the young man, he would automatically become the heir to the principality, and such serious matters could not be decided solely on personal feelings. Such decisions concerned the entire populace. The princess, sighing and trying not to give in to irritation, replied that, of course, without her father's permission, they had no right to even begin such discussions. But the confidant, on the contrary, insisted with even greater fervor that things were not as simple as they might seem. And it was at this moment that a deep and familiar male voice suddenly rang out, confidently stating that he had no objection to such a union. Everyone present froze instantly. Before them was her father, His Highness Prince Zaster. Surprised and alarmed, they quickly asked if he was all right. The prince, clearing his throat slightly, replied that he was well aware of the young man's arrival, but fatigue had gotten the better of him, and he had briefly fallen asleep. The princess, barely holding back tears of relief, ran to him and, fussing over him caringly, began to urge him not to overexert himself. But Zaster gently assured his daughter that he was fine, his illness had almost receded, and reminded her that her companion had also endured considerable suffering and had suffered no less than he had. Then, turning to his daughter, the prince took her trembling hand and warmly said that once, like her, he too had chosen the wrong path. But as long as she was alive and full of strength, everything could be corrected and changed for the better. Hearing this, the princess, with renewed determination, agreed with his words. The elder then turned to the young man. Bowing his head, the prince apologized for his past rudeness and once again stating his full name, Zaster von Frontrine, gratefully declared that it was only thanks to the young man's help that he had the good fortune to stand before them alive. The young man, smiling kindly, replied that he was glad to see the prince in good health and high spirits. The general soon joined their meeting, his eyes shining with genuine joy. He was truly happy to see the prince alive and relatively healthy. The general declared with fervent conviction that he considered the young man a true hero and a genuine king, one to whom the fate of the entire principality could be entrusted. He recalled realizing this the moment he crossed swords with him. The young man respects the pride of his subjects, treats them with care, and managed to defeat the princess herself in fair combat. Therefore, he had no objections whatsoever to his candidacy. The prince, listening carefully to the general, echoed his words and confirmed that the young man was indeed blessed by the gods. He had managed to establish relations with the demons, saved the starving people, and even protected him from an inevitable death caused by illness. Leaning back in his chair, the prince concluded with a heavy but confident sigh that this man was the one who had managed to bring order to their chaotic world. The general then raised his hand and loudly addressed his warriors, and in an instant, the entire army of heavenly soldiers, as if a single organism, supported his words with force and enthusiasm. The soldiers let out a triumphant cheer, their resolve echoing through the hall. The princess, hearing their unanimity, was deeply moved, her heart filled with mixed feelings, pride, tenderness, and a slight apprehension. The prince then turned to the young man again and asked what he had to say about everything he had heard. The young man had just begun to say that whatever he answered now, when the prince interrupted him again. Smiling softly, almost kindly, he said that he could not demand an immediate answer from such a young king. First, they should strengthen their friendship and trust, and so he invited him to spend time at the castle. Once inside the castle, during a peaceful tea ceremony, the prince warmly offered him tea, which he had personally brewed for his daughter and in honor of the long life of his loyal, trusted comrade. The princess's companion, slightly embarrassed, admitted that such praise was like a bolt from the blue for him. And then the young man suddenly remembered that he wanted to introduce someone to the prince. A modest girl timidly entered the hall and, bowing low, introduced herself as the youngest daughter of the former demon king, Nosferatu Varada Ambro. Her name was Renav Varid Ambrosum. Embarrassed by the attention, she immediately hid behind the young man, who explained that she and her family now lived in his kingdom. He stated with conviction that humans and friendly demons could get along and live side by side. The prince, after observing the girl carefully for a while, finally replied briefly that he considered this the best outcome. However, he emphasized that the people of the principality would need time to accept such a thing. The young man grew slightly pensive, considering that people's prejudices against demons went back to ancient times. And then, as if gathering her resolve, the demon king's daughter brightened. She stepped forward, firmly grasped the young man's hand, and with childlike confidence and enthusiasm declared that she would make him the new demon king. The young man, shocked, admitted that he was hearing about the girl's plan for the first time. In response to his words, the prince, smiling playfully, said that it seemed not only his own daughter would become the young man's wife, but this sweet young lady as well. However, the young man quickly objected, adding that marriage was out of the question, as the demon king's youngest daughter had not yet reached adulthood. At this, the girl, stubbornly stomping her foot, passionately declared that she was already 13 years old and would soon be an adult. The young man was just about to gently explain that she was still a child when she insistently interrupted him, adding that demons are considered adults at 15, meaning there wasn't much time left and she was almost grown up. Unable to hold back, the princess immediately shot a scorching glare at her rival, while the prince, observing their argument, remarked with feigned seriousness that his daughter had acquired a very dangerous competitor. The beast girl unexpectedly intervened in the conversation. She firmly declared her opposition to her master marrying the princess, reminding everyone that it was the princess who had led those who once attacked their island. The master nodded and agreed with her, noting that it was indeed a valid reason. However, the merchant woman, on the contrary, objected and said that from her perspective, marrying the princess was not the worst option at all. In fact, it could be a beneficial step, as it would solidify their alliance with blood ties. The prince, having listened to both sides, noted that as soon as the master became the heir to the principality's throne, they would immediately be able to expand cooperation with the demons. But of course, only with those who were willing to be allies. The merchant woman readily supported him, adding that in such a case, the principality would become their reliable partner, and they would be able to exchange not only food and medicine but also valuable demonic weapons. The prince nodded again and emphasized that they had very little time left, meaning that everyone present was right in their own way. The beast girl smirked contentedly and said that it was no wonder Prince Frontline had earned a reputation as the wisest of rulers. The master, meanwhile, involuntarily recalled the information he had recently received. An attack by the Demon Kingdom's army was predictable and expected, and it would happen very soon. At that moment, his companion firmly stated that he was the one who needed to decide the next step. The master fell into deep thought, but before he could answer, a soldier, breathless and pale, ran in. The soldier hastily reported bad news. A new enemy army had attacked the granary. Moreover, he emphasized that the enemy had never before dared to raise a black flag over their lands, meaning everything was more serious than it seemed. Additionally, the strength of this army was terrifyingly great. All eyes turned to the master at once. He straightened up firmly and declared with determination that he understood what he had to do. Then he loudly announced that he would marry the princess, the prince's daughter. Turning to his comrades, the master added that the Frontline Principality was now their ally. He gave the order to arm the soldiers with demonic weapons and stressed that not a single resident of the principality should perish. His loyal companion confidently replied that she already had everything necessary prepared for this. Meanwhile, there were surprisingly few people at the granary, but enemy troops were arriving faster and faster. The leader of the orc race, named Gariate, squinted and suggested that the principality's residents had simply fled in fear of their army's might. Hearing his words, a warrior from the goblin race named Gabuta burst out laughing and furiously began repeating that they needed to kill more, destroy more, and praise the new demon king, thanks to whom he was now allowed to plunder as much as he wished. The goblin fiercely added that the previous lord had annoyed everyone with his bans on looting, but the current ruler truly understood them. Another orc joined him with a thunderous stomp of his foot. His voice was filled with battle fervor, and he proudly declared that their troops were incredibly strong and would now yield to no one. At that very moment, a heavy cobblestone was launched from a crossbow behind the fortress in his direction. The orc noticed the projectile at the last second, but with monstrous speed, he spun around and with a powerful swing of his weapon deflected the boulder, embedding it directly into the fortress wall. Laughing loudly, he repeated that they were strong and only needed more blood and destruction. The orc leader, frowning, told his warriors they were allowed to rampage as much as they wanted. However, deep down, he contemptuously thought they were overestimating the new demon king. Moreover, he even felt a slight envy for these mindless idiots. The leader understood that their strength had grown thanks to the dark god's blessing, but this deity's generosity seemed excessive and suspicious. He began to suspect that they were merely destined to be pawns, doomed to a swift demise. Yes, they were a step ahead in the battle now, but the leader knew clearly that the principality's army held a holy sword in its arsenal. If this sword fell into the hands of the demons, they could crush the entire principality at once. Summoning a gargoyle, the leader gave an order to find the princess's whereabouts, as she was the one who wielded the holy sword. With this command, he was confident they would no longer have any chance of losing. Sometime later, the principality's army, reinforced with demonic weapons and allied support, marched to meet the invading enemies. When the orcs saw their enemies before them, their leader was stunned. The principality's army was 3 times larger than expected, and their soldiers skillfully and cohesively repelled every attack. The demon leader, with a stern face, asked his soldiers why they had been driven back and how they could explain such a shameful defeat. The warriors, breathing heavily and barely standing from exhaustion, replied that the enemies were incredibly strong thanks to the strange weapons they were using. The soldiers said that everything happening felt unusual and unfamiliar. The principality's army, which had never been able to match them in strength and was considered weaker, now rose again and again after each defeat, as if gaining new power and fresh strength. The leader frowned and pondered. He didn't understand what was going wrong. After all, they had sent 80,000 elite fighters, their best battle-hardened warriors, yet not a single castle had fallen. Meanwhile, the lord, closely observing the situation from the front lines, anxiously noted that there were too many enemies. It seemed to him that this avalanche of opponents would simply never cease. He asked the general if they had always been subjected to such massive attacks and if they could withstand such fierce pressure. The general, remaining calm, rational, and firm, replied that no, the situation was now completely the opposite. They themselves had seized the initiative, and it was the principality that was attacking, while the enemy was only responding to their blows. Moreover, the general explained that they knew the enemy's movement routes perfectly and had therefore been able to prepare thoroughly, using every small detail to their advantage. He pointed to the forward castle and noted that it was ideally located for encirclement and counterattack. If the enemy previously had a numerical advantage, it was now lost. The general confidently stated that the number of enemies does not decide the outcome of the battle. A well-thought-out strategy and preparation do, and very soon everyone would see this clearly. And indeed, the goblins, rushing forward with a thirst for destruction, one by one fell into pre-dug traps, while the principality's archers rained down fiery arrows from above. The lord, observing the soldiers' actions, was astonished and even admired them. They had even thought to add kindling oil, intensifying the flames and turning the battlefield into a blazing inferno. The general, noticing the lord's surprise, calmly explained that demons are too stubborn and not prone to retreat. After the dark god's blessing, they became even stronger, and that's why the principality's soldiers knew in advance they would have to try harder than ever before and prepare for battle with utmost seriousness. Drawing the young king's attention to what was happening, the general asked him to personally witness the great battle that simple but brave warriors were fighting in his defense. Then, in a strict and confident commanding voice, he ordered the infantry to advance into battle. After handing new weapons to the other team, the general declared that if each of them could defeat at least 3 enemies, victory would be theirs. This seemed entirely achievable and instilled confidence, so the soldiers raised their blades to the sky and with a battle cry, responded that they would not fail and would fight to the very end. The young king, emboldened by their unity and courage, also stepped forward. He announced that he would provide them with everything they needed, including food, and that the care of the wounded could be left to him and his loyal assistants. The soldiers, tired and exhausted, were thrilled by the delicious stew they were served. Chatting happily, they noted that strength seemed to be returning to their bodies and their spirits were growing stronger. The assistants explained that this stew was made from demonic bull meat, following Elijah's recipe. Everyone was astonished. No one could have imagined that the meat of demonic creatures could not only be edible but also so nutritious and surprisingly delicious. The invigorated fighters discussed among themselves that after tasting this dish, they simply couldn't lose. The young lord, offering the general some food, admitted he was worried that the prepared meal might not be to his liking. He then presented another treat, onigiri, which were neat rice balls, explaining that they were not only tasty but also very simple to prepare, even in field conditions. The general ate them one after another with gusto, smiling as he said he felt a surge of strength and clarity in his mind. The young king happily added that onigiri originated from his homeland and that this was his small tribute to the soldiers. The general, recognizing the strategic advantage, reported that the enemy was likely puzzled as to why the principality still had supplies. But the king confidently stated that there was no need to worry about provisions. They should focus on the battle and not get distracted by minor details. The residents of the principality were stunned. They had witnessed firsthand how the young king literally transformed the battlefield into a garden, creating food and medicine through his power and blessing. It was now clear that provisions and remedies could be produced daily, and the manufacturing of elixirs was on the verge of reaching mass production. The general watched this miracle with respect. A feeling grew stronger in his heart. He was truly in the presence of a future great heir to the throne, capable of restoring harmony to a world plunged into chaos and despair. Meanwhile, the king approached the fighters and asked how the battle was progressing. The general honestly admitted that he couldn't yet calmly face the demon's power, but he immediately added that even if they lost, the battle would be prolonged and the enemy would not achieve a quick victory. Moreover, the general was confident that the demons would eventually decide to launch an all-out attack. The young lord cautiously asked if he was sure everything would go smoothly. But the general, patting him on the shoulder with a smile, reassured him that there was no point in worrying, as they had a unique opportunity to achieve a decisive victory right now, in front of everyone. With these words, he rushed forward and loudly addressed the king, telling him to witness their triumph and believe in the return of his warriors. The battle continued, and now the principality held an undeniable advantage. Their strength lay not only in their demonic weapons but also in the production revolution initiated by the young king. Everyone knew that the decisive clash was very close. The attacking army was rapidly losing its warriors, and their leader understood less and less why this was happening. With each passing minute, his fighters' ranks thinned as if an invisible harvest was cutting them down. Where an attack had recently raged, now only the bodies of the fallen remained, along with the frightened cries of those who survived. Yet, the enemy's fortress stubbornly held on, as if the very earth was giving it the strength to resist. Subordinates approached the leader one after another, pleading with him to take action. They were breathing heavily from exhaustion and fear, admitting that at this rate, their army would inevitably suffer defeat. Many openly asked what they should do now and how to turn the tide of battle if the enemy kept coming back stronger. But in the leader's mind, the image of the Demon King became clearer, the one who would mercilessly destroy any general who dared to return in defeat. He knew perfectly well that failure would mean not only his own death but also the demise of his entire lineage. Suppressing his rage and fear, he asked the gargoyle if it was true that the princess general they feared seeing on the battlefield was not among the principality's fighters. The gargoyle confirmed this again and cautiously suggested that a man in heavy, shining armor was leading the defense. This news somewhat encouraged the leader. Raising his head, he declared that in that case, he would personally seize the initiative and lead the decisive attack. Hearing his cry, the monster army became animated and, inspired by his resolve, roared in response. They swore that they would achieve victory with him. Calling upon his warriors, the leader promised that he would pave the way to victory with his own blood and that everyone must follow his example. For the existence of his race, he could not afford to lose. He leaped onto his fierce dragon, whose scales gleamed in the firelight, and gripping a massive spear, charged forward. With a powerful swing, he struck the fortress wall, and a deafening crack echoed across the battlefield. Stones rained down, but the fortress held. The principality's soldiers, who had prepared for such a siege, immediately closed ranks and surrounded the orc general. The monster leader reluctantly admitted that the enemies were far more prepared than he had expected. Moreover, the principality's army still possessed weapons forged from demonic metal, blades capable of cutting even the hide of a mighty earth dragon. Still, the orc had no intention of retreating. Raising his spear, he ordered his warriors to act without hesitation, reminding them that death awaited them regardless if they were defeated. It was at this moment that the general of the princely army stepped forward and loudly called out to him. His voice rang out above the din of battle. He introduced himself as the Steel Soldier Ordos and challenged the monster leader to a duel. The orc sneered contemptuously, stating that this man was not worthy of being his opponent. In response, he introduced himself as the general of the United Army. With these words, their deadly fight began. With his very first strike, Ordos wounded the dragon the orc was riding, and it roared, lashing its tail against the ground. In a fury, the monster leader shouted that he now had no right to lose, and with a powerful lunge, he threw his enemy aside. His blow was so strong that the steel soldier was thrown back several steps and fell to the ground, but he managed to get up quickly. Ordos noticed with relief that his holy armor remained unharmed, though his body felt the full force of the impact. The orc, raising his gigantic spear, was already preparing to deliver a decisive blow. But suddenly the ground beneath their feet trembled, as if nature itself intervened in the fight, separating the combatants and pushing them apart. The young king intervened on the battlefield. Seeing that the situation was turning for the worse, he could not remain a mere bystander. The orc, growling irritably, demanded to know his name. The young ruler calmly replied that he was merely a farmer from his kingdom. The orc couldn't contain his rage and shouted, demanding to know if he was a farmer or a king. But the young man replied with the same confidence that he was both, as his kingdom was essentially a giant farm. The orc general gritted his teeth, his face contorted with fury. Growling darkly that he didn't care who this man was, he swung his spear again and promised to kill anyone who dared to stand in his way. But before the weapon reached its target, the young king deftly intercepted it and in an instant broke it in half. Calmly and confidently, he declared that he had simply overpowered the spear. The orc was both provoked and puzzled. He couldn't understand what strange divine power this young man possessed, or how he could turn simple tools into weapons capable of standing against demonic forces. But his desire to kill the young man only intensified. Getting back up, he furiously charged into attack once more. Yet fate was relentless. With one precise swing of his sword, the young king severed both of the orc's arms at once. The orc screamed in pain as the young king cut off his arms. However, the ruler, maintaining his composure, sincerely apologized for the suffering he caused and warned that if the orc continued to fight, he would have to break his neck next time. Surveying the battlefield, the king noticed that the number of demons around was as numerous as the stars under the demon lord's patronage, and then he saw one of the orc's arms slowly regenerating, as if his body was healing itself. The young ruler surmised that he was facing a demon with whom a negotiation was still possible. He broke the silence first, stating that further killing was pointless. The orc general frowned, not understanding what he meant. For him, the battle was far from over. Then the king unsheathed a massive dark sword, the legendary weapon of the demon lord Grenadine. In a stern voice, he declared that the demon kingdom of Ambrosium had not yet fallen, for it was Ambrosium that protected this sword and the dynastic heir, Princess Lena Vlad Ambrosium. The orc general was stunned by what he heard. But the king didn't stop there. He continued, saying that his country, hidden in the deepest abyss, held faith, and he asked the orc to convey to the good demons that any races wishing to protect the name of the demon god Diabol would be accepted and protected. Returning the sword to its sheath, the young ruler concluded that together with Princess Lena, they would surely defeat the demon lord himself. These words shook the general. He was amazed that the seemingly fragile young man, without thinking of his own safety, dared to protect even those demons with whom he had disagreements, and at the same time intended to challenge the demon lord himself, a being feared even by the strongest. The young king, approaching his defeated foe with concern, once again apologized for their fierce clash and offered him a healing elixir. The orc, breathing heavily, accepted the gift and, surprised but sincere, thanked him for the help. At that moment, the general of the principality also addressed the demonic commander, saying that if the orcs agreed to retreat right now, he would not pursue their army. The orc general silently uncorked the bottle, drank the elixir, and with a sigh gave his consent. He admitted that if the battle continued, his people would be annihilated, and therefore proposed a truce and retreat. The king joyfully thanked him for his wise decision. But the general clarified the young ruler's name and, looking him in the eyes, seriously asked if he understood that his words would surely reach the demon lord. The young man calmly confirmed that they were ready for it. Quietly and sadly to himself, the general muttered that if such a person became the new demon lord, everything would be completely different. Clenching his fist, he humbly accepted his defeat and, bidding farewell, said that it was unlikely they would meet again. Thus concluded the battle with the demon lord's army, marking a brilliant victory for the kingdom. Once the tension subsided, the king called over one of the knights, but to his great surprise, it wasn't a man under the helmet, but the princess. She confessed that she had been fighting as a common soldier in the Beast Girl's squad the entire time. Her strategy proved audacious and effective. They struck the enemy's rear bases, destroyed their food supplies, and the sight of the panicking demons was magnificent. The Beast Girl nodded in agreement and added that the princess alone had slain many goblins and broken through the enemy's supply lines, so much so that even she herself felt fear at her bravery. The king, smiling, noted that both girls had done an excellent job. But the princess shook her head. According to her, her feats were insignificant. If it hadn't been for the king's help, many would have perished. Grabbing her beloved's hand, she thanked him again. The young ruler, embarrassed, replied that she was simply exaggerating. Hearing this, the principality's general joined the conversation. He tearfully confessed that the king had saved not only his people, but also himself. The king was about to embarrass everyone by saying they were praising him too much, but at that moment, another voice spoke up. It was the prince who, good-naturedly calling him his son-in-law, said that the young ruler had turned out to be far more talented than he had expected. The prince's advisor supported these words and cautiously inquired how such a young, yet already great hero could be rewarded. The Beast Girl immediately intervened, noting that the principality's state mines were idle. The advisor confirmed her words, adding that workers were leaving for neighboring kingdoms. She then suggested allowing the cat trading company to manage the mines. After all, she said, their own kingdom lacked common minerals, despite having magical metal. The advisor bowed before the prince, awaiting his decision. The prince looked thoughtfully at the young king and said that since the merchant girl was already his wife, she was almost family. And since his daughter was to marry the young ruler, she too was already connected to him. Therefore, he agreed to let the company manage the mines. The beast girl, purring contentedly, called the prince a wise ruler and assured him that his people would not be disadvantaged. Then the prince himself turned to the young king with a request. He stated, embarrassed but firmly, that he wished for the next ruler to be the child of his daughter and the king. The princess hastily protested, declaring that it was too hasty and serious a decision. The young king, who actually dreamed of a simple and peaceful life away from power, suggested that the princess herself should become the future ruler. But the prince, without changing his tone, reiterated that he had already stated his opinion. If the young king deemed the princess worthy to lead the country, then so be it. The prince, addressing his daughter, warned her that she had a much more important role to play for the state ahead. The princess, not understanding the meaning of his words, merely looked at her father in surprise. Then the prince, with glowing eyes, declared that if she could win the Lord's full favor and bear many children, a future king of the entire world might one day emerge. These words made the princess blush even more. After that, the old man laughed loudly and, softening his tone a little, added that he was too old and asked to be allowed to at least dream of the future. The Lord, who had been observing their exchange with a slight smile, thought to himself that they were indeed unusually close and devoted to each other. Just then, the assistant approached the Lord and announced that dinner was ready. He thanked her, then called for everyone's attention. In a solemn voice, he declared that they would celebrate their victory today, and for that, food and drinks had been prepared. The Lord said everyone could enjoy the evening to the fullest. The Duke, echoing his words, added that along with the victory, they would also be celebrating his daughter's wedding, so they should truly make merry. The Lord continued, announcing that he had brought some light beer of his own making, noting that, unlike what they were used to in these lands, this drink was much tastier when chilled. The Duke was delighted by this unexpected treat. However, the advisor hastily reminded the Duke that he shouldn't drink due to his poor health. The old man waved him off, arguing that it was just one mug and wouldn't cause any harm. But the advisor, not letting him touch the drink, snatched the mug and drank it himself, remarking that the cold drink felt pleasant as it went down. The Duke grumbled indignantly that he had drunk too much and asked for at least one sip for himself. Meanwhile, in the Demon Kingdom, the defeated troops appeared before the Demon Lord himself. A goblin nobleman, the orc nobleman Borg, a general, and a cannibal nobleman stood before him. The Demon King coldly told them he would listen if they had anything to say. The cannibal, daring to speak first, declared that he had done everything in his power and their army was still capable of fighting. But no sooner had the words left his lips than the king, with absolute calm, severed his head with a single wave of his hand. In a panic, the goblins shouted that they had been close to victory, and everything changed only when the general made peace with the enemy king. The demon lord interrupted him and asked if that was true. The general briefly confirmed that the goblin wasn't lying. The goblin, seizing the opportunity, added that the fault lay with the general. If he hadn't committed such a foolish act, they would have won. Then the king slowly rose and reminded them that he had personally appointed him general. Irritated, he asked if the general was trying to say that he, the demon lord, was also to blame for the defeat. The bewildered goblin cried out in denial, but at that very moment, his head flew from his shoulders just as easily as the cannibal's. The remaining demon nobleman, bowing his head respectfully, remarked that all orcs and goblins were worthless and should be annihilated. The king, addressing the sole remaining general, informed him that he saw everything through the eyes of his gargoyles. He confirmed that there was indeed a kingdom of Tadashi on the border where surviving vampires, descendants of the last demon lord, were hiding. The demon lord also said that his personal attitude towards the idea of appearing before them was quite favorable. After that, he asked the general what he desired as a reward for his service. The general, not daring to lift his eyes, only asked for mercy for his clan and swore that they would continue to serve faithfully. The king listened to him, nodded, and thanked him for his service, but then he waved his hand again and the general fell dead. Mentally preparing for death, he only managed to place his hope in his son, but even that didn't change his fate. The advisor cautiously asked the lord why he had killed the general, as he was one of the few experienced commanders. But the king, with a cold face, replied that he had proven weak and therefore deserved death. He added that the only true value demons possess is power, and defeated generals are simply useless. The advisor then timidly asked if he could at least fulfill a promise made earlier. The demon lord replied that he didn't care and told him to do whatever he wanted. There are plenty of generals on Earth, and the duchy's army is far from a small group of warriors. He himself was much more interested in the story of the young king of the borderlands. The Demon King revealed that the new young ruler was the reincarnation of Ono Tadashi from the ancient kingdom of Tadashi, endowed with the same number of blessings as other chosen ones. However, he irritably added that these endless reincarnations had already started to annoy him. The advisor asked him what his next orders would be. The demon lord then commanded him to send the Dragon King and the little dragon prince on their way, emphasizing that their ability to fly made them perfectly suited for raids on the borderlands. The advisor joyfully proclaimed that the strongest dragon clan would surely achieve victory. The Demon King, clenching his fist, replied that he hoped so, but if the dragons failed, he would personally intervene and crush the enemies. He noted that the army would need more time to regain its strength. The advisor bowed and promised to send word to reorganize the troops. The Demon Lord, looking at his subjects with cold superiority, smugly declared that sooner or later, the duchy, the border, and the entire world would belong to him alone, and no one would be able to stand in his way. Sometime after the difficult and bloody battle with the Demon Lord's army, the tired and exhausted, but still surviving, deserting ogres reached the duchy's castle. They were met by the young lord himself, who immediately, with dignity and confidence, introduced himself as the king of his kingdom. His words sounded welcoming and benevolent. He said he had heard that the son of the renowned General Galliant was among the arrivals, and expressed sincere joy that both he and his comrades had managed to safely reach these lands, despite all the difficulties of the journey. After this, he cautiously inquired why the general himself was not among the warriors, expecting to hear difficult news. The general's son, sighing heavily as if an unbearable weight had fallen upon his shoulders, replied that their proud and great leader had gone to defend his people against the demon lord himself. But there, in the decisive battle, a terrible fate befell him. He was beheaded. Lowering his gaze, the young warrior bitterly added that they would never see their father again and that their clan had lost its leader. The young king, listening carefully to him, gently addressed him with words of comfort, trying to cheer him up a little. He assured him that his father was a noble and worthy demon, whose memory would forever remain in the hearts of the living. The general's son nodded reservedly and continued. He said that until the very end, his father thought of his family, cared for his loved ones, and his last wish was for the young king to take their people under his protection. The king replied without hesitation that, of course, he and his people would be accepted. It was at this moment that a quiet, almost imperceptible squeak came from behind the lord. It was the princess, who had been hiding behind him the whole time. The lord smiled as he introduced her to the warriors and announced that he had someone he wanted them to meet. As she cautiously stepped forward, he solemnly declared that before them stood the youngest daughter of the former king Nosferatu, Varid Ambrasama, named Renav Varid Ambrasam. Upon hearing such a significant name, the ogres immediately bowed their heads, showing the deepest respect. The princess, flustered by such a strong reaction, again hid behind the lord, and he calmly explained that the demon lord's heir was now under his protection and had nothing to fear. The general's son, kneeling, solemnly declared that their entire ogre clan pledged allegiance to the princess, and added that there were many demon clans who did not recognize the cruel rule of the current lord and would therefore gladly support the legitimate heir. After a short pause, he confessed that he had another extremely important piece of news to deliver. Looking seriously at the young king, he revealed that the demon lord was preparing to cross the mountains and invade their kingdom. Moreover, the most formidable of the tribes, the dragon tribe, the greatest and most powerful among all, would deliver the blow. Flying dragons, he explained, would have no trouble overcoming the mountain barriers and suddenly descending upon their lands. He also emphasized that they had tried to gather as much information as possible about the planned invasion, and that the cavalry from the land of cannibals was ready to join the young king's army. The king thanked them for the crucial information and, frowning, noted that he now had to return to the border immediately to prepare for defense. Meanwhile, a different conversation was taking place in the duke's mansion. The general, looking concerned, discussed the situation and admitted that, as a proud Star Knight, he felt uneasy about the young king having left them. The duke calmly countered that the king surely had good reasons, as it was only natural for a ruler to return to his people when his homeland was in danger. He also added that even despite their recent victory, the demon lord's army would only grow stronger with each passing day. The general grimly agreed, stating that if the king took a detour, they would no longer be able to defend their lands alone. At that moment, the beast girl interjected into the conversation. She unrolled a map and, pointing to it confidently, explained that if holding the castle became impossible, they had another option: to use her plan and retreat through a secret path to the young lord's kingdom. The general became alarmed and exclaimed, asking if she was suggesting they abandon the castle and flee, but the beast girl quickly assured him it would only be a temporary measure necessary for their survival. Moving closer, she whispered that she had a secret way to regroup their forces and prepare for the next strike. At this point, the duke called his daughter over and told her to go with the young king. The princess anxiously said that her father should also go with them, but the duke firmly replied that he could not abandon the castle he was obligated to protect. He stressed that this was the fate of all born into a border guard family, and this burden rested on him. The princess sighed in agreement, but anxiety lingered in her heart. The duke added that the future reconciliation between the duchy and the kingdom of Tadashi now depended on her efforts, and all hope was placed on her. The princess, flustered, asked him to stop, but her father excused himself, saying he only meant the necessity of uniting the two kingdoms. Before leaving, she asked the advisor and the general to take care of her father and stay by his side in her absence. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Tadashi, the young lord stood among his loyal friends, remarking that a considerable amount of time had passed since his return. He was greeted by an old vampire acquaintance, and he asked her if the secret operations had been completed. She confirmed with satisfaction that they had managed to move the forces loyal to the former demon kingdom from the port city out to sea. She also reported that the witches from the church, which worshipped the god of the devil tribe, were now under their protection and were traveling from the Campbell Islands to personally greet him. The young lord was quite surprised by this news, especially by the fact that the church's representative was a woman. The vampire explained that the current head of the church was Sister Banksia, and she was a succubus. The lord became visibly uneasy upon hearing this news, but the vampire quickly reassured him. She explained that despite her origins, this woman was genuinely pious and truly devout. To the king, the very combination of words pious succubus seemed strange and even a bit contradictory, but he chose not to interrupt. The vampire continued, emphasizing that she considered her appointment an excellent way to restore the demon church, once destroyed by a villain, and that the head of the church herself could become not only a symbol of hope, but also a valuable advisor to the king. The lord, however, was not quick to draw conclusions and cautiously suggested meeting her in person first, as a bad premonition lingered deep within him. At that moment, the son of the demon general, noticing the familiar vampire, brightened and said he was glad to see her again. She, in turn, sadly noted that she had heard about his father's tragic fate and cautiously asked if he had become his successor. The young warrior nodded, confirmed it, and then added that the dragon army would invade their lands very soon. The king, frowning, remarked that the demon lord intended to burn the kingdom to the ground, and therefore would most likely target the mining settlements first. The general's son also mentioned that he had heard some vampire clans lived in the mining village, and if the front line passed through there, they would like to build their settlement nearby. He explained that it would be good if the demons could gather and live together on this land, then awkwardly apologized for the trouble. The king, noticing that the princess from the duchy was also present, announced to those gathered that, although it was difficult for him to say it aloud in front of demons, she was going to marry him. The demons greeted her and politely replied that they looked forward to her hospitality. The female vampire, looking at the princess, admitted with a slight smirk that she herself had once intended to ask the king for marriage, but the princess beat her to it. The princess, slightly embarrassed, replied that she was completely inexperienced in such matters and wasn't sure if she could maintain such a delicate balance. Then the beast girl confidently remarked that in that case, they would be her elders and teach her everything she truly needed to know. It was at this moment that another of the king's friends appeared and sharply declared that she was absolutely against it. With anger in her voice, the girl exclaimed that she had not approved of this marriage from the very beginning. The beast girl tried to explain that the princess had her own valid reasons, but the other girl wouldn't back down and stood firm. She accused the princess of having an army that killed Cornel, her friend's former husband, and loudly stated that she would not remain silent while the truth was hidden. Irritated and reproachfully, she asked how the princess could even talk about marriage when her army had shed so much blood. Looking directly into the princess's eyes, she repeated that the families and friends who died on the island would never forgive this. The princess, unable to bear it, fell to her knees and tearfully confessed that she hadn't even known about it and was truly sorry. The beast girl, with a heavy heart, replied that apologies alone were not enough, they wouldn't bring Cornel back. The princess, raising her head, quietly added that she herself didn't believe simple words would be enough to earn forgiveness. Then the beast girl helped her up and reminded her that not only humans fought on the island, demons also participated in the attack, meaning the princess alone couldn't be blamed. The tension between the friends grew stronger. One of them continued that demons and humans had always fought each other, and she herself had killed many warriors from the duchy. To this, her opponent sharply retorted that she did it to protect her friends. But the beast girl calmly explained that it was the same for both sides. Everyone kills for their loved ones, and everyone has grievances and heavy losses. She admitted that she would also never forget Cornel, but added that she still believed their mentor's words. Humans and demons would always be connected to each other. After which, she asked a direct question: would their fallen comrade truly be happy if they continued their feud? Finding no answer, the girl gritted her teeth, sharply turned, and ran off, shouting as she left that the princess would have to fight her first. The beast girl, sighing, advised the princess to follow her heart. The princess, without hesitation, rushed after her. The king, observing the scene, asked in confusion why everything had to be resolved by a duel again, just as it once was with the duchy's knights. To this, the beast girl replied with a slight smile that perhaps a true warrior lived within their friend, and for her, such a thing was a natural way to settle disputes. She added that in some sense they were all a bit like spoiled children, accustomed to asserting themselves only through force. Meanwhile, the duel between the two girls had already begun, and the tension in the air was becoming almost palpable. The beast girl launched one swift attack after another with her sword, but the princess calmly parried them, remarking with a slight smile that her strikes were going nowhere and missing their target. Confused by her words, her opponent asked what exactly she meant. The princess then calmly explained that even with a magnificent blade, true victory is impossible without kindness and sincerity in one's heart. The king, observing the duel intently, noted to himself that there was a significant difference between the girls, not only in their divine blessings, but also in their accumulated fencing experience and their ability to sense the battlefield. The princess, continuing to parry, reiterated that true strength is born only when the blade can feel the very air around it and seemingly merge with it. Angered, the beast girl intensified her assault, attacking even more fiercely, putting more power into each movement. However, the princess continued to block her blows with unwavering confidence and ease. Moreover, with enthusiasm and a touch of irony, she encouraged her opponent, urging her not to stop and to keep going. But these words only irritated the beast girl further, as they sounded to her as if the princess was looking down on her, belittling her efforts. The king's companion, watching the fight beside him, unexpectedly remarked that when she cuts meat with a knife while cooking, she often does it not by sight but by feel, trusting her intuition and experience. She suggested that this was the very feeling the princess was talking about. She then added that in essence this skill was no different from handling a simple kitchen knife. The king, with keen interest, asked her if this was indeed the noticeable difference between the two rivals. The fight continued. The princess, catching her breath between series of blows, unexpectedly asked her opponent how old she was. The beast girl proudly replied that she was only 15. Hearing this, the princess was stunned and admitted that she herself had been diligently honing her sword skills for 20 years. She added that if the beast girl continued with such persistence, by her age, she would undoubtedly become even stronger and braver than the princess herself. But the young warrior, breathless and feeling tired, sharply told her to be quiet. Her strength gradually left her body, and soon, unable to bear it any longer, the beast girl collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Barely audibly, she whispered that one day she would still become strong enough to prevail. The companion, watching nearby, gently remarked that the princess no longer needed to worry about her, as the beast girl's own body clearly showed that the princess's words had proven true and resonated with her. The gentleman hurried over to help the fallen warrior get up, while the princess, turning to her companion, quietly apologized for not trying to understand her feelings sooner. However, her companion, on the contrary, asked her not to apologize, reminding her that the king himself had ordered them all to maintain harmony and support each other. Smiling, she assured her that as long as they were together, no serious conflicts would arise between them. At the very same time, two scouts from the Demon Kingdom were rapidly heading towards human lands. Along the way, they discussed a strange smell emanating from the border prison and spoke of how the human race's country once emerged after a great purification. The dragon girl mentioned that the new demon lord claimed the current human king possessed only 9 stars of blessing. Her companion, reminding her that he himself had 8 blessings and she had 7, smugly said that together they were quite capable of defeating the opponent. These young scouts were the human dragon Glade, the future embodiment of the Dragon Lord's will, and a small dragoness named Decibel. Both were convinced that their race was rightfully the strongest in the world. Flying alongside, Glade, with a self-assured smile, mused that his 100-strong dragon army and the 1,000 wyverns commanded by Decibel possessed such power that they could destroy not only an entire empire but also any major city of the Ninth Kingdom. The girl, hearing this, had doubts, but Glade calmly reminded her that they were only talking about one small outpost. He then added that he had also received orders to burn down this outpost, and that if they managed to defeat the king, they could seize the entire kingdom. She warned him anxiously that disobeying a direct order from the Demon Lord was extremely dangerous. But, placing a hand on her shoulder, he conspiratorially whispered that their true goal was to win over the princess, the daughter of the former Dark Lord. With a scornful smirk, he declared that the current Demon Lord was not of true blood and was merely a usurper. According to him, once they received the Dark God's blessing, the current ruler would be useless. Then they themselves could use the power of the old demon kingdom to gain the upper hand and overthrow the usurper. Hearing this, she was shocked and asked doubtfully if they could really pull off such a feat. But he confidently replied that they were stronger than the current lord and that only they were truly worthy of being called the new demon lords. After these words, he smiled smugly and asked his companion not to worry. With genuine enthusiasm, he declared that there was nothing they couldn't achieve together, and that at the right moment they would kill their enemy in an instant. The sky was filled with smoke, thick clouds obscuring their view, and one by one dragons fell from the sky, crushed by an invisible destructive force. The dragon human commanding the squad was confused, not understanding what was happening, and feeling panic rise in his heart. He desperately tried to spot the source of the deadly danger. At that moment, his companion flew up to him and excitedly reported that they were being targeted by heavy cannons. He cried out in disbelief, insisting that such weapons shouldn't work against their tough scales, which had been considered impenetrable for centuries. But the girl sharply countered, explaining that the bullets were forged from magical steel, a special alloy capable of piercing even such defenses. She added, barely concealing her anxiety and almost in despair, that they wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack for long. The commander, both provoked and bewildered, admitted that what was happening was too unexpected, and he couldn't think clearly right now. In desperation, he turned to her, asking what they should do next. After a moment of thought, his companion pointed into the distance and cautiously suggested that the enemy's main camp might be hidden ahead, beyond the smoke screen. Inspired by her guess, the commander enthusiastically exclaimed that if they could kill the enemy general, they would win and turn the tide of the entire battle. With these words, he decisively rushed forward, and she flew alongside him, sharing his drive and hope. As they flew closer, they finally distinguished the figure of the king himself and his loyal comrades. Seeing the enemies, the beast girl immediately took an attacking stance and, gripping her weapon, loudly threatened that the opponents would get what they deserved right then and there. The dragon commander froze in confusion, unable to comprehend how a 4-star beast-like hero, whose equal was rarely found even among the strongest, could be among mere humans. Clenching his teeth and gathering the last of his courage, he cried out that he wouldn't let the enemies escape alive and unleashed a devastating blow, unsheathing a shining dragon sword. But the duchy's princess, rushing into a counterattack, almost simultaneously shouted that her duchy's knights should not be underestimated. The king, observing the scene with calm focus, noted that the dragon commander was still just a child, albeit one imbued with power. At that moment, the commander himself shouted to his partner, assuring her that the guy in front of them was definitely the one they had been searching for. Hearing his words, the dragoness cried out that she understood, and with a fervent surge, she rushed directly towards the king, determined that she must defeat the general for their victory. But in an instant, a fierce magical beast suddenly appeared before her and, roaring furiously, blocked her path. The girl shrieked in terror and, losing her balance, fell heavily to the ground. Her partner, bewildered, didn't understand what was happening, and at that moment the beast furiously latched onto his back, nearly tearing him to shreds. Both of the dragonkin found themselves in a deadly trap, trembling with fear like children, encountering true horror for the first time. The king, suppressing his anger and maintaining his composure, calmly asked if they were ready to surrender. The female dragonkin, unable to hold back her sobs, cried out that they surrendered and begged the king to spare and save her friend. Hearing this, the king, with cold determination, ordered the magical beast to step back. It obeyed without question, opened its maw, and released the terrified, saliva-covered dragon commander who could barely stand and was gasping for breath, stunned by his own defeat. The female dragonkin rushed into her companion's arms, pressing against him, while he, breathing heavily and barely on his feet, quietly, almost in a whisper, uttered words of gratitude. The king, watching this, chuckled awkwardly and with a slight smile remarked that he didn't want to interrupt such an emotional reunion, but had to ask them to at least stop their dragons. The female dragonkin quickly agreed, and without breaking their embrace, she let out a loud, menacing roar towards the sky. Their troops, hearing the command, gradually began to ease their assault, and soon the king looked up to see that the dragons were indeed slowly retreating, dispersing into the air. Approaching his furry friend, the king offered him a piece of appetizing meat, gently stroked his scruff, and praised him for his strength, giving him a well-deserved reward. The beast, pleased, accepted the treat, and at that moment the princess of the principality suddenly recalled an ancient legend. She had heard that dragon's weakness was Fenrir. Legend said that once the greatest dragon god, who called himself the true lord of the heavens, was torn to death by the magical beast Fenrir. After that defeat, the dragon race lost its throne among the gods, and many other races began to revere Fenrir as a deity, honoring his power. The Lord, observing the stunned dragon children, asked with a slight smile if they liked his Fenrir, adding that the beast had been living in his home for a long time. Leaning closer with his beast, he even quietly apologized to them for the sudden fright. The young dragon commander, clenching his fists in indignation, declared that it was abnormal to keep a Fenrir, as they could never defeat such an enemy. But his companion gently moved closer and, almost whispering in his ear, suggested they stay in the enemy kingdom, just so their wild magical beast wouldn't devour them. Standing before everyone, they introduced themselves one by one, and then the young commander awkwardly added that he was only 15 years old. The king smiled kindly and said that he now understood he was facing a true dragon lord, but shaking his head, he admitted that he had not expected to see girls on the battlefield. However, upon reflection, he remembered that his young partner had also fought, and even the Demon King's princess was considered an adult warrior at 15. It seemed that this age was the threshold of adulthood here, but exhaling heavily, he thought to himself that it was still too difficult to accept. Then the female dragonkin, embarrassed, confessed that she was actually not a girl at all, but a boy. The Lord was so astonished he almost lost his voice, unable to believe what he heard. The armored lord, emphasizing that the king was mistaken, suddenly declared the opposite, that he, in fact, was a girl. The second confession completely robbed the king of his composure, and a heavy silence hung over the field, stretching for several long moments. Only afterward, gathering his thoughts, he awkwardly admitted his mistake. Calling them by their names, the king tried to smooth over the situation and said he was pleased to meet them. However, the young dragons unhappily asked not to be called that, as it made them uncomfortable. The lord, on the other hand, calmly added that if the king were to call him by his name, he wouldn't mind. The king, completely confused by their reactions, eventually agreed and said he would address them however they preferred. As the human team gradually started getting to know the dragons better, the king was left alone with his thoughts. He mused that, surprisingly, such things seemed quite normal for this world, and perhaps these were their norms and customs. He gradually began to understand that if he wanted to live and rule here, he would have to accept the laws and culture of another world. In this battle with the dragons, the kingdom not only minimized damage but also gained the powerful army of dragon tribes as allies, which could drastically change the balance of power. After the battle concluded, the king approached the diligent dwarves and with genuine warmth told them they had done a truly magnificent job. The commander, with a satisfied smile, addressed the dwarves, sincerely thanking them for the weapons they managed to produce in such a short time. He admitted that without the cannons and other equipment prepared by the skilled hands of the masters, they would never have been able to defeat the dragon tribes. He particularly highlighted the demonic steel cannons, calling them a true work of art that he literally fell in love with at first sight. With undisguised interest and slight surprise, he asked how the dwarves managed to create such a large number of weapons in such a short period. To this, one of the dwarf engineers calmly, and even a little proudly, replied that they had blueprints obtained from the Empire, and all they did was create a few prototypes before setting up full-scale production. For them, as experienced masters, the task wasn't that difficult. The king, frowning, asked if the dwarves had similar technology before, or if perhaps someone from the reincarnation era had brought it to their world. But he immediately added that, regardless of the origin of the knowledge, he had to commend their supreme craftsmanship. It was thanks to their hard work, dedication, and selflessness, and under Oberon's patronage, that they managed to quickly produce such a vast quantity of weapons. He speculated that sleepless nights and exhausting labor were behind this, but the dwarf unexpectedly shook his head negatively and calmly replied that it wasn't a difficult ordeal for them at all. Moreover, he added that they themselves were grateful to the Lord. The king was momentarily puzzled and didn't immediately grasp the meaning of these words. The dwarf then explained in more detail. Thanks to the magical steel, even with the most powerful gunpowder charge, the cannon barrels would not flinch or deform. Afterward, he asked if the Lord had mass-produced gunpowder. The Lord confirmed it. The engineer then explained that gunpowder was extremely difficult to obtain in their world, and this was what had hindered the development of firearms. Essentially, the abundance of gunpowder became the king's main advantage. Furthermore, thanks to the blessing, the kingdom's agriculture had advanced by 7 stars, providing them with sufficient supplies to support their industry. The dwarf, with a satisfied smirk, added that ultimately they were the best craftsmen in the world, and therefore the combination of their crafting skills and the Lord's resources was truly a perfect match. He honestly admitted that he himself was amazed by how powerful the new magical steel cannons turned out to be, as they hadn't even had a chance to test them in real combat before this battle. The king, thoughtfully approaching one of the cannons, ran his hand over the cold metal and carefully examined it from all sides as if trying to catch every detail. Suddenly, a bold idea came to him. What if they mounted such a weapon on a cart and turned it into something like a tank? The dwarf, hearing the suggestion, suddenly perked up, as if a light bulb had just gone off in his head. Inspired, he immediately began examining the cannon, considering possible solutions, and enthusiastically declared that while transportation would certainly be difficult, equipping the structure with a magical drive could make it work. Praising the king for his unusual and far-sighted idea, he turned to his comrades and solemnly stated that they needed to immediately begin developing the first tanks. The Lord watched with satisfaction as the dwarves, filled with joy and excitement, eagerly dove back into their beloved craft, ignited by the new project. But at that moment, a call distracted him. The general's son approached him. When the king turned around, the young man respectfully thanked him for accepting their cavalry into the army. The king smiled warmly and replied that it was precisely because of the cavalry that they managed to avoid serious losses. To this, the general's son remarked that they too were somewhat lucky. The dragon clans had underestimated their strength. After all, if the dragons had decided to attack first, the situation could have been much more complicated. The king, maintaining a calm smile, said there was nothing to worry about now. The dragons were already on their side. The general's son enthusiastically agreed, then confessed he was stunned to see the Lord use the legendary magical beast. The king awkwardly noted that it wasn't exactly a magical beast, but rather his pet. The young man was taken aback by these words, not expecting such a casual attitude towards a creature considered almost a deity in their world. He was surprised to hear it was just a pet, and inspired by this discovery, he understood the meaning of his late father's will, which had instructed him to always stay by this man's side. The king felt a slight awkwardness but still noted that the young man had indeed done an excellent job. The general's son smiled warmly, said he eagerly awaited new achievements with him, and then hastily excused himself, reminding him that he still had unfinished business. Left alone, the Lord amicably addressed his magical pet and, climbing onto its back, hurried back to the royal castle. When he arrived, his friends joyfully greeted him and congratulated him with sincere delight on his safe return. The king, thanking them, reiterated that they had indeed achieved victory. The beast girl, smiling slyly, added that she had never doubted such an outcome. She was about to say something else but suddenly hesitated, then gently pushed her friend forward, saying it would be better if she told everything. The Lord, looking at them warily, asked if anything important had happened in his absence. The girls exchanged glances, smiled, and this only intensified his curiosity. He asked again what had happened and what they were hiding. Then his friend, embarrassed, lowered her gaze, apologized for bothering him at such a difficult time, and quietly, almost in a whisper, informed him that they were going to have a baby. The king froze for a moment, as if disbelieving his own ears, and then, overwhelmed by a storm of emotions, grabbed her hands and excitedly asked if it was true. Hearing her confirmation, he was both shocked and happy, unable to believe that he would soon become a father for the first time. The king froze upon hearing the confession and, squeezing her hands, quietly but insistently asked if it was true. An vivid image of their future child, their shared happiness, and the warm family moments yet to come instantly flashed in his mind. His beloved, embarrassed, again apologized for burdening him with such news during a difficult time, fearing it would be an extra load for him. But the king resolutely shook his head and firmly told her not to speak like that again. On the contrary, he said, it was precisely such happy news that could lift spirits even in the toughest times. He called her a great girl, and his voice was filled with sincere tenderness. At that moment, the other girls from his team, standing nearby, joined the conversation. With smiles and playful lightness, they said they were also glad that she was the first to get pregnant. According to them, all of this was only possible thanks to the king, as he was the first to bestow his favor upon her. These words flustered the young ruler, making him awkwardly look away. The Beastkin girl, seizing the moment, suggested turning this situation into an opportunity to bring the other girls into the inner palace. Suddenly, it dawned on the king. He was already married to 9 wives and was soon to marry Matilda. An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Could he really afford even more? The vampire stepped forward and asked to be allowed to explain everything fully. With cold resolve in her voice, she stated that once the girls tasted the king's blood, they would never be able to love another man again. She proposed doing this once and for all, adding that she truly hoped he would be able to take care of all those who tasted his blood. The king, unable to immediately process such a flood of information, asked her to wait a moment and clarify the details. But the vampire continued. According to her, there were currently about 100 girls whose blood had already been taken, and if she counted herself, the number reached 104. These words stunned everyone. The Beastkin girl, turning pale, sharply asked what that even meant. She calmly explained that the king's power was too great and they needed urgent reinforcements. This didn't mean all 104 girls would necessarily be by his side, but she added confidently that he was capable of taking care of even that many in one night. The king, genuinely frightened, objected that it was physically impossible. Then she suggested framing it as temporary relationships, not obligating them to anything more. In conclusion, she addressed him again, this time more gently, almost pleading, saying she was asking him to do this for her life's sake. After a brief moment of thought, the king sighed heavily and said he agreed, but only if this decision suited absolutely everyone. The vampire, as soon as he uttered these words, declared with a satisfied smile that this was indeed a true king, and immediately said she would begin preparing the girls. And soon, as the girls surrounded the lord and led him away, the vampire watched him go. She called out that he didn't need to hold back with them during their nocturnal pleasures, and that she personally didn't mind being the last. The next morning found the king exhausted. He struggled to get up, lying next to one of his beloveds who was still asleep, and in a half-dream he began to recall fragments of the past night. His thoughts were terrifying. He was afraid of himself, realizing what he had just gone through. It seemed almost unbelievable that he had managed to endure it all, and he wondered if it was connected to the blessing of agriculture he had once received. Quietly entering, the maid respectfully thanked him for his efforts and informed him that breakfast was ready. She added that she had prepared everything down to the smallest detail, serving salt and pepper with the fried eggs, which, in her opinion, perfectly complemented the dish. Later at breakfast, the vampire joined them. Her appearance surprised the maid. Few expected her to be up so early after such a night. But the vampire merely replied proudly that as the former valet of the demon lord, she was quite strong on her own. Smiling, she asked for fried eggs with sauce. The king, though unaccustomed to sitting so peacefully at the table with them, joined the meal. During the meal, the vampire shared news. The exiled demons had begun arriving one after another, and soon the sister of the demon church was expected at the castle. The king calmly nodded and remarked that they should be properly welcomed, as this guest was an important figure holding the key to Diabol's resurrection. The vampire, noting the good organization of the reception, asked the maid how she managed to arrange everything so perfectly. The girl shyly admitted she had a little secret trick and promised to teach the vampire later, who thanked her with rare sincerity. The maid, smiling, added that she was also grateful for her help, as they were still young and often unsure of themselves. The vampire, as if by chance, reminded her that when she herself became pregnant and left, one of the girls would definitely have to stay to manage the palace, which was why she had asked to be the last. While the girls discussed their plans and future, the king quietly ate, not knowing how to interject into their conversation, or if he was even allowed to simply listen to their girlish confessions. As the vampire had promised, the church sister soon arrived. The king personally met her at the port. The young woman was dressed in a long, dark robe, her face hidden by fabric. When he asked if she belonged to the magical church serving Lady Diaval, the girl replied in a clear and gentle voice, stating her name, Banksia Ilicofolia. With a bow, she greeted the king and said that they couldn't express the depth of their gratitude for protecting the demons. The king joyfully replied that he was always ready to help, and he privately noted that it had been prejudiced to consider succubi as something bad. Formally introducing himself, he returned her bow and, with a smile, said that it was a pleasure to meet her as well. The nun, approaching the king almost intimately and bowing her head with a barely perceptible smile, quietly asked him to simply call her by her name. The king, respecting her modest request, immediately got to the point and insistently inquired if there was a reliable way to restore Lord Diaval's weakened divine power. She explained thoroughly that the reason likely lay in the destruction of the temples, the sacred strongholds of the people's faith. Their main temple in the human kingdom had been destroyed, and 2 more great sanctuaries had fallen in the demon kingdom. This, according to her, was like mercilessly tearing off one of Diaval's vital wings. The king listened carefully to her reasoning and concluded that the enemies had realized the immense importance of the temples and had deliberately destroyed them to undermine both faith and power itself. He asked directly and without circumlocution, would simply rebuilding the temple be enough? The nun gently asked him to wait a moment and calmly explained that building temples for demons required special conditions. A huge amount of rare, pure, and beautiful marble was needed. Without it, restoring the sanctuary would be incredibly difficult. The king was genuinely surprised, finally realizing how much more serious and complex this was than he had initially assumed. She continued, clarifying that the temple had to be not only strong and stable but also prestigious, of a specific size and built from a particular material. The size could be varied slightly, but if the materials were unsuitable, the temple would not be deemed worthy. The king involuntarily recalled the words of the wise god of agriculture, "Everything is decided by the heart and soul." He thought that this was why that god was content with the simple tree he had grown, because for the farmer, the inner meaning was more important than external luxury. But the heavy thoughts of expensive and almost inaccessible marble continued to weigh him down and depress him. Then he turned to his loyal merchant friend and asked if she could obtain or bring such a rare stone. She answered honestly and without hesitation. It would have to be brought from the distant sacred kingdom, and the journey would take more than a month by sea. This meant only one thing: by the time the Demon King's army invaded, the temple would not yet be ready. And then a bold thought suddenly struck the beast maid. She loudly declared that they already had the necessary marble. The king, bewildered, asked where exactly it was. The girl confidently and even a little playfully pointed to a heavy pile of stone blocks nearby. The king was genuinely astonished. The marble had been right in front of him all this time, but he hadn't even paid proper attention to it. The beast maid calmly explained that his pregnant beloved had once insisted that the palace absolutely had to be built of marble, and so the stone had to be expensively imported. But it had turned out to be useless, differing too much from the other building materials. The king recalled hearing about it before and praised his beloved with gratitude. She nodded shyly, blushing and looking down, while the maid added that, in the end, it turned out even better than expected or planned. The nun carefully inspected the massive blocks and, genuinely surprised, acknowledged that it was unusually beautiful and pure marble, perfectly suited for the task. She added that it must have been fate. The elf queen had brought such valuable magic stone for nothing and simply left it unused. The king agreed that all that remained was to build the temple, and he resolutely turned to his assistant, entrusting her with the important work. She enthusiastically and joyfully promised to build him the best temple she was capable of. The king, however, firmly decided that an experienced construction team should also be involved, confident that together they would create a worthy and sturdy sanctuary. As he, satisfied with the solution to this task, surveyed the future construction site, the nun gently tugged his sleeve. He asked, surprised, what exactly had happened. She quietly and persistently asked to discuss something important with him, alone. The king asked if they couldn't do it right there, but the head of the church firmly and unyieldingly insisted on a private conversation. A vague but persistent bad premonition flared up inside the king. They remained in a separate room, and the king, suppressing his growing anxiety, asked what exactly she wanted to talk about. The nun confessed that she had heard he made all the vampires taste his blood. The king immediately understood what she was referring to and hastened to explain that it was the only way for them to replenish their necessary magical power. She listened carefully to his every word and nodded, noting that they did something similar. The king asked, surprised, if the sisters truly had such an urge, but the nun asked him not to rush her and calmly continued. She said that the name of their goddess was spreading wider, but they themselves had to live on the run from cruel usurper persecutors, and their magical power was gradually depleting. She explained that she led all the rituals and was obligated to restore the magic, otherwise the new temple would be nothing more than an empty formality. The king interrupted her, noting with surprise that, as far as he knew, the sister servants were never allowed to marry. She agreed, but quietly and almost shyly added, after all, she was a succubus. He hadn't even fully processed what he heard when she suddenly praised him for his courage, thanked him warmly for his guidance, and looking tenderly into his eyes, began to speak as if he had already proposed to her. The king was flustered and tried to explain that he hadn't spoken of marriage at all. But the nun, casting aside the cloth that concealed her face, confessed her passion to him. She said that all she asked for was a little of his seminal fluid, assured him it would cause him no harm, and promised the greatest pleasure and enjoyment. The king tried to calm her down and carefully cool her rapidly escalating and dangerous fervor. The time spent with the head of the church proved truly unforgettable for the king, leaving an impression in his soul of something almost mystical. His body, as if touched by a heavenly breath and filled with an invisible force, seemed to acquire the sensation of soft peach tree petals quietly swirling within, and this unusual feeling did not leave him even when, gathering his thoughts, he left the room. Deep in thought and still feeling a strange lightness, he met the vampire and the maid outside the door, who bowed respectfully and thanked him for his arduous work. The vampire, with a slight but mysterious smile, said that he might not have known it, but the head of the church belonged to a rare and higher species of succubi, called night rastices in ancient chronicles, and her power was truly extraordinary. The king, frowning and feeling a slight irritation, replied curtly and dryly that such information should have been given to him in advance, rather than concealing such an important truth. Casting a careful glance at the servant sleeping in blissful peace, the vampire added with a hint of respect that she was unusually strong, and the king probably had to exert considerable strength, will, and courage to overcome her and endure the trial. The king, not wishing to postpone explanations and eager to clarify the situation as soon as possible, asked her directly and without delay to tell him everything she knew and intended to conceal. Agreeing, the vampire explained in more detail that their goal was to gather wandering succubi who are attracted by power and authority. The king was momentarily bewildered and asked if such a thing was even possible and what exactly she meant, surprised at the very thought of it. She nodded seriously, leaving no room for doubt, and assured him that it was no joke. Bestowing magical power upon the sisters was vitally important and couldn't be postponed. The king sighed heavily and said that what was done couldn't be undone, but it seemed he'd had more than enough of vampires and succubi for a long time to come. When the girls asked where he was headed after so many events, the king replied that he intended to personally help transport the marble, as the temple's construction needed to be completed as soon as possible, and there was no time to waste. A clear goal had firmly taken root in his heart: to hold a grand festival and immediately summon the gods to strengthen their faith and power. Just a few days after the large-scale work began, thousands of demon folk started flocking to the capital one after another, as the temple's construction progressed at an astonishingly fast, almost unbelievable pace. Soon, to the delight of everyone gathered, the magnificent temple was finally erected and rose above the ground, gleaming with fresh stone. The head of the church, standing at the forefront of the newly created sanctuary and addressing all those present, loudly and inspirationally, declared that the built temple was truly magnificent and worthy of a divine gaze. The king respectfully replied that such a result was possible only thanks to her wise assistance and tireless guidance. She also noted that a diverse array of races had indeed gathered among those present, united for a common goal. Gathering her courage and straightening her shoulders, she began her inspiring speech. Addressing the assembly as devout beings who sincerely believed in Lord Diaval, she stated that their prayers would surely reach him in the heavens, wherever he might be. The priestess firmly and confidently announced that the long-awaited moment had arrived for everyone to unite with the demon lord's heir and with the king who saved them from ruin, and that it was time to finally take revenge on the hateful usurper who destroyed their homes. The crowd responded with enthusiastic, noisy cheers, warmly supporting her words. The king was filled with joy and quiet happiness, realizing how many different races were now willing to cooperate with him for a common cause. At that moment, the nun turned and through the thin fabric covering her face cast a special, suggestive glance at him, full of hidden fire. In a quiet voice, she said that after fiercely accepting his power, she would surely restore their patron's divine strength. The king felt a slight embarrassment and heat from her words, but barely showed it. Meanwhile, some of the demons looked with surprise and curiosity at the very king about whom so many rumors and legends circulated. The girls respectfully bowed to him and wished long life to their knight fertilizator, and he, blushing deeply and feeling awkward, only thought that rumors spread much faster than he could explain anything. Then came the crucial and fateful moment. The Lord began by invoking the god of agriculture and, standing before the prepared offerings, uttered words of prayer with grandeur and concentration. The god responded instantly and, appearing directly before them, first remarked on what a magnificent temple had been built and how meticulously everything had been done. The king was genuinely delighted by his appearance, and the god, turning to the statue of the demonic lord, noted that with so much accumulated divine power, the demonic god should now truly be able to manifest. The king immediately, without the slightest hesitation, turned to the head of the church and asked if she could perform this sacred rite. She confidently and without a shadow of a doubt gave her consent. Looking up at the statue and bowing her head, she clasped her hands and with a quiet but profound plea addressed Lord Diaval, sincerely asking him to answer her fervent call and appear in their world. All those present, enveloped in a solemn and at the same time reverent mood, joined the head of the church's prayer, and for several long minutes, a deep, almost ringing silence reigned in the temple, where even the slightest rustle or sigh would have seemed sacrilegious. The god of fertility, having listened to the pleas addressed to him, briefly and calmly replied that it was not yet time for a final answer. However, approaching the majestic and stern statue of the demonic lord, he illuminated it with radiant and warm magic, shimmering with soft gold. The rays of light, flashing from the touch of divine power, were so unbearably bright that they momentarily blinded everyone nearby, and then, as if from swirling heavenly clouds, the demon lord himself suddenly appeared before the gathered. His appearance was majestic, filled with power and ancient dignity. First, he addressed the god of fertility, sincerely thanking him for his service, for his patience, and for his constant care for his community. Then, slowly turning to the head of the church, the demon lord praised her for leading the demon tribe so far, keeping them loyal and united despite all the difficulties and dangers. He said that it was thanks to her efforts that there was now a real chance to take revenge on the hateful dark god and reclaim their lost dignity. However, she, lowering her gaze in embarrassment, feeling insignificant before his greatness and almost speechless, quietly replied that there was no personal merit of hers, and everything that happened was only by his will, and she was merely a guide. The god of fertility addressed the demon lord again, warning him that they needed to act immediately, and any delay could turn into a tragedy. The lord nodded seriously and unhurriedly, agreeing that there was no time to lose, and his gaze, full of inner strength, settled on the king. With particular emphasis and power in his voice, he asked if the king possessed the demon's sword, which was so crucial for future events. The king, slightly bewildered by such an abrupt turn but firm in his actions and unwilling to show doubt, drew the weapon and confidently replied that the sword was there with him, ready for use. Then the demon lord uttered words that stunned everyone present and made their hearts beat faster. He said quietly, yet weightily and solemnly, that Renav Varad Ambrosum, the daughter of demon lord Nosferatu, would inherit his power and be able to avenge him. The young princess, hearing this, was speechless for a few moments from the shock and couldn't believe her own ears. Her breath hitched and her lips trembled. But the lord continued, leaving no room for doubt. After the revenge, she would have to restore the demon kingdom and become the new rightful demon king herself. The king, noticing the girl's deep confusion, immediately turned to the vampire, trying to clarify if the princess was even ready to fight. She, with a hint of worry in her voice, admitted that the princess was still very young, but she had a natural talent for wielding a blade, and her father had personally taught her this art from a very young age. She also added that she herself had given the infernal demon sword to the king, sincerely believing that it suited him best. But the god immediately objected and sharply cut off her words. He firmly stated that the sword must belong to the princess, for such was the last and sacred wish of the previous demon lord, which could not be violated. He then explained in detail. The demon sword was filled with Nosferatu's deep regret, and his last thought, as a loving father, was the desire to protect his daughter from all the evil in the world. That is why the true power of this blade could only manifest when it served the purpose of protecting her and safeguarding her life. Handing the sword to the girl, the Lord concluded that both the demonic heritage and the title of Demon Lord rightfully belonged to her, and not to anyone else. The vampire, alarmed and almost in despair at what she heard, exclaimed that it didn't matter how the princess inherited Her Majesty's power or if she would wield this terrible sword, because she feared that the girl simply wouldn't be able to defeat such a powerful enemy. But the god, maintaining his composure and majesty, replied that he had already foreseen such a case in advance, and turned to the king with a serious request to summon Helge, who was capable of changing the course of fate. The king fulfilled the request without the slightest delay, and another god appeared directly before them, illuminating the temple with a new, almost blinding flash of power that made even the stone walls tremble. His gaze immediately fell on the second princess, who was standing nearby, and, calling her over, he stated with undeniable certainty that the sacred sword of the heavenly star and the demon sword formed an inseparable pair, created by fate itself. The god proclaimed that if she was indeed a true hero, she was obligated to unite forces with the younger princess of the demon lord to jointly fight the dark god's messenger and achieve victory. The princess of the principality, trembling with tension and fear, yet maintaining noble dignity and loyalty to duty, replied in a shaky but firm voice that if this was his personal command, she would fulfill it, even if it meant paying with her own life. The demon lord, staring intently at the bewildered junior princess, asked her directly if she was ready for this great mission and if she would accept such a heavy burden. The king, sensing her inner doubts and not wanting to leave her alone, stepped closer and gently but firmly asked if she wished to avenge her father. The girl, clutching the hilt of her blade with trembling hands and slowly raising her gaze, answered with firm resolve. She would do everything possible and impossible to avenge him and fulfill her destiny. The king, with warmth and confidence, told the princess to follow her heart and assured her that he would always be by her side. His words touched her soul so deeply that the girl, unable to hold back her surging emotions, tearfully rushed into his arms, sobbing and involuntarily remembering her father. The king, gently stroking her shoulders, quietly reminded her that she wasn't alone and that if they fought together, they would surely win. Gathering her courage, the princess turned to the demon lord and reached for the demonic sword. As soon as the cold hilt rested in her palm, the seal on her hand flared with a bright light. Everyone present immediately understood she had 5 stars of blessings. This meant that together with the princess of the principality, they now had 10 stars, one more than their dark enemy. A tense whisper ran through the temple, but the king himself felt a slight relief in his heart, as if hope had finally found solid ground. The god of fertility, stepping closer to him, bowed and quietly whispered that the king should summon the goddess of wisdom because if he had decided to help, he would need new powers. The king nodded silently, approached her statue, and offered a prayer. His words did not hang in silence. The goddess responded immediately and appeared directly before the assembled crowd. The old god of fertility greeted her warmly, saying they hadn't seen each other in an eternity. He added with a smirk that it was time to pay her back. The goddess, crossing her arms over her chest and narrowing her eyes, told him not to speak to her as if she were a stingy miser, but nevertheless agreed to help. Turning to the king, she said she would bestow upon him the blessing of the goddess of wisdom. Her movement was unexpected and swift. She sharply grabbed his hand, pulled him closer, and kissed him directly on the forehead. The king, stunned and bewildered, instinctively touched the spot where she had kissed him and felt his vision change. A new reality opened before his eyes. He began to see something that an ordinary person could not discern. On his forehead, the goddess's eyes shone, invisible to others. She explained that he could now see even the flows of power usually hidden from human sight. The goddess assured him that this gift would be a decisive weapon when he had to face evil. The king gratefully bowed his head, feeling the weight and power of the new blessing. However, the goddess did not stop there. She reminded him that from now on, he was one of her followers and strictly commanded him never to stop believing in her power. No matter what danger stood in his way, only with wisdom would he be able to defeat even enemies far superior to him. The king agreed confidently and concisely, not doubting the goddess's words or his own choice. Then the goddess turned to the old man, the god of fertility, and with a slight smirk remarked that she was not stingy at all, and not blessing his favorite follower earlier didn't make her bad. The old man, huffing and scowling, asked reproachfully, if she was so generous, why hadn't she given her blessing from the very beginning? The goddess was slightly embarrassed and, lowering her voice, mumbled that he was too restless and annoying an old man, which was why she had refrained back then. After a short spat, she looked seriously at the king and declared, he was not an ordinary reincarnation. As those present exchanged surprised glances, she explained that all previous reincarnations began in infancy. But with him, everything was different, and this different held a much greater meaning than one could imagine. The goddess of wisdom, frowning, turned to the old man, trying to find out why, in his opinion, the king had retained his body after rebirth. The elder, scratching his beard and looking away awkwardly, replied that such things always happened in similar situations. The goddess, rolling her eyes wearily and mentally calling him a stubborn old man, explained that the king's original body had actually been gone for a long time, and this wasn't about resurrection at all. The old man asked with interest what she meant, and after a short pause, the goddess explained that the young man's new body was created by the first goddess herself, not as a continuation of the old one, but as a new soul embodied in flesh. This was a real shock for the elder. Only now did he realize that the king had essentially been created by a deity. Still, to hide his excitement, he half-jokingly remarked that if the young man was destined to be a farmer, it was better to at least be young and strong. The goddess smiled reservedly and confirmed that the first goddess had indeed made him that way. She added that all the gods had once gathered to bestow their blessings upon him, and then the first goddess created a body for his soul. Only now did the old man begin to realize how incredible this power was, and that it might even seem excessive. The goddess confessed that she still felt a vague fear of the young man. What scared her was how easily he had managed to summon her, as if it were natural. When the elder cautiously asked why she had then given him the eye of God in addition to her blessings, the goddess calmly explained that any blessing bestowed by a deity cannot be undone, even by the giver themselves. That's why the blessings of the demons who sided with the king didn't disappear, and vice versa. This immutable truth was the reason for her hesitation. She didn't want to bind him with her power, but it was already impossible to change. The king, remaining calm, responded firmly. His intentions were unwavering. He intended to use the power he received only for what he believed was right. Hearing this, the goddess felt relieved. She expressed hope that he would continue on this path, because if the world fell under the control of villains, even the gods would be in danger. The elder, frowning, remarked that this was likely why the first goddess decided to grant him such great power. The goddess of wisdom agreed and confirmed that she was the one who summoned him to this world. Then the elder loudly concluded that this could only mean one thing. The king was the savior their world had been waiting for. His face lit up with a satisfied smile, and he proudly noted that everything had turned out just as he had predicted from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the goddess of wisdom addressed the other gods. She reminded them that they were all equal, and only by combining their strengths could they achieve their goal. Her words sounded like a warning and a call to collective action. The elder, however, couldn't resist asking a new question: what would happen to her? The goddess shrugged and admitted that she didn't know. She didn't believe the other gods were plotting against her, but added that it was always necessary to be vigilant. Then she turned to the king and said seriously that everything the gods could do had already been done. Now, everything else depended solely on him. The king pondered and clarified if this meant she had thought everything through in advance and therefore gave him the eye and the blessing of wisdom. The goddess smiled softly and affirmatively. According to her, this was precisely what made him her follower. The elder, however, interjected with displeasure, reminding her that he was actually the young man's first follower. The goddess, narrowing her eyes, corrected herself, stating that he was a follower of all the gods at once. The atmosphere was becoming too tense, so the goddess decided to lighten it by suggesting they drink the sake that the old man had thoughtfully prepared in advance. At that very moment, another god appeared in the hall. With a joyful laugh, he grabbed the chalice and declared that he should be the first to taste such fine wine. The old man frowned and irritably called him a dwarf. The goddess merely chuckled, her eyes sparkling with life, and stated that she also wanted to share the drink. Soon, she invited all the gods to join the celebration. Forgetting his grumpiness, the elder solemnly proclaimed that they would celebrate this day as a day of victory and must remember it forever. Meanwhile, while the gods reveled in their brief joy, a different scene unfolded in the distant demon kingdom. There, the air was filled with groans, screams, and torment. One of the demons, struggling with his overwhelming anxiety, turned to his lord. He was tormented by an ominous premonition. The lord, without averting his cold gaze, calmly, almost emotionlessly, replied that his power had finally reached its peak, and that soon the entire world would fall at his feet. The king, dressed in ceremonial attire, stood bathed in the bright sunlight. Anxiety and determination mingled in his heart. He had been informed that 104 vampires had managed to infiltrate the palace, and this news gave him no peace. He also recalled the words of King Zaster, who had persistently urged him to marry off his daughter quickly and bestow upon her the honor befitting an heiress. This very thought prompted the king to decide on a small wedding ceremony with the princess right before the upcoming battle. When he turned, he saw the princess in a snow-white wedding dress. Her image exuded purity and fragility, and a slight blush only emphasized her embarrassment. She timidly asked if the outfit suited her and heard a sincere acknowledgement of her beauty in response. Blushing even more, she thanked him. Hand in hand, they walked together to the altar, and their solemn procession touched the hearts of the guests. Among those present was the bride's father. His gaze, full of pride, could not hide his tears. He said that his daughter looked magnificent and warmly added that they would surely have a wonderful child. Thus, the wedding itself became not only a union of two people, but also a symbol of peace and friendship between nations. Later that night, the king visited his wife's chambers. He asked if she was tired and noted that the ceremony had gone surprisingly well. The princess agreed, but a sad note crept into her words. When gently asked about the reasons for her sadness, she quickly assured him that she had no complaints. Everything was simply too beautiful, as if it wasn't meant for her. The king didn't immediately understand her meaning and asked her to explain. The princess then confessed that she saw the wedding as a symbol of the unity of their countries. As an heiress, she felt proud to be part of this union. She added that she had dreamed of such a ceremony since childhood, and now her dream had become a reality, making her truly happy. Hearing this, the king remarked that if she had truly enjoyed herself, then all the preparations were worth the effort. The princess continued, saying that thanks to this event, even the nobles of her principality, who had previously mocked her behind her back, finally saw her in a new light and were appeased. These words brought the king relief. However, she suddenly jumped up and exclaimed that everything was far from as flawless as it seemed. Tears welled up in her eyes again. She confessed that she felt guilty, believing her actions had started a reckless war that caused many to suffer and die. She spoke of the soldiers who hadn't lived to see this day and begged for forgiveness for the suffering she had caused. The king tried to comfort her. He told her not to let the past weigh so heavily on her, as he, as his country's protector, understood the cost of decisions made. He noted that he had seen her efforts for her people and knew how difficult her path had been. The princess, in despair, exclaimed that he was too kind to her, which only made things harder. With tears, she pleaded with him to strike her, to curse her. The king, concerned, knelt beside her and gently asked her to look up. In response, she confessed that her father came from humble origins and had elevated the country through wise rule, while her mother died a hero defending their homeland. Comparing herself to them, she considered herself a sinner who had almost destroyed the principality. In her eyes, she was only fit to bear an heir, not to receive kindness and support from him. The king, stroking her cheek, remarked that even her remorse was strikingly direct. He said she was giving him too much credit, as if he were a great man when he himself was far from perfect. When the princess asked in surprise if he wasn't infallible, he admitted that he had made many mistakes. He added that the difference between them was small, and as a politician, she was even stronger than him in some ways. These words confused her. He then explained that perhaps the only difference was that when in doubt, he always listened to the opinions of those around him. He asked how she had acted. The princess confessed that she often disregarded the advice of her loyal advisor, who had repeatedly argued with her. When asked why, she replied that after her father's illness, she became the commander-in-chief herself and sought to prove her strength to be taken seriously. The king nodded, understanding her. He noted that her straightforwardness and desire to shoulder everything alone had become a heavy burden. He suggested that she no longer carry this burden by herself. He confessed that he himself had only survived because there were always those who supported him. Recalling his wives, he said that each of them surpassed him in some way. One was stronger in business, another in politics, a third knew war, and a fourth managed the household. With a smile, he concluded that they were all better than him. The princess, sighing heavily, admitted that in that case she had been wrong from the very beginning. The king gently asked her to help him as his wife. But she, still doubting, asked if she could ever support him, as she didn't feel confident in her current state. Her voice trembled as she sought an answer from him about what to do. The king said it was simple. He asked her to become like him, not to be afraid to speak about her feelings, and if she didn't understand something, to turn to him and the others. Then together they could think about the future. These words calmed her, and regaining some strength, she agreed. The king gently kissed her. A moment later, the princess, still blushing, admitted that she also had a request. Now that she was his wife, she wanted him to call her by her name, and the king awkwardly agreed.